Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Underwater, Percy thrashed against the monster's crushing grip, but it was like fighting steel cables. Bubbles escaped from his mouth and nose, rising like his final breath. His limbs slowed. He stopped moving altogether. The Naken grinned, victory gleaming in its eyes, until Percy's eyes snapped open. "Surprise, motherfucker," he said with a wicked grin. In one fluid motion, Riptide flashed into his hand, and before the creature could react, Percy's blade sliced clean through its neck. The Naken's head drifted, then burst into glowing dust. Ping. Quest completed. Find out who's messing with your head. Reward. A way out of this cursed place. Skill book. Mist illusion techniques. The creature's body disintegrated into glowing particles, leaving behind a shimmering skill book and a small pouch of drachmas. Percy stashed both into his inventory, but something caught his eye at the lake's floor, something gleaming in the murky depths. He dove, half buried in the mud. A silver disc glinted with an aura of ancient power. Runes circled its smooth edge. Disc of Search, a magical tool favored by aquatic spellcasters. The more mana infused, the more powerful the water blast. Cost, mana dependent. Effect, attack equals 5x mana invested. Nice, Percy muttered, pocketing the relic before swimming back to the surface. He burst above the waterline, gasping triumphantly. On the shore, John and Christy stared at him wide-eyed. What? How are you alive? John exclaimed. Percy just grinned. I'm built different. He hoisted Christy onto his back while John helped Grover out of the brush. Luke and Jet were already stirring. Within minutes, everyone was back inside the cabin. Percy fed Grover a cube of ambrosia, instantly patching up the satyr's wounds. With no time to waste, the group gathered their belongings and bolted for the cars. To no one's surprise, the engines, which had refused to start earlier, now roared to life. The Naken's curse was lifted. They split into two groups. Percy, Luke, and Grover took one car. Nat, Jet, and John took the other. By sunrise, they were back on the road, the mist finally thinning. Birds chirped again, and light streamed through the trees. When the forest road joined the main highway, both cars pulled over. Luke stepped out first, breathing in the clean air. So, I guess this is it. Will we see you again? John asked, hopeful. I hope not, Percy replied dryly. Jet chuckled. Ain't that the truth? I've got to explain to Nat's parents what happened. This is going to be a nightmare. We'll have to tell a lot of people their loved ones didn't make it, Christy said quietly. But at least we're alive. Just say it was a bear, Luke suggested. No one's going to believe murdered by lake monster. Percy stepped forward, handing Christy a card. If you ever need real help, call this guy. Tell him I sent you. She looked at it. Edward Neek? Who the hell is that? Luke smiled. He's family. He leaned down and hugged her. Take care, Wheels. Christy rolled her eyes. Wow, that's the best you've got? A hug? I saved your ass from a lake demon, and you give me a hug. Luke hesitated. She cut him off, pulling herself from her wheelchair and yanking him down by the collar. Careful, he blurted, but she just grinned and kissed him. At first, Luke was stunned, but then he kissed her back, arms wrapping around her tightly. Eventually, Percy cleared his throat, loudly. All right, lovebirds, he said, coughing again for effect. Christy pulled back, breathless. There, something to remember me by. Luke helped her back in her chair, his expression soft. I don't think I could ever forget you. With that, the groups parted ways, the humans headed east, the demigods west. Percy leaned back in the passenger seat as Luke drove, wind brushing across his face. For a moment, everything felt normal. So, Percy asked where to now. Luke didn't look at him. Denver. Denver, Percy repeated, his tone unreadable. He glanced out the window. Luke was hiding something. Percy could feel it in his bones. The son of Hermes had a plan, and Percy intended to find out what it was. By nightfall, they reached Denver, barely. Luke drove like a lunatic possessed, blazing through highways and narrowly avoiding destruction, getting pulled over 3 times. Each time, they walked away scot-free, thanks to a little help from a mist and Percy's demigod charm. They crashed at a budget motel on the edge of town, then dragged themselves to the diner across the street for dinner. The place had that charming, greasy vibe that screamed questionable food safety, but unforgettable taste. At the very back, they slid into a booth and ordered enough food to feed a small army. After slaying lake monsters and road-tripping across half the country, their stomachs were black holes. "Here you go, dearies," their waitress chirped. She was a sweet old woman with a warm smile and a tray full of food. Chicken burger for the young man with those dreamy blue eyes. Percy, naturally, mac and cheese for the gentleman, Luke, and a steak for you, handsome. That last one was Grover. "Correct, ma'am." Percy lied smoothly, smiling. The 3 exchanged awkward glances as the old woman shuffled away. Then, without a word, they swapped plates. Percy took the steak, Grover claimed the mac, and Luke nabbed the burger. "She's too sweet to correct," Grover mumbled with a guilty shrug. As Percy dug into the sizzling steak, a sigh of pure joy escaped him. Grease, salt, fat, this was mortal bliss on a plate. After days of traveling, this was the closest thing to heaven. So, Percy asked between bites, "What's next?" "If we keep up this pace," Luke said, mouth full, "we hit LA by tomorrow afternoon." "In the car?" "Think Jet's gonna report it's stolen." I told him to wait a week. So even if a cop checks the plates, we're in the clear for now. Percy nodded, relaxing until... Ping. Warning. Bloodlust detected. Source, Ares. His fork froze midair. Slowly, Percy turned toward the diner entrance. A tall man in a spiked leather jacket stood just inside, mohawk slicked back, red-tinted shades glowing faintly. The air around him sizzled with suppressed rage. Even in disguise, no demigod would mistake that aura. "Ares," Percy whispered. "What?" Luke asked, instantly alert. "He's here," Percy muttered, eyes locked on the god of war. Ares smirked when he saw Percy. Without breaking stride, he stalked over and slid into the booth opposite them, squishing in next to Grover, who looked ready to faint. "Evening, shitheads," Ares greeted with a shark's grin. Luke sat up straighter. "Lord Ares." Grover bowed. Percy just glanced at his stat screen. Ares, god of war, traitor. Level? HP. STR. Int. Luck. Affiliations, unknown. Emotional state, pissed as usual. Current objective, chaos. Always chaos. Hates Percy for being a better fighter than his kids. Ares turned to Percy. "So, you're the punk who stole Daddy's lightning bolt." "I didn't steal anything," Percy snapped. "Percy, cool it," Luke warned. "Lord Ares, how can we assist you?" "Well, at least one of you brats has manners," Ares muttered, eyeing Percy's steak. "Nice cut of meat." "Stop drooling over my steak," Percy said, narrowing his eyes. Ares smirked. "Too late. It's mine now." He reached across the table and grabbed it. Percy grabbed it back. "Nope. Mine. Thanks." Ares blinked, surprised. Apparently, mortals didn't usually tug of war with him over food. "Give it," Ares growled. Ping. Warning. Intense bloodlust. Source, that guy right beside you. Percy dismissed the message and glared. "Buy your own damn dinner." "You little..." Ares lunged for the plate again, but this time Percy moved first. Click. Riptide was in his hand, disguised as a pen, the cap tip pressed against Ares' throat. "Touch it again," Percy said low and cold, "and I'll carve your head off and use it as a centerpiece." A beat of silence. Then, a chill grazed Percy's neck. He turned his head slowly. Ares stood behind him, sword pressed against his spine. "Shit." The god behind him smiled maniacally. Then, before Percy's eyes, he shimmered and merged with the Ares in the booth, his sword now floating an inch from Percy's neck. "We gods can multitask," Ares said. "Call it cloning. Not an illusion, by the way." "Figured," Percy muttered. Illusions didn't fool gamers' mind. Ares slowly lowered his sword, but his grin didn't fade. Now, about that steak. Percy locked eyes with him and shoved the plate off the table. The steak hit the floor with a greasy splat. Ares stared. Percy stared right back. "You're a little menace," Ares muttered. "Glad you noticed." Ares looked at Percy, who simply smiled. Oops. The god of war smiled. Ruthless, prideful, and willing to do anything to win. It's like looking at a mirror. Percy's smile fell at those words as the old waitress quickly came over. "Oh dear, what happened here?" the kind old lady asked. "I'm sorry, ma'am, my hand slipped." Percy then picked up the steak and the still intact plate and gave it to her. "Please tell the chef I enjoyed every bite I ate." "Oh, that's nice, dear. Do you want me to bring you another one?" she asked, taking the plate. "Oh, please, no, it's okay." Percy then looked at Ares with narrowed eyes. "I lost my appetite." Ares chuckled while the woman quickly walked away to the kitchen. Percy sat back down and crossed his hands. "So what the fuck do you want? Already don't like me, huh?" Ares said with a grin. "You tried to steal my meat. If this was ancient Greece, men would have offered me their wives. And when I made them moan like their husbands, never could they would thank me and give me half their wealth. Then it's a good thing this isn't ancient Greece, huh?" "Ha ha. If only," Ares said with his eyes flashing brighter behind his shades. "If you do not mind me asking, Lord Ares," Luke asked, stressed, "why are you here?" "Oh, right. I need you three to get something for me." "Nope." Percy replied, crossing his hands. "Percy," Luke called out, "stop trying to piss at the god. He stole my steak. Attempted to steal you steak." Ares corrected as he smiled at the fight Luke and Percy were having. "Look, can we do this later?" Luke said with a sigh. Percy frowned and looked away. "As I was saying, I need you three to get something for me. I was on a date a few days again, and I lost my shield in the water park. I would go there and get it myself, but I frankly would rather want you to get it." "Why?" Percy frowned. Percy, gods are restricted by the ancient laws. The only way they can give help in any form to questers is as a reward. I'm sure Lord Ares is just giving us a simple task so that he can reward us later, Luke explained in a very scripted-like tone. Percy then turned to Ares. "And why do you want to help us? Isn't we're kind of your thing?" Ares grinned a mad grin. "My reasons are my own. You either accept this or you don't. That's all." Percy narrowed his eyes at Ares, but then relented. "So what's the reward?" Ares smiled and pulled out 3 rings and laid them out on the table. "These." Percy picked one up and observed the rings of invisibility. The wearer of these rings is given invisibility for 1 whole day. Time remaining, 24 hours. "I got these from my brother," Ares explained, "grants the user 24 hours of invisibility. You can use them to get into Hades' palace." "So you're just willing to give us these?" Percy asked, putting the ring down, no strings attached. The god of war smirked. "See, aren't I a generous god?" Percy nodded. "Yes, but I'm still not giving you my steak." The god frowned. "You still don't understand just who you were talking to, do you, boy? But no matter. You will learn respect for me in time." "I don't think I would ever dash," Percy began. "Thank you, Lord Ares. We will get right on this." Luke interrupted Percy. Percy frowned but kept quiet, shooting Luke a dirty look. The god gathered the rings and then got up. "Bring my shield back here in 2 hours' time." Soon after the god left, Percy turned to Luke. "Why the hell are you so eager to kiss his ass?" Luke frowned. "Percy, you already managed to piss of Hades and Zeus, 2 of the strongest gods in Greek myth. I would rather not have the literal god of combat come after us as well." Percy scowled but kept quiet. He then spent the rest of the meal in deep contemplation. Why was Luke pushy right now? Before he was so laid back, leaving everything to Percy, but now. Did he want us to do the quest for some reason? Was it the one who Alecto found Luke talking to? But why? Did Luke contact Ares before he had to arrange all this? Why would the god even agree to that? Percy's head spun as he felt a headache come on. Something didn't add up. He was looking at only half the picture. The rest were missing. After paying for the bill, Percy and the rest got into their car and drove to the water park. The place was empty, abandoned really, so obviously it was closed. Luckily, jumping really high was one of the first things Percy learned how to do. He jumped over the fence and opened the gate from the inside. "So where exactly is this tunnel of love?" Grover asked as he looked around the abandoned place. "Let's take a look," Luke said, turning to the map. There in the center of the park was a boat ride called Thrill Ride Olive. I think this is it. We should go straight ahead and then take a left. Percy nodded, and the three did just. Soon they came to the Love Tunnel, which was unsurprisingly was a water tunnel shaped like a pink heart. The tunnel was decorated on the side with statues of Cupid along with other romantic stuff like hearts and fishes. Wait, fishes? Well, to each their own. On top of the tunnel was a sign that said, Thrill Ride Olive. This is not your parents' tunnel of love. The tunnel was now empty, leaving behind only a big concrete skating half-pipe, but Percy could feel the water in the pipes below. Percy slid down and began walking into the tunnel. The tunnel was dark, but luckily Grover was prepared as he took out a torchlight, lighting their way in. Inside the tunnel was covered with mirrors on all sides. If someone was to go into this thing, they would always have a good view of the person they were with. Where did he say his stupid shield was? Don't know, Luke replied. He just said it was in here somewhere. Guys, I'm getting something, Grover replied. Like a scent. Really? Do you think it's Ares' scent? Luke asked. Yeah, Grover, does it smell like old gym socks? Percy asked, causing all three boys to snicker. Haha, no. It smells kind of good actually, Grover said, like juniper leaves. Do you actually think there's something down here that smells of juniper leaves? Percy asked in a mocking tone. Come on, man, we're in a concert tunnel in the middle of an abandoned amusement park ride. There's no way a plant is growing here. Hey, don't blame me. The nose smells what the nose smells. Okay, Grover, Luke said, nodding, but either way it is better if we stay alert. No telling what we might find down here. The other two agreed as they all went deeper inside. There in the middle of the room was a bulletproof vest, but Percy's observing skill showed what it really was. Shield of Ares. It is the shield of Ares which is charmed to be unbreakable and can withstand godly amounts of force. It is also charmed to give the wielder a plus 20% on all attacks. Note, this shield has a secret compartment hidden inside of it. Object hidden? Percy looked at the box in surprise. Something was hidden inside that thing. Percy didn't know what, and quite frankly, anything Ares wanted to keep hidden Percy didn't want to find out. Probably some of his anal beads or something. There it is, Percy said, pointing at the vest. Whoa, you sure, Percy? Grover asked as they walked up to the vest. Yup, feels like him. Percy was getting pretty good at this lying thing. Lie success. Well, okay then, Luke replied as he reached for the vest, but the moment he picked it up something clicked. What now? Percy yelled out as she and Grover quickly ran to Luke, who already had his sword out and ready. Suddenly a loud creak could be heard as the wall on top of the tunnel opened, revealing several robotic spiders that then jumped down and started to attack the three demigods. What the hell are these things? Grover yelled out as he pulled out his sword he got from a robot. Percy then used Observe. Robotic spiders. LV6. HP. 300 of 300. MP. 20 of 20. STR3. Vit 2. Dex 12. Int 1. Wiz 2. Luke 0. The robotic creations of Hephaestus, the god of forges. These things are tasked with only one objective, to capture their enemies, and then broadcast the captured people directly to Olympian television. Usually used to capture Aphrodite and Ares while the two are doing it. These things are sneaky and dangerous. Kill to gain 50 EXP. Hephaestus made them. Percy called out as he punted one of the spiders into the wall. What makes you so sure? Luke asked as he sliced a couple of them into pieces. They feel like the robots we fought in the forge. Percy called as he helped defend Grover, while the satyr used his reeds to form vines to attack the robots with. Plus, they are freaking robots. Who else but Hephaestus? True, Luke said as quickly between Luke's slicing, Grover's vines, and Percy's constant use of the moisture around them to short-circuit the spiders. All of the robots died quickly. Ping. Total EXP gained. 600 EXP. Well, that was easy, Grover said, kicking one of the dead spiders. Just then a bigger rumble roared out as suddenly the entire tunnel started to shake. The roof above them split opened, and down came a giant spider, 8 feet big with bronze legs and red eyes. It looked at the 3 questers in front of it and hissed steam out of its mouth. For fuck's Grover, shut the fuck up. and stop jinxing us. Percy shouted. The spider jumped towards them, causing the three to jump away in order to not get crushed. Percy and Grover ended up on one side with Luke on the other. Percy then observed the beast. Giant robotic spider. LV-17. HP 1900 of 1900. MP 20 of 20. STR 23. Vit 20. Dex 42. Int 13. Wiz 16. Luke 0. The robotic creation of Hephaestus, the god of forges. This thing is tasked to capture the enemies of Olympus. Usually used to capture high-profile targets, this spider is only used when Hephaestus really wants somebody in chains. Kill to gain 2,200 EXP. Great, just great. Percy closed the box and looked at the spider as it attacked them with its sharp and pointy legs. It was slow as Percy managed to grab Grover and dodge it easily. He then moved away as Luke began to attack the thing with his sword, distracting it for the time being. Percy then reached into the water pipes underneath them, and he pulled the water out and up to the tunnel, flooding the concrete half-pipe with water once again. Percy, what the hell? Luke called out as Percy directed the huge amounts of water into the form of a giant snake that grabbed the spider between its jaws. It then lifted the spider and smashed it into the ground and bite down, shattering its entire body into pieces. Warn us next time you are going to do that, Percy. Luke yelled out as he slowly walked over to him and Grover. Sorry, kind of focus on creating the whole giant snake thing, Percy replied coldly as he walked over to the decomposing robotic spider. The spider left behind $300 and a small robotic spider. Percy put the money away and observed the spider. Spy bug, a tool that once attached to any person will turn invisible and record whatever the person sees. It can only be seen by the person who used the bug, and only she can remove the bug from the spied-on person. Percy quickly put the bug way into his inventory and turned to Luke and Grover. We should probably go now. Luke sighed, yeah. Okay, let's go. Ping. Congratulations, you leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 900 of 900. Mana 600 of 600. The Gamer. Title. Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex, while in water. Level 12 EXP, 1, 771/44000. Race Demigod. STR, 32. Vit, 34, plus 4, equals 38. Dex, 31, plus 4, equals 35. INT, 28. WIS, 32. LUC, 19. Points, 15. Money, 16, $097/306D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status, demigod, giving Percy plus 4 VIT, plus 4 DX, and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Perks. Anger of Electo. Whenever the user succeeds in taunting an enemy, they are infected with the anger of Electo, which gives them double their strength, but also makes them clumsy and highly ignorant of their surrounds. Active. Luke Bet gives plus 50 to all stats, but will cause a complete loss of control every time Percy gets angry. For every person Percy kills while in this berserk rage, he will gain plus 2 stat points. Warning. The only way to stop this is to either kill Percy, shock Percy awake with something surprising, or have no... Percy smiled at this and closed his status box. They quickly walked away from the tunnel, but as they walked away, Grover spoke up. Guys, the juniper leaf scent is getting stronger now. He pointed at a turn in the tunnel. It should be right there. Percy readied his sword. Last thing they needed was some kind of monster that lowered demigods with a sweet scent only to kill them in cold blood. As they took the turn in the tunnel, they were released to see no monster there hiding in wait for them. Inside, all they found was a scarf. Scarf of Aphrodite, enchanted to smell like the perfect scent for each individual person. This scarf is charmed with love magic, causing the wearer to have plus 10 levels in all skills that involve seduction. Example, kissing, flirting. Percy picked up the scarf. It feels like the Aphrodite kids. Lie success. So, there must be Aphrodite's scarf, Luke deduced. Must be who Ares was on a date with. It also explains why it smells so nice. It must be charmed to smell like whatever the smeller thinks is a beautiful scent. Which is why Grover smelled juniper leaves, Percy said with a grin. Oh, isn't that sweet, Luke said in a mocking tone. Grover thinks the most beautiful scent in the world is juniper. Knock it off, you guys, Grover cried as Percy and Luke chuckled in his expense. Percy put the scarf in his bag, and the three quickly got out of the god-awful water park and quickly drove back to the dinner where in front of it Ares was waiting for them. He was on a motorcycle, and when he saw them, he smirked. Well, you three got in half an hour. I'm impressed, Ares replied, smirking. Did that spiders give you any trouble? I remember Aphrodite saying how much they scared her. Percy smiled back. No, they didn't give us any trouble. Although I am surprised they were still there, surely the god of war could have killed a few bugs to impress his date. Ares grumbled. Yeah, well, I needed to leave something for you kids to do. Luke then handed the vest over to Ares. Your shield, my lord. Thanks, kid. Ares grumbled and took the vest. He snapped his finger, and suddenly the vest turned into a shield which Ares gave to Percy. Here, consider it a bonus for getting rid of the spiders. Those things are nasty. One of them once caught me in the shower. Percy reached out nervously, but took the hild anyway. Thanks. Ares nodded. He then took out the 3 rings. Here's promised, 3 rings of invisibility. Use them wisely. Each quester took a ring and put it into their pockets. Luke then spoke up. Thank you so much for helping us, Lord Ares. It means a lot. Ares grumbled, like worker being forced to clean up the store by his boss. He then looked at Percy and glared, Stay alive, kid. Percy then watched Ares ride away in that loud thing he called a vehicle. Could that be considered as a warning or an order? Order most likely, Luke replied as he sighed. Let's go get some sleep, you guys. We will need it tomorrow we reach L.A. Percy nodded as they all then waned to their motel. Percy put his bag and the new shield of Ares to the side. He couldn't put it in his inventory because Grover and Luke would then ask questions, so he was forced to carry the stupid thing. After a nice hot shower and a later night movie, Percy and the rest of the quest members crashed. Only Percy wasn't asleep. He had his eyes closed, but he didn't let sleep take over. He stayed awake waiting for something to happen. Luke was up to something, and as Percy was right about his suspicions, he will do something tonight. As the clock struck 12, Luke started to move. Percy opened his eyes slightly and watched Luke as he put on his shoes to step out. Percy immediately reached out with his mana and thought out Shadow's spine. Percy felt his mana infect Luke's shadow as the son of Hermes closed the door behind him. Now all Percy had to do was wait and hear what Luke was up to. Percy closed his eyes, and he heard footsteps. Not his or in this room, but Luke's. Luke was walking on hard concrete now tiles. The swimming pool outside the motel then. He then heard something ruffle as Luke then spoke out. Oh, Iris, goddess of the rainbows, accept my offering. Show me Lord Ares. Percy's eyes widened at that, but he quickly focused back on Luke. This was it. This was Luke's dirty little secret. I was wondering when you would call, came the rough voice of Ares. I waited till everyone was asleep, Luke replied. Did you hide the lightning bolt in the shield? Yes, I put in the handle, exactly as planned. Just make sure you get the sea scum to Hades, and make sure he delivers it to Hades before you toss him into the pit. All right. Luke's voice was hesitant. Why the hesitation? This was your plan from the start. Don't tell me you're backing out now. No, I'm not. The plan will go on schedule. You still have the helmet of Hades, yes. Yeah, I got it. I still don't know how you managed to steal the lightning bolt and the helmet of darkness. Luke replied something, but Percy wasn't paying attention. He cut off his shadow spying skill and sat up from his bed. He walked over the R shield that was propped up and felt around the ends of the handle. He felt something in the corner of the handle, something stitched in. Percy ripped out the threads, and there poking out at the end of the handle was a neon blue lightning bolt. Everything fell into place. Everything made sense now. Luke was the lightning thief. Percy felt betrayed. He felt like Luke had ripped his head off his shoulders and then kicked it like a soccer ball. Why did Luke do this? Why did he steal the Master Bolt? Percy knew he was angry at the gods for abandoning their children. But this? Would he really start a war? Percy pulled the Master Bolt out of the shield handle and held it in his hand. It was a cylinder which had a lightning bolt stuck inside of it, and on either ends had a conical structure extending out. Zeus' Master Lightning Bolt. The ultimate weapon of Zeus, this is the most deadly instrument in the Greek pantheon. Crafted by Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, the 100-handed giants, this weapon is one of three. Its full potential can only be reached when wielded by Zeus or a child of Zeus. Damage, 9 million attack. Percy's hands trembled. This thing was genuine, which meant Luke is the lightning thief, and that son of Hermes planned to kill him the moment he stepped into Hades. And just then Percy remembered something. Something the Oracle of Delphi warned him about. You shall be betrayed by one who calleth you friend. Luke. It was Luke who will betray him. No, he already did. And just like that, another part of the prophecy made scene. You shall go west and face the god who has turned. The god who turned. At first both Chiron and Percy thought it meant Hades, but no. It was Ares. He was the god who turned. Gamer's mind immediately came into effect as it helped Percy process all of this. His emotions came down and ideas on what to do next started to generate. Okay, Luke wants to kill me. My advantage, my abilities which he doesn't know, and the fact that I know it's coming. His advantage, he's being backed up by Ares himself. Percy knew he couldn't put the lightning bolt into the shield again. It wouldn't be properly hidden. So Percy tossed the weapon of destruction in his inventory and put the shield back where he left it before. Percy then went to bed, just as Luke came in. Luke didn't look at Percy and promptly crashed into his own bed. Percy looked at his friend, former friend, and observed him. Luke Castellan Rebel, LV 49, HP 3200/3200, MP 1000 of 1000, Race Demigod, STR 34, Vit 48, Dex 56, Int 12, Wis 35, Luke 21. Luke Castellan is the son of Hermes. At a young age, he saw his mother lose her mind, and when father was not there to help her, his hatred for the gods began. Luke loves all of his family, even the extended members, and is a person who would help them in an instant. Luke hates the Olympian for abandoning their children and wants to wage war on them all by stealing the lightning bolt and the helmet of Hades. Luke considers Percy his little brother and wants to protect him. Luke is feeling conflicted about betraying Percy. The last part in his info was new. Guess it was something Percy could only read after he knew Luke was the lightning thief. Percy then became conflicted about what he should do with Luke when he read about how feel about him. Luke was feeling conflicted too. He didn't want to do this. Maybe Percy could use that doubt and somehow save his mom while not having to fight Luke. Percy was ashamed of how he was thinking. Gamer's mind made everything objective, so H could only think about what he could use to survive. It was a horrible way to think about someone, Percy knew that, but in the end it was either him or Luke. So Percy closed his eyes and let sleep take over. Luke wouldn't kill him in his sleep, he needed him. Ping, you have slept in a bed. HP and MP have been restored 75% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy and the others started early the next day. They started the drive at around 6 in the morning and drove, quickly stopping only for food and bathroom breaks. Percy used Gamer's mind a lot that day. Every moment Luke made Percy analyzed and judged whether he was going to kill him or not. So far, Percy managed to put on a neutral face, but it was cracking. Luke and Grover asked him several times why he was so angry, and he just waved it off, saying he was nervous. Eventually, they reached LA by sundown. Percy stepped out of the vehicle and looked around. Right now, they were parked at an overview point so that Percy could see everything in Hollywood. To his right was the famous Hollywood sign, and in the far distance was the Pacific Ocean. Where exactly is the entrance to Hades anyway? Asked Grover as he popped up on the runk of the car. You have lived in the world longer than me. I was hoping you would know, Percy replied, looking over his shoulder. I think it's best we spend one more night in a motel and head out for the underworld tomorrow, Luke said with a smile. Why does he want to do that? Is he going to try and go into D's himself while we sleep? Percy thought as he put on a smile on his face. Good idea, Luke. We need to be alert and ready. Luke nodded happy. He then sat next to Grover on the hood of the car, looking at the view. Percy remained silent, but inside he knew that this was it. It was all going to go down tonight. After an hour of sitting on their car and enjoying the view, the questers all went to a motel. The motel was right next to the beach, something Percy insisted on, and as soon as they entered their room, they all promptly collapsed into their respective beds. Only Grover slept while Luke and Percy pretended to sleep. Percy then waited, and at around 10, Luke got up again. He then went to Ares' shield and began to search it for the lightning bolt. Shit, Percy heard Luke whisper as he then promptly walked out of the room, probably to Iris message Ares or something. Percy got up and put on his shoes. It was time. It was time for him to confront the lightning thief. Percy opened up his status page and quickly used up his stat points. STR, 32. Vit, 34, plus 4, equals 38. Dex, 31, plus 4, equals 35. INT 30. WIS, 32. LUC 30. Points 2. He didn't have enough to improve his speed to Luke's level, and his agility was never going to reach Luke's 56. So Percy put it in the one thing that might give him a fighting chance, his luck. Logically speaking, Percy should just take out the Master Bolt and zap Luke into ashes, but this was personal. Percy left the room, leaving a sleeping Grover behind. He then quietly snuck to the ground floor and to beach, the only place Luke could make an Iris call. Percy walked into the sand and kept his head low as he approached a figure standing in the beach with a torchlight. The person was obviously Luke. Luke walked up to the waves and used the mist coming off the waves to form a rainbow. O Iris, goddess of the rainbows, accept my offering. Show me Lord Ares. Luke called out as slowly the rainbow turned into a window showing Ares. What brat? The god of war asked in a rough tone. Where's the lightning bolt? Luke screamed. Are you deaf? I told you it is in my shield. Well, it's not there now. I checked the handle, nothing. Impossible. Unless behind you. Percy jumped up and slashed Riptide downwards, cutting the message off and nicking Luke in the shoulder. Percy, Luke shouted out as held onto his bleeding shoulder. What the hell are you doing? Luke, Percy replied in a low voice. You are the lightning thief. Luke's eyes went wide. Percy, I can explain. Enough. Percy yelled out as he attacked Luke. Luke drew out his own blade and bronze as slowly Percy pushed Luke back with each strike. I didn't want to do it, Percy, Luke cried out as he dodged a swing from Riptide. Shut up. I wanted to go to Hades myself and trade the lightning bolt for your mother. I didn't want you to find out this way. You are the reason she is there in the first place. No, she is there because the gods don't care about humans. Luke then crossed his blade with Percy and held it there. They use us humans like they use everything. Just look at all the people we meet, Percy. Edward ran away because he couldn't take it anymore. Chirsty dash. Shut up. Percy cut Luke off as he kicked Luke back into the sand. He then swung down at Luke, only for the son of Hermes to doge at the last second by rolling away. Luke got up and began his attack on Percy. He was faster, but his bleeding shoulder held him back. Percy, however, was relentless. He could feel his anger grow with every swing he took at Luke. His gamer's mind couldn't keep up. Slowly, Luke watched in horror as Percy's eyes turned from green to a golden yellow, just like the Titan that haunts his dreams. Ping. Perk. Loop bed has been activated. You gain plus 50 to all stats. Percy, however, wasn't paying attention. All he cared about was killing Luke. He smashed Riptide into Luke's blade, and then pushed harder and harder until Riptide cut Luke's blade in half. Percy drew back and fist and threw it at Luke. Earthquake fist. The fist smashed into Luke's ribs, breaking a few of them, and sending the Dawn of Hermes flying off and into the sand. Percy then jumped at Luke with Riptide, but suddenly the son of Hermes pressed an open palm on the sand and shouted out, Beast summoning. A large green circle appeared in the sand, and a gust of wind pushed Percy back on his ass. The yellow-eyed boy's fury pushed him forward, made him go beyond his limits. Percy got up almost at once and saw the figure that now stood before him. It was the Chimera, the legendary beast of myth with the body of a lion and 2 extra heads in the form of a goat and a snake on its tail. And right next to it was a panting and tired was Luke holding his broken ribs. The son of Hermes turned to the Chimera. "Take care of him." The Chimera roared as the lion opened its mouth, sending out a blast of fire right at Percy. The fire drew closer, but before it burnt Percy, the demigod flashed away in a burst of speed. When the fire died down, the Chimera looked around for the charred remains of Percy, but found nothing. He heard a rustle in the wind, and quickly all 3 head turned to the left. But the only thing, there was a small foot-sized pit in the sand. Just then they heard another rustle, and they turned to the right, only to find a similar pit there as well. Suddenly the result came from all around them. They turned all around, each head going its own way, but the only thing they saw was a blur of black. Up front came a voice in front of them. The lion's head turned just in time to see a punch connect with its face. Earthquake fist. The Chimera flew back from the force of the impact into the sea. It looked up. Its lion's head was destroyed now. It looked to the yellow-eyed demigod as a hint of fear crept into its heart. Percy raised a single hand up, and all the water around the Chimera moved. It trapped the Chimera into a sphere of water as slowly the pressure started to build up. As a last-ditch attempt to escape, the goat head blasted out a ball of fire that exploded, causing the sphere of water to collapse, and the Chimera was thrown out. Percy walked up to the Chimera. It wasn't moving, but it was still breathing. He looked down at it, his face not showing any mercy. He drew back a fist and punched the Chimera again and again. He ripped into its body with just his fingers as slowly the thing started to die from the pain alone. In its last moment of life, the Chimera looked into the yellow eyes of the demigod that was killing it by literally ripping it apart, and so nothing by fury. Slowly it began to disintegrate into nothing, leaving behind a frustrated Percy and several loot items. Ping. You have killed while under the effects of Lubet. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stat points. Percy ignored the box as he got up from the dusty remains of the Chimera and looked around for Luke. Instead of finding the son of Hermes, Percy found he was alone in the beach with nothing else in sight. With no one else to fight, Percy opened his mouth and roared. Roar! The son of Poseidon then collapsed to his feet, and slowly his eyes turned green again. Ping! Perk! Lubet has been deactivated. Your states have changed back to normal. Percy looked up and saw the remains of the monster had killed in less than a minute. The curse he bore truly was powerful for him to have destroyed one of the most dangerous monsters in Greek mythology. Just then, ping, you have gained a new perk. Chimera's Blood allows user to temporarily take on 1 trait from the last monster he killed. The user can use this trait for however long he wishes. Example, a Cyclops resistance to fire. Note, the Chimera doesn't count. Now how did I get that? Percy figured it was one of the rewards for Kill the Chimera. He checked his EXP and saw he got +30,000 EXP. He then checked the body and found $1,000 in a skill book, Fireball. Percy put the book and money away. He didn't have time to deal with this now. Luke was gone, probably snuck away while Percy was killing the Chimera. Right now, Percy was on his own. Well, he had Grover, but the well-meaning satyr would only drag him down. With him around, Percy can't use his full abilities. Percy took out the gauntlet of Kefka and summoned Alecto. She formed out of the smoke and bowed. Master, do you know how I can get to Hades? Percy asked the Fury, who nodded. Good. Then take me there right now. Alecto picked up Percy and flew him across the LA night sky. Eventually, they ended up in front of a building with the sign DOA recording studio. Huff figures. Percy then turned to Alecto. How much does Hades trust you? He considers me one of his most loyal subjects, Alectos replied. Percy nodded. Then you're the one who can get closest to him. Percy then reached into his inventory and pulled out the chains of Hephaestus. Hide this on your person somehow and go ahead of me. Once you are inside, go and inform Hades you just reformed. Once he dismisses you, sneak into the throne room and wait for me. When I give a keyword, bind, throw these on Hades and bind him tightly. Alcedo nodded as she took the chains and walked into the building. Percy was betting a lot on her, but he had faith this would work. It had to work. Percy waited a few minutes after Electo went in and then walked into the place. Inside was basically a large waiting room with a tall black man in a very nice white Armani shirt sitting in the receptionist post. Crowding the room were several people, all walking about like zombies, aimless and lifeless. Percy walked up the man and used observe. Sharon, Ferryman, LV-HP, MP, STR-, Bit-, Dex-, Int-, Whist-, Luke-, the god of boundaries and territories. Sharon is the one who ferries the dead to the underworld. He accepts bribes to take people who are not dead into the underworld and is known for his tastes in fine suits. He has no opinion on Percy. He is feeling extremely bored. Percy walked up to the man. Hello. I need to go to the underworld. The man looked at Percy. Well, it is refreshing to hear that being said for once. None of that. There must be a mistake. I'm not supposed to be dead, Mr. Sharon bullshit. However, I must decline. You're not dead. Percy reached into his inventory and pulled out 10 drachman and put it on Karen's desk. The man looked at the coins and then to Percy. Are you trying to bribe me? Yes, Percy replied. Well, it's not going to work. And beside what dash, Sharon, however, was cut of as Percy put an extra 20 drachma into the pile. That's a lot of coin. And it can all be yours for just one ferry ride across, Percy replied. The man then looked at the coin and then to pray before reaching up to grab them. Percy smiled at this. Glad we can do business. Who are you, kid? Sharon asked as he checked the authenticity of each coin. Percy Jackson. Well, Percy Jackson, you just earned yourself a trip into the underworld, Sharon said with a smirk. He put the coins aside and walked to the elevator behind the desk. The inside was stuffed full of people, but Percy didn't mind. He moved in, and Sharon joined them. Going down, Sharon called out as the doors closed. Percy then waited for the elevator to go down, but it didn't. The elevator moved forward. Percy was pushed back by the sudden movement, and suddenly they were all covered by a bright light that blinded them all. Percy opened his eyes and blinked out the effects of the sudden light. When his vision cleared up, the underworld was present in front of him in all its unholy glory. The elevator had changed into a boat that was crossing a dark, murky river filled with the souls of the damned. Percy looked ahead and saw the whole of Underworld. There was a huge wall in front of him, like the ones in prison. At the center of the wall was a big opening that allowed the spirits of the dead in, and their standing guard over this opening was a huge 3-headed dog. Cerberus, LV-HP, MP, STR-, Bit-, Dex-, Int-, Whist-, Luke-, the guardian of the underworld. Cerberus is found to be a fierce guard dog, and its ferocity is only matched by the legend surrounding it. It fight this beast is to sign off on your own death, which incidentally is the only way that thing is letting you through. Kill to gain 70,000 EXP. Percy reached into his pocket and took out the ring of invisibility that Ares gave him. He was about to put on to when he stopped. The original plan was to be quiet about it. He needed to make sure Luke and Grover was safe when they were in here. But now only Percy was here, and he could do whatever the fuck he wants. So it was time to make a statement. Percy put away the ring and took out Zeus's master bolt. He looked at the weapon. How do you even use this thing? Do you throw it? Percy pointed it at Cerberus and waved it around. NOP nothing. Maybe I should yell fire or dash. Boom! Out of one end of the cylinder, like structure, a stream of lightning flew out. The moment the lightning touched the beast, it exploded into golden dust. Ping! Ping! You have gained 2 levels. Percy Jackson. Health 1, 300/1, 300. Mana 850 of 850. The Gamer. Title: Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 14 EXP. 9/771/52,000. Race Demigod. STR 32. Vit 34 plus 4 equals 38. Dex 31 plus 4 equals 35. INT 30, WIS 32, LUC 30. Points 12. Money 16, $597/306D. Percy looked at the golden dust and then at the master bolt. He then quickly pointed it away from his face. Note to self, always keep this thing pointed at the enemy. Percy then looked at his status page and smiled at the upgrade. Just then, ping, perk Chimera's blood has activated. Which trait of Cerberus's do you wish for? Shadow traveling, aura sensing, ice breath. Percy looked at this new box with a look of concentration. So this is how Chimera's blood worked. He first clicked shadow traveling. Shadow traveling allows user to travel between the shadows of the world. You can, however, only travel to the shadowy areas of places you have been before, as you are not a child of Hades. The rest were pretty self-explanatory for Percy, so he didn't bother clicking on them. The most useful thing to him, it seemed, was shadow traveling. After all, he already had a way to sense people, and teleportation beats ice breath any day of the well. So he pressed shadow traveling again. Are you sure you want to learn shadow traveling for your Chimera's blood perk? Yes/no? Percy pressed yes and felt something change inside of him. He felt more flexible, more alert. Suddenly, the shadows didn't seem to end in the ground. They seemed to lead into something else entirely. Ping, you have gained a new perk by killing Cerberus. Canidi Tamer. User of this perk can control members of the Canidi family, like dogs, wolves, and foxes, with relative ease. This also includes magical beasts like werewolves and hellhounds. Percy grinned at gaining the new perk and then looked at the loot left behind. There was $50,000, which he immediately put away for safekeeping. Then there was a black wristband with metal spikes studded all around it. Armband of Cerberus. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. Plus 10 levels to all skills involving darkness or shadows. Example, smoke form. Percy put on the item and immediately felt the energy flow into him. He smiled and then moved to the next item. This one was a skill book, and it read, Death Touch. The skill looked pretty powerful, but Percy didn't need to learn anything new right now. He tossed the book into his inventory and whined to the last loot. It was a circular coin, which was as big as his fist. On it was the number 10 carved into it. Skill disc. A disc, when used, will automatically level up one particular skill of your choosing. The number of levels that will be improved and written on the disc. Percy grinned at this. This meant he could level up really difficult skills very easily in the future. He would need to think very carefully on what he used it on, but right now he didn't have the time. So Percy put the disc away and began to move. He then noticed all of the spirits of the dead look at him with fear in their eyes. Hello, Percy called out, waving at them. Did you just kill that thing? One of the braver spirits asked Percy. Percy smirked, yup. The spirit's eyes widened in fear and then hope. We are free. Everyone run away. The shock of what just happened broke as all the spirits moved. Most ran from the underworld into the river as they tried to swing across. Without Cerberus, here the underworld was out of control. And that was exactly what Percy wanted. He then lifted up the gauntlet of Kefka and channeled mana into it. He then grinned as he pulled Cerberus out of the Well of Souls, and slowly the giant dog reformed in front of Percy. Once solid, it lowered all three heads in a deep bow. Hey, Cerberus, I was wondering, can you give me a ride? Percy asked with a sly grin. No, don't pee on the damn field of punishment. Percy yelled as he pushed Cerberus away from the fire fields. The dog whined sadly at him, and Percy sighed. Okay, I know you have to go, but you can't go there. Percy then looked around and in the corner of the underworld found a huge pit. There. Go in there. The three-headed dog barked happily and leaped over to the pit, where he then processed to mark his territory. After he was done, Cerberus kicked back a mold of dirt into the pit and walked away. I hope no one is in the bottom of that pit. Oh, well, nothing I can do about it now. Percy then pushed Cerberus to its limits as quickly a Gothic castle appeared in the horizon. Charge! The doors to Hades' place busted out of their hinges as Cerberus crashed into them. The building was cold and damp and guarded by skeletons. The moment they saw Cerberus there, they moved to attack it. Percy looked up from his seat on the giant three-headed monster and saw most of the skeletons moving towards him and away from the door. Percy smiled and quickly transformed into his smoke form. With the armband of Cerberus giving him an extra plus 1,000 MP, he could afford to be a little wasteful about his mana. Percy then floated down from Cerberus's body and quickly went to largest set of door there, which he guessed was the throne room. Percy then slipped under the cracks in the doors as he slowly reformed into his solid form on the other side. Strongly, this room was a lot prettier than the rest of the castle. It had flowers hanging from the walls with the scent of spring spread all around the room. Percy stuck to the shadows, and slowly he backed further into the room and realized two things. 1. This was not the throne room, this was a bedroom. 2. This was Persephone's room. And the reason he knew that was because she was sitting in front of a mirror braiding her hair, naked. Persephone, queen of the underworld. LV-HP, MP. Race, Olympian. STR-, Vit-, Dex-, Int-, Wis-, Luke-, the daughter of Zeus and Demeter. She was kidnapped by Hades and made her to be his bride. She now gets revenge on Hades by making his life miserable in any way possible and by tacking on multiple lovers in order to spite her husband. She has no opinion on Percy. She is currently bored. Percy's eyes wandered across the goddess body as he fully learned to appreciate the female figure. The goddess had green hair that went to her hips and brown eyes. Her fingers flew through her hair braiding it. Her perky breasts were covered by her large amounts of hair, but her big firm ass was on display, and Percy was given a clear view of it. Were you just going to stand there, or are you going to come and help me? Persephone's voice called out, making Percy's wonder how she knew he was there. It's my room, I know exactly who is in it. Son of Poseidon, she said as she looked right at Percy, thought the reflection in her mirror. Percy sighed and quickly pushed Gamer's mind to its limits. He would need his upper head to work for this one, not his lower. One wrong move, and he is dead. Hello, my lady, Percy said as he walked out of the shadows, giving her a small bow. It's been a long time since I have had a son of Poseidon join my bed, she said, smiling at Percy. Come, help me braid my hair. Percy nodded as he approached the woman carefully. They took the strands of hair in her hands, and when his fingers touched her, he felt how soft her fingers felt. He then slowly began to braid her hair. He remembered doing this once for his mother. Hopefully he can remember. So, tell me. Percy Jackson, Percy replied. Percy, tell me, Percy, why are you here? I heard once that you were the most beautiful goddess in the Olympian pantheon, my lady. I wanted to see if it was true, Percy said with a smug smile. He was really pushing it, but he just couldn't resist. Persephone laughed, filling Percy's stomach with butterflies. I see. You are a charmed Percy, just like your father. Percy frowned a little at that statement, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. Thank you, my lady. It means a lot. Lie failed. Persephone smiled. You are a terrible liar, Percy. But enough of that. Tell me, why are you here? Percy turned serious. Hades kidnapped my mother. He thinks I am the lightning thief and that I stole his helmet of darkness. Persephone scoffed, that man. He is as petty and paranoid as the day I met him. 3,000 years and nothing has changed. She then turned her head and looked directly at Percy. So tell me, hero, what exactly is your plan? Percy controlled himself from looking at the queen of the underworld's breasts. When she moved her head, her hair was pushed away, revealing her perfect tits. Percy sighed. Why did every woman he ever met greeted him naked? I have the chain of Hephaestus, the same ones he used to bind Hera's powers. I'm going to use them to bind Hades' powers and then threaten him. Persephone looked at Percy for a second, then 2, then 3 before she threw her head back and laughed at the top of her lungs. You are going to threaten Hades? Waha! Oh gods! You must have the biggest balls ever, Percy. Ah yeah, sure, Percy replied as he waited for the queen of the underworld to stop laughing. I'm sorry, she said, panting. It's been quite a while since I laughed like that. Yes, well, you laughing at my face was very encouraging, thank you very much, Percy replied as he finally finished making one braid. Well, you must admit your plan does seem kind of incomplete. Tell me, how do you plan to get out of here anyway? Percy looked at her sheepishly. Ah, Kill everything in sight and then make one of the Furies give me a ride up top? Persephone laughed again. Wah, gods, you are the best. Okay. She then stood up and clicked her finger. In a flash of light, she now stood dressed in a small black dress with a very low neckline with her hair braided. Wait, you can braid your own hair by clicking your fingers? Why the hell did you make me do it for you then? Well, honestly, I wanted to see how you would react if I made you stand so close to me naked. I must say you have a lot of self-control. Thank you, gamer's mind. You didn't even get a boner once. Hey, Percy cried out. But now that I think about it, this does bring up some questions. I mean, standing in front of you is a goddess wearing a small, tight black dress. And instead of drooling over her body, you complained she made you braid her hair while she was naked? Are you gay by any chance? I am not gay, Percy shouted out, blushing. God damn it, every single girl he met was such a tease. First a demon from hell, now the queen of the bloody underworld. Fuck, Persephone giggled. Relax, I know you're not gay. Not with the way you were staring at my breasts. Percy put his head down in shame. Please kill me now. Now, cheer up, Persephone said, happily paying Percy on the back. I'm going to help you get back your mom. Percy looked up in surprise. Really? Yup. Anything to ruin my husband's day. Now let's start with the basics. Here, use this. Persephone handed Percy 2 green marble, which were light, probably hollow. These are my pearls. You can use them to make a quick getaway from the underworld. 1 for you and 1 for your mom. Percy looked at these in wonder. Thank you. Thank you so much. Persephone smiled. No problem. Just crush them under your feet while thinking about where you want to go, and presto, you're there. But I need a favor from you. Anything. Persephone smirked. When you do capture Hades, I want you to come and call me. Why? Persephone's smile turned evil as she chuckled dryly. I owe the bastard a few hundred years of payback. Percy felt a chill go up his spine as cold sweat gathered on his brow. Note to self. Never piss of Persephone. All right, let's go, Persephone said as she pulled Percy out of her room into the main hall. Why is Cerberus in here? Percy scratched his head at that. I may have let him loose inside the castle as a distraction. The queen of the underworld looked at that, then nodded her head impressed. Well, it's not my job to clean this place up, so I don't care. She then pulled Percy away and to a door on the end of the corridor. Is this it? Percy asked nervously. Yup, Persephone said as she let go of Percy's hand and moved next to him. I think you want to do this next part on your own, yes? Percy looked at the goddess who was just a few inches from his face. He nodded, yeah. Persephone smiled. She grabbed his face with both hands and kissed him deeply, putting a little bit of tongue into it. She then pulled back. For luck. All right, Percy replied, nodding his head. Ping. Skill leveled up. Kissing. LV8. 35%. It is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are. And remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing. Leave the person feeling happy for the next hour. The goddess smiled and walked away from Percy with a sway in her hips. Don't forget my end of the deal, she called out without turning back. Percy nodded dumbly at her retreating form, mostly because he was too focused on looking at her perfect behind. After she left, Percy activated Gamer's mind to the max, forcing himself to focus on the task ahead. He needed to think properly. Inside these doors was one of the most gods in existence. Percy quickly began to check his gear before going in. He had his armband of Cerberus, which gave him plus 1,000 HP/MP. The Shield of Ares gave a 20% boost on all physical attacks. His wolfskin leather jacket gave him a 100/100 durability, and, as always, the Gauntlet of Kefka was on his left hand. Percy didn't want to risk summoning Zed and the others. If Persephone could sense him inside her room, surly Hades could sense Percy wasn't alone when he entered the throne room. And so with that being said, Percy took out Riptide and lifted the shield. He then lifted one leg and gathered a mana into his leg and kicked the door to the throne room open. Earthquake kick. The doors didn't just open, they were blown off their hinges as each flew across the throne room and into the sidewalls. Percy then walked into the throne room of Hades with a smile on his face. The throne room was dark like the rest of the castle, except Persephone's room. Torches hanged off the side, giving little light to the dim place. The entire place was black as a few marble pillars lined the walls. In the middle of the room was a red carpet rolled out, and at the very end of the carpet were steps that lead to a giant throne, and on that throne was Hades. Hades was pale-skinned with back hair and black eyes, like Percy expected. But instead of wearing robes, he wore a leather jacket with a black shirt and jeans. He honestly kind of looked like a rock star, a douchebag rock star. Right now, Hades was looking at a long roll of paper, muttering something under his breath. He was so focused on his paperwork, he didn't even notice Percy standing there, or his awesome entrance. And that kind of pissed Percy off. "Yo, shithead," Percy yelled out, finally getting Hades' attention. "Who the Jackson?" Hades yelled out as he quickly threw away the paperwork. "So you have finally come, have you? Are you ready to return what you have stolen? How many times must I tell you, asshole? I didn't steal the bloody lightning bolt or your helmet." "Well then, who did?" Hades asked as he then stepped to his throne and shrank to human size. Luke Castellan, son of Hermes. He stole it with the help of Ares in order to start a war among the gods. "Why?" "He felt they took advantage of us demigods and wanted to make them hurt," Percy replied and then sighed. "Look, I don't have your helmet, okay? Luke or Ares probably have it. I just managed to get Zeus's lightning bolt, and after this I have to probably go to Mount Olympus to give it to him. So please, let my mom go and I will leave with her." Hades looked at Percy and then frowned. "I don't believe you, boy. I swear I am telling you the truth. Luke is the lightning thief." "Swear it on the sticks," Hades said, stroking his goatee. Percy sighed and then spoke up in a monotone voice. "I swear on the sticks that Luke Castellan, son of Hermes, is the lightning thief." Thunder roared, signifying the oath was accepted, and since the fact that Percy was still alive, it meant he was telling the truth. Hades looked at Percy and then, after a long pause, spoke up. "Show me the lightning bolt." "What? You said you recently retrieved it. Show me the lightning bolt." Percy looked at Hades, uneased at his request. He was going to make a grab for the master bolt. Percy could feel it in his guts. Percy looked in the corner of the room, and there standing in the shadows was Alectos, who nodded when she made eye contact with Percy. "Okay then," Percy said as he took off his bag. He opened his inventory inside the bag, and to Hades it looked like Percy was pulling out Zeus's lightning bolt from in between a pair of running tracks. Percy then carefully held the weapon up as Hades slowly moved to get it. Percy saw his chance. He turned the weapon at the god and thought, "Fire!" Lightning shot out of the bolt, and Hades was light up like Christmas tree. Percy smiled. Maybe he didn't need the chains after all. But as the light died down, the form of Hades could be clearly seen. There was not a scratch on him. "How?" Percy asked in shock. "This thing had an attack of 9 million. How much HP goes a god even have?" "Zeus's thunderbolts were stronger," Hades said as he grabbed the bolt out of Percy's hands, and with his other hand he threw the young demigod away. He then lifted the bolt into the air and smiled. "Finally, it is mine. Revenge is mine." Percy quickly recovered and looked at Hades holding the bot. "Hades, you have what you want. Let me and my mom go." The god of the underworld looked at Percy and frowned. "You just tried to kill me, actually expect me to let you live?" Percy sighed. "Well, it certainly looks like I'm in a bind now." Hearing the key word being said, Ecto took to the air, and before Hades even noticed her, threw the chains around the god. She then spun around him and pulled, sending Hades to his knees. "What is going on?" Hades shouted as he tried to escape these chains, only to find he couldn't use his godly powers at all. The chain was blocking it. Percy quickly grabbed the master bolt from Hades' now captured form and put it into his inventory. He then looked at Alecto and nodded. "Good job, Alecto. Now go get Persephone, please. She wanted to see this." Alecto nodded and soon took off to search for the queen of the underworld. "What is going on here? Why is Alectos obeying you? What did my wife want to see? Answer me." Percy then turned to the tied-up god and walked up to him. "Where is my mother?" Hades growled, "No. You answer me. Now tell me dash." Earthquake fist. Percy's fist flew into Hades' face, breaking his nose and losing a few teeth. Ping. Skill has leveled up. Earthquake control, LV 3, 20%. You can cause an earthquake, thought any part of your body. Attack, 600. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude, 1.4. Fuck. Hades screamed out as he tried to block out the pain, but his godly powers were bound. Percy grabbed Hades' neck and pulled him closer. "Where is my mother?" The god of the underworld looked at Percy and grumbled, "She is there." He gestured at a sphere floating near the ceiling in the throne room wall. "How do I get her down?" "You can't. Only I can," Hades replied, smirking. "Him, or his wife." A voice called out, and Percy turned to see Alectos scoring Persephone in. The queen of the underworld looked at Hades and smiled. "Hello, husband." "Persephone? What are you doing here?" Hades asked, just a little bit nervous. Percy smiled at that and quickly walked back, letting the married couples talk it out. "Well, you see, when I meet Percy over here, he told me about his plan to trap you, and well, I just couldn't resist helping the boy." Persephone then snapped her fingers and summoned a whip. "Wait, was that a razor whip?" It looked like the one Percy got as loot before Marcosia's tore to shreds. "Is that a razor whip?" Percy asked Persephone. "Yes. I'm surprised you know about it, Percy. Quite the kinky little boy, aren't you?" Persephone said, smiling at Percy's blushing face. She then turned to Hades. "This is for not taking out the trash." "When didn't I take out the trash?" 230 years ago. Persephone then went to town on Hades, whipping him again and again, while Percy just waited in the corner with Alecto, scared out of his mind. "Bitches be crazy." After a few moments, Percy decided to step in. Guys," he said, making both husband and wife turn to him. "Can you guys do this later? I really need to go." "Oh, right." Persephone then snapped her fingers, causing the sphere his mom was in to slowly calm down to ground level and then disintegrate, revealing Sally Jackson. "MOM!" Percy shouted as he ran into her, pulling her into a big hug. "I thought I lost you." Tears flew down his face. Gamer's mind could do nothing to stop his emotions of happiness from jumping out. "Percy," Sally called out as she looked at her son. "Percy, are you okay?" "Me? You're the one who has been stuck in the underworld for the past few days. Are you all right?" Percy then began checking his mother for any injuries despite her protest. "Percy, I'm fine. The last thing I remember was the Minotaur and, well, I think that was it," Sally replied. "It's okay. I'm just glad you're safe, Mom," Percy said, giving her another hug. "Oh," Persephone called out to the scene. "See how loving they are?" She then turned to Hades. "If you cared for me like Percy cares for his mother, we may have lived as a happy couple." She then whipped him across his face. "But you don't, do you? You asshole. Sweetheart, stop." Hades cried out, but the queen of the underworld didn't. She continued whipping the god again and again while Percy and his mom looked on. "They have issues," Sally said, looking at the scene before them. "They're Greek. They all have issues." Percy then watched them for a bit longer before he decided it was time to go. He lifted his gauntlet up and summoned Alecto and Cerberus, who was still outside destroying things. He then turned to his mom and handed her a pearl. "Here, crush this underneath your foot and think of home." His mother took the pearl and looked at it strangely. But at Percy's insistence, she did just and slowly evaporated into smoke and flew up and away from the underworld. Percy smiled at that, and he looked to Persephone. "I'll be going now." The goddess stopped her whipping and turned to Percy with a smile. "Okay then. Good luck with the lightning bolt and all." "Oh, and before you go," she walked over to him and pulled out a green and black key. "This is a space key. You use this on any door and it will automatically transport you to wherever the key is linked to. This one is linked to my bedroom." Percy took the key and observed. Space key. Location: Underworld, Hades' place, Persephone's room. Persephone then pulled him closer as she whispered in his ear, "Come visit me when you're a little bit older." Percy blushed as he put the key into his pocket. "Thanks for that. And everything," Percy said as he tried to look her in the eyes. "Believe me, Percy, it's my pleasure." Persephone then grabbed Percy and kissed him one more time before turning back to her husband with her whip in hand. "Holy shit, that woman is a good kisser," Percy said to himself. He then put the pearl down and broke it while thinking, "Take me to where my mother is." His body transformed into smoke. The feeling was similar to his smoke form. Suddenly, he was flying out as everything went by in a blur. Soon the world stopped spinning as Percy found himself back in a familiar spot, Montauk. The lighthouse stood tall in the night sky, and the sky was clear of all clouds. Percy looked to the sea, and there, standing on the cliff, was his mother. Percy smiled and walked up to her. "So this is home, huh?" She smiled. "For me, it is Percy." She then turned to Percy and hugged him, and slowly everything just melted away. All the pain of Barry, the struggles he went through, the pain he suffered, all of it just went away. Percy didn't need Gamer's mind for this. His mother was enough to make him feel better, to feel happier. "Well, isn't this sweet?" came a rough voice. Percy's eyes shot up as suddenly the air was filled with a scene of danger. He broke the hug and turned to see Ares near the bottom of the cliff with a grin on his face and a sword in hand. Percy stepped forward. Ares, the god who turned. He sneered at the god as he took out Riptide. "So you managed to go to the Underworld and bring back Mommy Dearest. Isn't that nice?" Ares then twirled his sword. "Luke told me what you did to him. Pretty savage kid. Didn't think sea scum like you had the balls." Percy looked at his mom. "Mom, go inside the lighthouse and stay in there. I'll take care of this." "Percy, he is a god. You can't beat him." Percy smiled. "It's okay. I'm your son, aren't I? I'll be fine. I promise." Sally Jackson looked conflicted but nodded. "Okay, fine. But I swear to God, if you die, you are so grounded." Needless to say, Percy got his sense of humor from his mom. Percy saluted his mom, righto. She then went inside and quickly locked the door behind her. "Has anyone ever told you how hot your mom is?" Ares asked as he watched her leave. Percy restrained himself from going into a fit of rage. If he did, that Luke bet would activate, and the last thing he needed right now is for him, Mom, to be in any danger, least of all from him. "What do you want, Ares?" Percy asked. "Simple, kid. I want you dead." "Why? Is it because chicks think I'm hotter than you? Trying to weed out the competition?" Ares glared. "No, you disrespectful brat. I want to kill you because you piss me off." "There's just one thing that I don't get, Ares." "Why? What do you gain from all of this?" Ares threw his arms up. "We're kid. A war between the god is the best kind. I haven't seen a decent battle since World War II. Yeah, that's cool and all, but I still don't get one thing. Why give me the lightning bolt? Why not keep it for yourself? War would have happened even if Hades didn't get his hands on the lightning bolt. So why not keep it for yourself?" Ares' eyes widened behind those glass. "Yeah, why not?" But just then his face changed, "Because I didn't want the trouble." Percy frowned at this. Something was wrong. Ares was being very bipolar. Chalking it up to a god of war thing, Percy readied his blade. "Look, Ares, I frankly don't care much about you, okay? Can we just forget this ever happened? Like, let me and my mom live a normal life from now on, and you go. Do what a god of war does." Ares frowned. "Hell no. I'm going to kick you ass right here, right now." Ares then snapped his fingers, transforming his biker's uniform into a big, scary gray armor with spikes all over and a very scary-looking helmet covering his face, revealing nothing but those red eyes he had. "Is that supposed to scare me?" Percy asked, smirking at Ares' new getup. "No." Ares then summoned a spear that crackled with electricity, much like Clarice's own, and he drew back his hand. "This is—" He then threw the spear with all his strength, and the spear flew at Percy. "Idiot," Percy said as he opened his inventory and enlarged it to cover his whole body. The spear flew at Percy, and in front of Ares' own eyes disappeared into nothing. "What the hell?" Ares roared. "What did you do to my spear?" Percy smiled and closed the inventory box. "I'm not telling you." "What am I?" "A supervillain that explains each and every power he has." Ares gritted his teeth, or at least it sounded like that since his face was covered with shadows, and clicked his finger trying to summon it back. "Hey, why isn't this working?" Percy shrugged. "Are you sure you're doing it right?" "How else can you do it?" Ares shouted as he slowly started to panic. "Give me back my symbol of power, brat." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Really? That was your symbol of power? Lame." Ares' hand then glowed red in anger as he growled out, "It is not lame." Percy nodded. "Right. Okay, then let's make a deal. You have Hades' helmet, right?" Ares' hand stopped glowing as he nodded. "Yeah." He then snapped his fingers, summoning the helmet. It was bronze and had a skull covering the front, while the rest of it looked like what a normal Greek helmet would. "All right, how about this? We fight. Winner gets all." "Deal?" Percy asked, hiding a smirk. Ares looked at Percy and then the helmet. Slowly, Percy could see a row of white teeth behind the shadow of the helmet. "Deal." "Swear it on the sticks." Ares sighed. I Ares swear on the sticks to give Percy Jackson the helmet of Hades if I lose in this battle. Thunder cracked, and Ares turned to Percy. Happy? Percy nodded. All right, the first person to hit the enemy wins. Okay. Ares nodded as he summoned his blade. Bring it, brat. Ping. Quest alert. Defeat Ares. Reward. Hades' helmet. 50,000 EXP. Failure. Death. Yes/no? Percy pressed yes and readied Riptide, motioning for Ares to come at him. The god of war yelled and began charging at Percy. Quickly the son of Poseidon moved and opened his inventory box. He took out the master bolt and fired it at Ares' crotch. The bolt of lightning flew, and before Ares could use his godly speed to move aside, it hit him dead on sending the god flying back and into the ground. Ping. Critical attack. 400% of 9 million attack. Equals 36 million attack. Percy whistled at that. It wasn't enough to kill Ares, that's for sure, but it must have hurt like a motherfucker. Percy put the master bolt away and walked to Ares' down form, which was now holding on a high burnt crotch. Oddly enough, the smell of bacon was in the air. Well, his sacred animal was a boar. Looks like I win, Percy as he squatted down with a wide grin on his face. You fucker, Ares shouted. You cheated. Not really. You used the lightning bolt. I never said I wouldn't. You bastard. Ares roared as he tried to move. But the moment he moved his hands, the cold air hit his dick, causing a lot of pain. Fuck. Percy grinned as he took out a tin can of ambrosia. Here, even if I hate your guts, I can feel pity. Ares didn't say anything. He grabbed the ambrosia squares with one hand and stuffed them down his throat. Slowly, Percy could see him getting better. He then snapped his fingers, changing into his Boker uniform. I'm going to kill you. Ares roared as he tried to jump onto Percy, only to stop midway. His face turned to one of pain as his hands went back to his crotch. He then kneeled on his knees in front of Percy. What happened? Percy asked with a devil-like grin, still sensitive down there. Ares looked up through his sweat covered his face. You bastard. Percy grinned. Doesn't matter. I win fair and square. Not give me the helmet. Ares grumbled. Bite me. Percy frowned. You promised on the sticks. Yeah, well, didn't anyone ever tell you? We gods can break the promise without the threat of death. Percy frowned at that. He then took out the master bolt again. Is that so? He then got up and moved behind Ares and pressed one end of the weapon up Ares' ass and whispered in a deadly tone. Give me the helmet or I'll sodomize you by sending a bolt of lightning up you ass. Ares looked at Percy. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Percy pressed the bolt harder. Okay. Ares then clicked his finger and the helmet appeared in front of Percy, which the son of Poseidon grabbed. Thanks for that, he said as he put the helmet away in his inventory. You bastard, Ares growled out. All you demigods are all the same. No, and that boy Luke, no respect for the gods. Yeah, whatever. Percy replied, waving Ares off. Now get lost. Percy then caught fire. Ares was then launched upwards into the night sky, with a trail of smoke coming out of his ass. Jackson. Ares shouted as he eventually landed in the middle of the sea. Ping. Critical attack. 400% of 9 million attack. Equals 36 million attack. Idiot, Percy said, putting the lightning bolt away. Ping. Quest completed. Defeat Ares. Reward. Hades' helmet. 50,000 EXP. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health. 1. 500/1. 500 plus 1,000. Equals 2,500. Mana. 975/975 plus 1,000. Equals 1,850. The Gamer. Title. Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR. Plus 20 Vit. Plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 15 EXP. 7. 771/55000. Race Demigod. STR 32. Vit 34 plus 5 equals 39. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WIS 32. LUC 30. Points 17. Money 66. $597/286D. Percy smiled at that. Maybe it was time he spent some of these points. He put 6 in Vit, raising it to 40, so that next time he leveled up he would get an extra plus 50 HP. Then with 11 points remaining, he put 10 in luck, because he couldn't level that up any other way, and 1 point he saved. STR, 32. Vit, 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex, 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WIS, 32. LUC 40. Points 1. With that, he quickly closed the box. He then turned to the lighthouse inside, which he could see his mom smiling and waving at him. Percy smiled back and moved to the lighthouse, but just then a rainbow appeared in front of him, causing Percy to stop. The rainbow transformed into a window, and there in front of him was Chiron. Only he wasn't looking normal. He was bleeding from a cut above his eyebrow, and behind him Percy could see a window which showed the rest of the camp filled with monsters. "Percy!" Chiron shouted in relief. "Chiron? What the hell happened?" Percy shouted as he heard screams coming from the iris message. "We don't know." One moment the night was quiet, then the next a large amount of monster appeared in camp and started to destroy everything. "Are you and Grover safe?" Percy scratched his head. "Kind of a long story. I managed to go inside Hades and get my mom back, though." "Good, that's good." "All right, Percy, stay there. Do not come here, do you understand?" Percy nodded as Chiron then closed the iris message. "All right then, let's go to camp." Sally opened the lighthouse door and walked out. "Percy, what was that all about?" Percy looked at her. "The camp needs me." Sally nodded. "All right then. How are you going to get there?" Percy smiled as he pulled out his gauntlet of Kefka and summoned Alecto, with style. A few minutes later, Percy found himself flying across the night sky, being carried by Alecto. "Am I just a traveling tool for you? Like seriously, every time you summon me, it's kill that or carry me here. Sometimes I feel like you don't appreciate me, master." Percy sighed. "Alecto, no offense, but right now really isn't the time." The Fury grumbled. Yeah. They reached the camp borders in 5 minutes. Alecto dropped Percy off where he fought the Minotaur and then vanished into smoke. Percy then hiked up the hill and quickly passed Talia's tree. "Wait, the barrier is still up. How did the monsters get in?" he thought, but the moment he came onto the entrance of the camp, his mind went blank. The view he got from the iris message was a small slice what truly happened to camp. In short, everything was destroyed. The cabins were crushed and on fire. The amphitheater was completely overrun by monsters that were destroying it stone by stone. Percy could see gold dust everywhere, but underneath that was the bodies of several campers. Percy's eyes watered as he recognized some of them. A few unclaimed laid directly in front of him with a daughter of Hermes propped up against a tree with a ghostly smile on her face. Percy knew them. He spoke to them. He laughed with them. And then he remembered the prophecy. "And you shall fail to save what matters most in the end." Anger built up inside of him. He looked up to the cloudless sky and shouted, "I'll kill you all." Percy could feel the Lubet curse try and take over, but he couldn't risk it. If there were any survivors there, he would kill them too. Percy pushed his anger down and took out Riptide, with Zeus's lightning bolt in the other. He charged forward into camp with a look of vengeance. He reached the big house first and saw several campers in there with Chiron. Most of the monster attacking them were either hellhounds or cyclops. They were so focused on trying to get into the big house, they didn't even notice Percy walk up behind them. Percy narrowed his eyes and points the lightning bolt at their backs. "Hey, fucktards." The monster turned immediately, and just then a flash of lightning blinded half of them, while turning the rest into dust. "Ops," Percy said with a savage look on his face. He couldn't shoot the remaining monsters. They were too close to the building. So Percy put the bolt away and then charged the remaining monster and began slicing them all up. In a matter of few seconds, the monsters turned into dust as Percy stood over the golden sands victorious. Ping. Total EXP gained equals 10,349. Percy closed the box and then turned to Big House. The campers inside cheered for Percy and ran out with Chiron, who came out with a bow on hand and a quiver strapped his back. "Percy, what are you doing here?" "I came to help," Percy replied. "I told you to stay away." "As if. My friends are dying, Chiron. What would you have me do? Plus I have this." Percy then pretended to reach into his inventory and pulled out the master bolt. "You found it," Chiron asked in surprise. "Wait, where did you pull the bolt from?" Percy then realized his mistake. "Well, too late now. Long story. Either way with this," he pointed the bolt. "We have a fighting chance." Chiron looked at Percy's determined, unwavering eye and then sighed. "Stubborn as your father." Percy grinned. "Now what's the situation like? Are all the campers in the big house?" Chiron shook his head. "No, I managed to get the Demeter cabin, the Hermes cabin, and the Aphrodite cabin in here when the monsters attacked." Percy nodded. "All right, where is Dionysus? Isn't he supposed to be guarding the camp?" Chiron's face took a dark look. "He is not here. He was summoned to Olympus." Percy's eyes winded at that. But can't he, split his essence? "I have seen Ares do it." Chiron looked at Percy strangely. "Ares? Never mind. Yes, he can do that, but Dionysus wishes to spend no more time here than required. So he used this as an excuse," Percy said as his respect for the god went to the same level as Ares. He then turned to the campers that were gathered around him. The Aphrodite campers were useless in a fight, and the Demeter kids can probably be support like Grover. Percy then turned to the Hermes kids. Most were in their night clothes and were unarmed. "Where are the rest of the campers?" Percy asked, turning back to Chiron. "Most, I think, go to the arena, the best place to defend an attacking force against." Percy took that information into account and nodded. "All right, let's go save the rest of camp." "But we don't have any weapons," said one of the campers. Percy grinned as he opened his inventory and pulled out 50 golden blades, all of which was loot from Hephaestus' forge. "No problem." The campers looked at the weapons with slack jaws. Chiron's mouth, however, was the widest. How? Long story. The campers rushed at the weapons as they quickly warmed themselves. Percy also threw out all the shield he got from looting the skeletons at Nancy Academy and even some helmets. Soon the campers were armed and ready. "All right, here is the plan. Aphrodite cabin stay here and protect the big house. We will send the injured here pretty soon. You will need to defend them when they reach here in case a monster is lurking around for a quick and easy meal." The usually lazy children of Aphrodite nodded enthusiastically. They wanted vengeance on the monsters just like everyone else. Demetra cabin. Percy turned to the few children of Demetra there. "Can you guys control nature like satyrs?" They nodded. "Good, then you'll be our support. When the main fighting force is attacking, you guys use the plants to make sure we don't get stabbed in the back by making a wall of plants around us, understand?" They nodded again. Percy then turned to the largest cabin there, Hermes. He looked around and saw the Stool brothers there. They were still alive. Thank the gods. No, wait. Fuck the gods. Hermes' cabin, we are the main attacking force. We go in there and reinforce the people stuck in the arena. Got it? The Hermes shouted all at once. Got it. Percy nodded as he turned to Chiron. Chiron, contact the useless wine god and make sure he gets his ass over here. Chiron nodded. Will do, Percy. Percy nodded, and just then, ping. You have unlocked a title. Leader allows the user to control his troops, easily giving a +10 to all stats for all subordinates. Percy immediately attached the title onto his status, and immediately all of the campers. Percy then turned to the camp and drew Riptide up into the air. Charge! HHHH! The campers yelled as everyone moved towards the arena. The small group of demigods quickly reached the arena and saw that the demigods inside was quickly losing ground and the monster were almost in. Percy smiled just in time. Percy dashed forward and cleaved a cyclops in half as the thing disappeared into dust. He then took out the lightning bolt and started zapping hordes of monsters at once. Soon the rest of Percy's small army joined the fight. The Hermes campers were vicious in their attacks. Each were quick and deadly, striking one monster, luring it away, and then ganging up on it with a 5-on-1 tactics. The Demeter campers were no slouch either. They quickly used the grass to trip most of the monster, which then was slain by Percy or a Hermes cabin member. They also began to create several giant monster plants that attacked the monster with vines crushing them into golden dust. Percy eventually tore through the monster ranks and reached the entrance of the area, which was now barricaded with wooden boards, stone statues. Are you guys all right in there? Percy asked as he turned around with his back facing the barricade as he killed every monster that came near him. "Percy," came Annabeth's voice from behind the barricade. "Hey, wise girl." Percy yelled as he ducked under one Cyclops' sword swing and then quickly punched its stomach. Earthquake fist. The Cyclops flew back and crushed several monsters under its weight. "What are you doing here?" Annabeth asked. Saving you life?" Percy replied as he attacked a giant snake with bronze scales. "Goddamn, does everything have bronze in the Greek world? What about your mom?" "Already saved her." Percy cut into the snake's open mouth and then used his blood control and used the snake's own blood to stand into its brain. "Already?" Annabeth asked. "Yeah." Percy replied as he then cut down a hellhound pack by sending a blast from Zeus's lightning bolt at them. "That's amazing, Percy." "Annabeth, as much as I love to hear how amazing I am." He then stabbed a giant bull with red eyes, sending into Tartarus. "I'm kind of bust right now." Ping. Skill has leveled up. Sword Mastery, LV, 14, 20%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 70% more damage when using swords. Not now. Percy closed the box and then turned to the sea large amount of monster left. He needed something that would end this all quickly. Something, got it. Percy put away his sword and the Master Bolt and quickly gathered his mana. The monster could sense he was trying something, but they didn't dare move to attack him. Percy then snapped his eyes open. Heaven's rain. Percy felt his mana sour into the sky and mix with the atmosphere above him. Suddenly the sky became cloudy as rain started to pour over the battlefield. Percy could feel a connection with EAS drop of water, and he used this connection to combine the water droplets into several big blobs of water. Percy then turned each blob of water into a spear and sent them all at the monsters. The demigod were spared, thanks to Percy's control, but the monster were all killed instantly as the spears tore into them, tearing apart their bodies. It ended 5 seconds later. Percy stopped the attack and fell down to his knees. Percy Jackson MP0/1, 850. Percy was drained of all mana. He used everything in that last attack. Just then, total EXP gained 37,232 EXP. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 1, 750/1, 750 plus 1,000 equals 2,750. Mana 1, 100/1, 100 plus 1,000 equals 2,100. The Gamer. Title: Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 16 EXP. 352/59,000. Race Demigod. STR 32. Vit 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WIS 32. LUC 40.6. Money $66,597/286D. Or maybe not. Percy closed the box, and quickly all the campers got to the barricade. "Are they gone?" Percy heard Clarice say from behind the barrier. "Yep, they are gone." Percy replied as slowly the wooden planks and marble statues came apart, allowing the campers to walk into the arena. Percy saw the rest of Camo was here. Annabeth, Clarice, Malcolm, Peter, Michael, and everyone else. However, a lot of them were missing, maybe dead. Percy, however, chose to focus on the living for now. There would be time to grieve later. Annabeth then jumped at Percy and hugged him tightly. "Thank the gods you're all right, Percy." Percy smiled as he hugged the girl back. "How is everyone?" "Most of us are injured." Annabeth replied as she broke the hug. "When a monster attacked most of us didn't make it. Lucky Ares' cabin managed to fight them off long enough for the rest of us to make it to the weapons shack and grab something to protect ourselves," Michael said as he walked up to Percy. "That good," Percy replied as he hugged Michael. "I'm glad you're safe, man." "You too, Percy," Michael replied. "How many injured?" 30 to 40 campers. Most are just cuts and bruises, but Nina. Michael trailed off as he moved back, showing the daughter of Hephaestus lying in the center of the arena with her chest covered with blood-soaked bandages. Percy rushed to the girl's side. Nina, are you awake? The girl opened her eyes and smiled. Hey, Seahead. Percy smiled and looked at her injuries. You got pretty banged up, huh? Nina grumbled. They got in a lucky shot. Your armor saved me, though. And at that, Percy replied that Nina was wearing his armor, the one he gave to be fixed before the quest. Sorry, I kinda used it. Percy smiled. It's okay. Nina, you need a rest. Michael walked up. The more you talk, the more blood you lose. It's okay, Mikey. I'm not going to last long anyway, Nina said with a smile. Percy frowned at this. Oh, hell no. You are not dying on me. Percy, we don't have any ambrosia on hand, and by the time we get some from the big house. Michaela trailed off in the end. Percy cursed himself for giving the remaining of his ambrosia to Ares. He should have never done that. But there must be something in his inventory that could be of use. Percy then opened his inventory and quickly found what he was looking for. Potion, low level X5. Restores 45% of HP. Restores 30% of MP. Staff of Healing, high level. Restores subject's health by a rate of 10% a minute. Percy's grin grew wider as he quickly pulled out the potions and staff. He threw the staff at Michael, who caught it. What is this? A healing staff. Percy replied as he opened one of the potions, channeled some magic into it, and presto. Instant healing. Michaela's eyes winded. Holy shit. He then used the staff on Nina while Percy fed the girl the potion. Here, Nina, drink this. It's a healing potion, Percy said as he put it to her mouth. Don't worry, it tastes like strawberries. Nina smiled and quickly downed the entire bottle, and quickly the color returned to her skin as he bleeding stopped. Percy then realized they now had a crowd around them, all staring at Nina's healing body. Give us room, guys. Immediately, they all stepped back as Percy then turned to Nina. How are you feeling? Nina blinked. I feel incredible, she shouted as she slowly stood up and moved her arms. This is amazing. Percy grinned. Yeah, I know I am. Actually, Percy, I think she meant the potion, Michael said with a snarky tone. Shut up, Michael. I'm amazing, and that's that. Hey, it's not my fault. I'm a child of Apollo. I have to call bullshit when I see it. It's just in my nature. The camper bursted in laughter, and for one moment they forgot about the battle and do what kids their age were supposed to do. Laugh and have fun. Percy then distributed the rest of the potions to be used on campers in critical condition as Michael used the staff to heal the others. Percy then gathered with the heads of the cabins. So what happened here exactly? How did these things just show up? Well, we aren't sure, Annabeth said. All we remember before the attack was a loud voice shouting out, Beast summon. Luke, Percy realized. Okay, then I think I know who did this. Clarice immediately stepped up. Who? Tell me, so I can rip that person in half. Percy looked at the daughter of Ares and then sighed. Luke. Luke summoned those monsters. Everyone stopped. Annabeth spoke up. What? Luke summoned the monsters here. He is the lightning thief. I don't know why he wanted to attack camp, but... No! Annabeth shouted. That can't be true. Annabeth, he summoned the Chimera to attack me when I found out. It's him. There is no way that's true. Annabeth shouted out. Why would Luke dash? It's true, called out a familiar voice. Percy's eyes shot up as he turned around and saw Luke. You bastard. Percy drew Riptide and charged at Luke only for the strikes to pass right through him. It's a hologram, Percy, Luke said, turning to him. I'm not stupid enough to show my face to you directly. Luke, did you do it? Clarice asked as she gripped her spear. Did you actually summon those things? Luke looked at her, then the rest of them, and sighed. Yes. Yes, I did it. Why? Michael shouted. Percy then noticed the rest of the camp was now paying attention to the hologram. Everyone was waiting for an explanation. Because of the gods. Oh, here we go again, Percy said, rolling his eyes. Tell me I'm wrong, Percy, Luke said in a daring tone. Where is Dionysus right now? His duty was to protect this camp, and he ignored his duty, just like the rest of them. We were used, and then thrown aside like trash. Before Percy came, the unclaimed would have gone their whole life without knowing who their parents were. The Olympians are to blame. All of them. Zeus, Poseidon, Ares, and even Hermes. So what do you want to do about it? Asked Annabeth as her logical side took over. Start a bloody war? Luke looked at all the camper before nodding. Yes. Then you will lose, Percy replied. Maybe not, Percy. The gods may treat us like trash, but we are their children. And like Kronos did to his father, and Zeus did to his, we can fight and will against the gods. But only if you join me. Luke then looked the campers with the eyes of a leader. Join me. Join me and fight. Don't just be a puppet to them anymore. Join me and take control over your own destinies. You first attack us, killing nearly half of us, and then you expect us to join you? Cried out Travis Stoll. You have lost it, Luke. Connor shouted. I had to do that, Luke said with regret. The person who wishes to fight the gods wanted to kill all of you. He said that you were too great a threat to him and his plans, but I begged him. I begged him to spare you lives, and he gave me a choice. Watch as you all die, or do it myself, and recruit the ones who lived. You are working for a madman. Percy shouted. Maybe, but he has the power to defeat the gods. And that justifies this attack. Clarisse is asked, if you were to choose between saving a few people by killing of some, or watch as they all died in front of your eyes, what would you pick, Clarisse? Luke shot back. The daughter of Ares looked at him and then lowered her head defeated. I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you want to kill me. All I care about is you accepting my offer to join me, so that I don't have to watch you die. Percy looked around as the campers. Some looked conflicted, other downright angry. Luke would even ask them to do that. Just as it looked like some of the unclaimed were about to step up, Percy walked forward. The entire camp went dead quiet as Percy walked to Luke's holographic form. Thank you, Percy, Luke said with a smile. Don't get me wrong, Luke. I'm not here to join your bloody crusade. I just wanted to be closer so that you can see me clearly when I do this. Percy then lifted both hands up and flipped like the bird. Fuck you and your stupid crusade. Yeah, the gods hate us, but we aren't selfish enough to destroy the whole world just to get attention from people who will never love us. Luke looked Percy and then to the rest of the camp. All their faces were set. All the ones who were doubtful before made their choice. All of the unclaimed looked to Percy as their hero, and he was telling the truth. Luke looked heartbroken at this. Are you sure? All of you? Percy and the rest of the camp nodded. Then I can't stop who is to come. All I can do right now is warn you. Luke's entire demeanor changed to one of desperation as he shouted, Run away. Leave camp right now and run. Run before he gets there and kill you all. Then suddenly a hand wrapped around Luke's neck and pulled him aside as the hologram disappeared. Percy looked at the other. We should move right now. You don't actually believe him, do you? Michael asked. He tried to freaking kill us. Either way, he looked dead serious. Percy said as he helped Nina fix her armor. We need to go now. Guys, a son of Athena called out. What's that? He pointed at the night sky, and they're flying across. It was a ball of fire. Warning. Titan incoming. Percy's eyes widened at that warning screen. Everybody run. The campers moved to get out of the arena, but before they could, the ball of fire landed on the middle of the arena, throwing all of them off their feet. Percy recovered the fastest and looked up to see a 7-foot-tall man with bronze skin, eyes like mini suns, and golden armor. At his side was a golden blade, which was covered in flames, but the scariest thing was, so was he. Percy looked at this fireman as he light up the arena with his presence alone. Percy quickly observed him. Hyperion, Kronos Light, LV-, HP, MP, Race Titan, STR-, Vit-, Dex-, Int-, Whist-, Luke-, the third most powerful Titan of all creation. Hyperion, if ferociously loyal to Kronos, who helped free him from his prison in Tartarus. Hyperion is known to be cruel and sadistic in his battles, as he liked to torture his enemies before killing them. He is a master at controlling fire. He wants to kill Percy. He's excited to kill a lot of demigods. Percy looked at this monster, this Titan, in horror. Percy fought Ares just now, but the god was nothing in fear factor alone when compared to the things standing before him. Percy got up and took the gauntlet of Kefka out. He then walked up to the Titan. Hey, Flamehead. The Titan turned to Percy. You talking to me? Who else am I talking to? Percy said as he took out Riptide and the shield of Ares as well. Insolent brat. Hyperion then lifted his hand and sent a blast of energy right at Percy. Thinking on his feet, the son of Poseidon lifted his shield up quickly and batted the blast away, sending it to the side of the arena. "Percy!" Annabeth cried out. "I'm fine," Percy called out. "Get everyone out of here." "But what about Dash?" "I'll be fine now, go." Percy yelled as he then summoned all his servants at once, including Cerberus, who took up most of the room. Each looked ready to fight, but the moment they saw Hyperion, they turned at Percy with a blank face. "Why you keep pissing everyone off, boss?" Zed asked. "Like I was saying, the only reason you call us is to fight," Alecto said as she crossed her arms. "I don't mind," Marcosia said, thankfully now in her wolf form. "I love a challenge." "What sorcery is this?" Hyperion asked as he looked at the new enemies. "My kind of sorcery," Percy yelled out. "Zed, Craig, and Cerberus keep the Titan busy. Alecto and Marcosias get all of the demigods out of here." "Right, boss," they yelled as they all jumped to do their jobs. Quickly, the campers began to kyle out one by one as Marcosias carried the ones who can't walk on her back, while Alecto had 3 children hanging off her neck. "I hate children," she mumbled, but now one was listening to her. All eyes were on the battle. Hyperion managed to just dodge Cerberus's heads before Zed appeared at his side and smashed him into the wall of the arena. Percy then took out the Master Bolt and pointed it at Hyperion and sent a lightning bolt at him. Boom! The impact was loud as hell as Hyperion was sent out of the arena through the wall. Percy and his servants quickly followed through the hole, while Cerberus just kind of jumped over the arena. Hyperion was inside a crater on the ground he formed on impact. He got up and drew his sword. "You fools! Do you know who I am? The Lollipop Man?" Percy asked. "Good one, boss," snickered Zed as Cerberus also barked in approval. "What?" Hyperion asked, stunned. "Joke," Percy replied as he and Craig began attacking Hyperion. Their duel pushed the Titan back and managed to push him to the stream, cutting through camp. The moment he touched the water, his body started to smoke as he slowly began to move slower. "Weakness to water, huh? I can work with that." Percy then moved back, letting Craig and Zed fight the Titan. He then gathered his mana and sent it into the sky, causing the clouds to darken once again. Heaven's rain. Slowly it began to rain, and Percy reached out to the water. He turned them into spears and then sent them all right into Hyperion. Zed and Craig moved back and watched as the Titan became impaled with water spears. Slowly steam began to gather around him as Hyperion tried to burn out the water. Eventually he pulled out the spears, and Percy watched as the holes the spears made started to close up on their own. The Titan then stood up and roared, "Enough of this! I am Hyperion, Titan of the West. I will dash." Boom! Percy had sent another lightning bolt right into Hyperion's face in the middle of his speech. The son of Poseidon promptly fell down to his knees and started to pant. He used up most of his mana in that last attack. If Hyperion wasn't down for the count now, he honestly didn't know what else he can do. And just when he thought about him, the Titan rose up from the smoking crater he made, his eyes furious. Heat wave. Out of his hands, a blast of fire rocketed out and through Cerberus. Percy watched as his most powerful monster turned back into smoke. Shit! Percy took the Master Bolt and shot another lightning bolt, but Hyperion dodged it at the last second and then charged towards Percy. Craig and Zed intercepted him, and they began their battle. Hyperion blocked both Zed and Craig's blades with his own, and then pushed them back with raw strength. He then charged at Percy, who just managed to pull up Riptide on time as they clashed blades. This heat coming off the Titan felt like it was going to burn Percy, but the son of Poseidon focused and quickly disengaged the Titan and ran back as he blocked every move the Titan made. "Stay still and fight like a man, boy," Hyperion yelled out as Percy bucked under one of his swings and sent a kick that hit Hyperion on the jaw. "No thanks. I would rather live." Percy's foot was now on fire. He jumped into the stream and quickly put the fire out. Great, so he can't touch the guy without burning up. Hyperion rubbed his jaw and quickly charged after Percy. He put on foot into the stream, and steam began to flow out. Percy quickly moved back to avoid most of the Titan's attacks. But just as it looked like Hyperion was going to cut off Percy's head, Zed jumped in and helped Percy out. "You're in the way, boy," Hyperion shouted as he grabbed Zed by the throat and squeezed, turning Zed into smoke. Percy glared at Hyperion. The fucker was strong. He then commanded the water up and made to attack Hyperion in the form of a snake. The Titan, however, was too fast as he transformed into pure fire and flew away from the stream towards Percy. Craig then jumped in and pushed Percy aside as his body was torn apart by Hyperion's fire tackle. Percy moved back. He didn't know what to do. He needed a plan to fight these things, and so far he only had one idea: Labette. Percy knew it was the only choice, and so he released all of his anger. His gamer's mind tried to keep up and suppress his emotions, but they were far too strong. All the death he saw, the betrayals he felt, it all crashed in, and Percy let it all wash through him with a lowered head. Seeing Percy's lowered head, Hyperion smirked. "Finally realized who your superiors are have? Good, now die dash." Percy then raised her head up, stopping Hyperion's in his tracks. Those eyes, the same color as his brother's. He remembered clearly they were green, sea green, but now they were golden yellow. Percy then dashed forward with a speed that surprised Hyperion. The Titan didn't move away in time, and Percy slashed Riptide across the man's right arm. Hyperion jumped back and held his stump of an arm as he roared in pain. "HH, you bastard." But Percy wasn't listening. There was only one thing on his mind: kill. Percy charged after Hyperion, who managed to block each of Percy's fast strikes with his left hand. Hyperion then transformed into fire as he tried to run away. Percy, however, wasn't done with the Titan as he lifted one arm and drew forth the moisture in the air around Hyperion. He then encased the Titan in a water ball as he squeaked, an action similar to what he did to the Chimera. Hyperion, weakened because of the water, transformed back into his Titan form and flew up into the air so fast the water was stripped away from him. "Enough. I'll end you now, boy." Hyperion then raised his remaining arm to the sky and gathered a ball of fire. Heaven's arrows. Out of the fireball, big flaming arrows were shot out, each aimed at Percy. Using Labette's improved speed, Percy managed to dodge most of them. Each arrow flew, but Percy simply moved away before it could attack him. Hyperion then poured more energy into the attacking, causing him to become dim, but the ball of fire grew bigger as double the amount of arrows started to fly out. Percy, seeing this, moved all over camp. He passed by the cabins, the mess hall, and finally ended up near the arena again, where he tripped and fell down. Percy then got up and saw an arrow flying right at him. He wouldn't be able to make it. It was too fast. Closing his eyes, Percy challenged his remaining mana into his marble skin ability and closed his eyes, waiting for the impact. Only it never came. Percy opened his eyes, and there in front of him was the fire arrow inches from his face. But it wasn't moving, it lost all its thrust. And standing in front of Percy with the arrow sticking out of her chest was Annabeth. Percy's eyes slowly began to turn green. Annabeth. The girl smiled as her blood dripped out of the large, gaping wound in her chest. She then collapsed on the ground, and Percy immediately went to her side. "Annabeth." "It's okay, Percy," she said, thought-pacing breath. "I'm not afraid to die. Just hold on, I'll get Michael and the healing staff. We can fix this." Annabeth chuckled a dry laugh. "Don't be silly, Percy. It's okay. Just tears flowed out to stay by my side." "Okay." Percy nodded as tears filled his eyes. "Okay." He then held Annabeth in his arms as the girl took her last breaths. Percy then looked up at Hyperion, and slowly his eyes glowed in anger. The Titan felt something, a chill in his spine. He looked at the boy, and suddenly he remembered how his brother Kronos used to behave when he got angry. It scared Hyperion even now how powerful Kronos got whenever he was angry. Seeing the same look in Percy, Hyperion decided to call it a day. After all, he did what was asked of him. He killed enough demigods for today. Hyperion then transformed into a fireball and flew away, leaving the campers to slowly gather around Annabeth's body. "She's dead," Malcolm stated, and just by doing so it became even more real. "Did anyone else get hurt?" Percy asked without looking up from Annabeth. "Yes," Clarice said, her voice straining to be audible. "That last attack he used caused a lot of damage." Some demigods got accidentally hit by an arrow or two. Travis is dead, Percy. And you shall fail to save what matters most in the end. Percy nodded slowly. The pain was too much. His friends were gone, and it was his fault. He wasn't strong enough. He wasn't good enough. The pain became too much to bear, the guilt, the anger. Slowly, Percy allowed Gamer's mind to take over as it pushed all the emotions down. He knew he was a coward for doing it, for rejecting the pain, but he didn't care. He just wanted the pain to stop. We should burn them. Clarice spoke up, and she put a hand on Percy's shoulder. Something tells me that was the last attack for now. Percy looked at Annabeth. She looked so peace, almost like she was alive. She looked like she could get up right now and start lecturing Percy like she used to. And just then Gamer's mind pushed an idea into his head. An idea so bizarre and impossible even he didn't think it would work. But he had to try. No, Percy stated as slowly a little life came into his voice. What? Clarice asked. Percy, we can't just leave them here. We can't just leave Annabeth here. Michael shouted. I said no, Percy said as he laid Annabeth's body on the ground carefully. He then got up and turned to the rest of the camper. On his face wasn't the look of sorrow. It wasn't the look of loss. It was the look of pure determination. If we burn their bodies, they won't have a vessel to come back to. What? Everyone shouted. What the hell are you talking about, Percy? Malcolm asked. I'm going to bring them back. Each and every one of them. And how the hell do you plan on doing that? Michael asked, still not believing what Percy was saying. Simple, by going to hell, Percy replied as he walked away to his cabin. Don't burn them, he shouted back as he went out of view. What should we do? Asked one of the Demeter kids. Clarice looked at Annabeth and then to the sky. You heard the man. Don't burn them. If Percy can actually pull this off, then great. For now, let's gather all the dead and put them in the med bay. And if Percy can't bring them all back? Asked Malcolm. Don't worry, Nina said, drawing everyone's attention to her. He will. And why is that? Because he is Percy Jackson, the miracle maker. Percy walked to the Poseidon cabin under the light of the moon and quickly took out the space key Persephone gave him. If what she said was true, then if he used this on any door, it should bring his to Persephone's place. Percy put the key into the lock and turned. He pushed the door in, and instead of the inside of Poseidon's cabin, it was Persephone's room. Percy entered and took out the key from the door. He then closed the door, and when he opened it again, it was the inside of Hades's palace instead of camp. Percy ran out of the room and headed to the throne room. He walked into the throne room, and inside he saw Persephone sitting in the throne with Hades as her footrest. She looked up in genuine surprise. Percy, you're back soon. I know I said to visit when you can, but I thought you might take a few years. Percy smiled. I wish, but I'm not here for that. I'm here for Hades. Hades looked up and slowly stood up. But Persephone then pulled his chain and forced him into his knees. Oh, hell no. You could talk, but you do it on your knees. Hades whimpered, but nodded. He then turned to Percy and spoke in a defeated tone. So what do you want, kid? Percy reached into his inventory and pulled out the helmet of darkness. I want to make you an offer you can't refuse. Hades' eyes widened at the sight of the helmet and jumped to his feet to try and get it, but Persephone still had the chain, and so she pulled him back to his feet. But Hades didn't look bothered by that, and simply looked at Percy. Okay, what do you want? Percy smirked on the inside, but kept a neutral face with the help of Gamer's mind. All the demigods that died today, I want them back. Hades' eyes widened. What? Oh, well, no. No deal. Why not? You let Orpheus do it. He just walked in here, played a flute, and you allowed him to take his lover back. Why not let me do the same? Hell, I'll raise you one better. I'm giving you back your freaking symbol of power. It would have been fine if it was one person, maybe even 3. But there is no way I can let you take 36 people back with you out of this place without getting into trouble with the Olympians. Percy was surprised at the number of people that died, but he didn't let that deter him. Well, then let me just take all of them. I'll figure something out. Maybe I can bribe Zeus with his master bolt or something. Persephone then spoke up. Let him do it, Hades. The god then turned his wife to argue, but one look from her, and he shut up. Persephone smiled at that and turned to Percy. You realize if you do this, they will come after you. The moment you take the souls out of the DOA, they will be on you like hellhounds on meat. They might just send an Olympian to take you down, probably Ares. Percy smiled. I don't think Ares is going to do any moving around for some time. But that's not the point. I am willing to take that risk. Just give me a chance to save them, that's all I ask. Do that, and I'm willing to give back the helmet to you and loan you Cerberus. Persephone smiled at that. Loan? I didn't realize he was yours now. Percy shrugged. He took a liking to me. Something about it being too depressing in the underworld. Lie succeeded. Ping. A skill has leveled up. Lying. LV9, 12%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 45% chance of success. Less based on how extreme the lie is. Persephone nodded at that, and then turned to Hades. What do you think of that, husband? Hades started to sweat. Anything you say, dear. The goddess then turned to Percy and snapped her fingers. In front of the demigod appeared a brown clay pot with a leather strap around it. Container of souls. Allows the containment of souls inside of it. That will allow you to carry the souls of your friends from out of this place, Persephone explained. Once you reach near their bodies, only then release them. If not, your friends' souls will not know where to go and be forced to roam the world as ghosts. And what about their wounds? Like one of them had a big-ass fire arrow pierce through her, Percy asked. Persephone waved the question away. Not a problem. The moment the souls enter the body, all mortal wounds will automatically heal. Percy nodded as he put the pot into his inventory. He then picked up the helmet and gave to Hades, who accepted it gratefully. Thanks. Maybe you're not that bad. For a son of Poseidon, Hades said as he clicked his fingers, causing the helmet to vanish in a swirl of shadows. Percy nodded. Thanks. And you aren't that bad of a guy, even though you kidnapped my mom and held her for ransom. In fact, you probably are my favorite uncle that I have met. Well, it's either me or Zeus, and you haven't even met him, Hades replied with a really look. Percy smiled and scratched his head at that. Caught me there. Percy then quickly ran out of the throne room. See you guys. I'll send Cerberus back to the underworld after he recovers from his fight. I'll borrow him, though, from time to time. Persephone nodded. Sounds fair. I'm sure he would love the chance to go out and play in the sun. Oh, and before you go, Persephone snapped her fingers and a green marble appeared in Percy's hand. Percy pocketed the marble and smiled. Thanks. He then continued to walk out, closing the door behind him. Bye, Percy, Persephone said, waving the demigods away. She then turned to her husband and then pulled on his chain. So what's for dinner? Why are you asking me that? Hades crossed his arms. Definitely. Persephone then glared at him with a look of death until he gave in. Okay, then I'll make something. Is pizza okay? Persephone's glare turned into a smile as she bounced on the throne. Yup. Percy quickly ran out of the palace and ran through the underworld. Eventually, he reached the entrance of the underworld and looked around for Sharon, who wasn't here. Great, just great. Knowing that asshole, he is probably buying some new suits with the money Percy used to bribe him. The sad part was Alecto was halfway across the country right now with the demigods. Even if he could command her to come here, it would take a long time, and Percy didn't want to risk it. After all, if what Persephone said was true, souls could get lost along the way, and the last thing he needed right now was one of his servants haunting an ice cream shop or something. Ice cream. Percy sighed. Now that he had some time to kill, he pulled up his stats. Percy Jackson. Health. 1, 750/1, 750 plus 1,000 equals 2,750. Mana. 1, 100/1, 100 plus 1,000 equals 2,100. The Gamer. Title. Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex, while in water. Level. 16 EXP, 352/59000. Race Demigod. STR, 32. Vit, 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex, 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WIS, 32. LUC 40.6. Money 66, $597/286D. Right now, his stats were pretty good, very well balanced. But if what Persephone said is true, then he would be facing an Olympian soon, and not the kind that could be tricked like Ares. Percy wondered why anyone ever takes that guy seriously. Sure, he never actually fought him fair and square, but still the guy is an idiot. Percy then dismissed the stats and looked up just in time to see Sharon approach the banks of the Styx. Percy smiled as he drew out the master bolt, time to threaten the ferryman. The moment the boat docked, all the spirits got down, and after making sure none of them were demigods from camp, Percy walked to Sharon, who immediately noticed him. "Percy? Oh, hey, man, I'm surprised you're alive. Did you get what you came for? Hey, is that the dash?" Percy cut the man off as he stuck the bolt into the man's face. He channeled some bloodlust into his voice. "Take me back to the other side, or I will blast half your face off." The ferryman gulped. "Ah, sure. No problem, man." Percy then held onto the helm of the boat as Sharon took him back to the mortal realm. They passed the river Styx again, and when the boat turned into an elevator, Percy kept his eyes peeled in case Sharon did something. The elevator then opened up, showing the lobby of the DOA. Percy got out and turned to Sharon. "Thanks." Percy put away the bolt and flicked Sharon a coin, which the ferryman caught easily. Percy then took out the clay pot Persephone gave him and walked around the lobby looking for the spirits of his friends. Since they were new and just killed, they should all be near the entrance. And the moment Percy thought that he located them, the first person he saw was Travis Stoll. The boy was smiling and in the middle of a joke, probably trying to keep everyone's spirits up. Percy smiled at that and quite snuck up behind the group. So I said, "Connor, dude, that's a tampon." And believe me, he lost his shit. Travis laughed as he heeled onto his stomach, causing a ripple of laughter to spread all over the little group. "That's hilarious, Travis," Percy said, cutting in. Slowly, all the demigods turned around and noticed him standing there. Percy then smiled. "Hey guys, fancy seeing you all here." "Percy!" Travis Quinones in a loud voice as he jumped onto Percy, pulling him into a huge. "It's so good to see you." "Percy!" came a familiar voice from his left. Percy broke the hug and turned to see Annabeth standing there whole. She didn't have a huge, cauterized hole in the middle of her chest. In fact, she looked normal. "What are you doing here? Did you die?" Percy shook his head. "No, Annabeth, I didn't. I came back for you, all of you." Percy then pulled the clay pot Persephone gave him. "With this, I will be able to send you guys back." But Percy, you can't do that. The dead cannot come back to life." Annabeth shouted while the rest of the demigods looked uneasy about that. "It's okay, I talked to Hades. We worked out a deal like Orpheus did. I gave him his helmet, and in return he allowed me to take you guys out of here," Percy said, smiling at them all. Slowly the air around them changed. While before they were laughing, the thought of death still hung around their heads. But now, there was hope in their eyes. "Well then, what are you waiting for?" Travis said, breaking the silence that fell. "Let's do this." "Percy, are you sure you won't get into any trouble with Olympus because of this?" Annabeth asked with concern in her eyes. But below that, Percy could see hope just like everyone else. "Yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine," Percy said. "Lie success." Annabeth nodded slowly as Percy turned to the group and held the pot up. "Now how do this thing—" "Well, we were supposed to go in it," Travis said, examining the thing. "Maybe we should touch it?" Percy nodded his head as Travis moved to do just that. The moment his finger touched the pot, Travis disappeared in a ball of light and went into the pot. "Okay then, who wants to go next?" Percy asked, motioning to the pot. One by one, the demigods touched the pot, and one by one, they all went into it. Soon the last one, there was Annabeth as she looked at Percy with a concerned look. "Percy, who are you going to get us across the country before our bodies rode away?" Percy smiled as he held up Persephone's pearl, a gift from Persephone. "Instant transportation." Annabeth nodded. "All right then." She then neared the pot. "Good luck, Percy," and touched the pot. In a flash of light, she disappeared, leaving Percy all alone. Percy then put the pot inside his inventory and quickly walked out of the DOA. The street outside was empty, very empty. He felt like someone or something emptied this place out. Maybe he was just being paranoid, though. Maybe he was already seeing shadows where there wasn't any. The night, however, was not dark. It was very bright. Percy looked up and saw the moon big and bright as it starred him down. Percy felt more and more uneasy the longer he looked at it. It was almost like he was being warned about something. Percy shook his head. Yeah, okay, he really was getting delusional. He then put the marble underneath his foot and crushed it. Bring me to camp. The familiar feeling of being transformed into a cloud seeped in as Percy then drifted away into the sky. Soon the world went by as a blur, and just then everything stopped. Percy found himself in the bottom of the hill leading to camp, the same place he fought the Minotaur. He got his feet and moved. He needed to find their bodies fast. If he was to guess, the campers must have put them all in one place, the big house. But just as Percy entered the tree line, a blast of white light illuminated the entire forest as something appeared right in front of him. Great, they found me, Percy thought as he looked up slowly to see who Zeus had sent. There, standing in Percy's way, was a teenage girl around his age with auburn hair and silver eyes. She wore a silver parka with a quiver strapped on her back and a bow in hand. Percy used observe on her, though he kind of had a clue who she was. Artemis, goddess of the hunt. LV-HP, MP, race Olympian, STR-Vit-, Dex-, Int-, Wis-, Luke-, the daughter of Zeus and the goddess of the hunt. Artemis is known for her hatred of men, which has been extremely exaggerated. She is the patron of all maidens and considers it her duty to protect them all. She leads the hunt. She sees Percy as her target for her mission. She is eager to complete her mission and get back to her hunt. Well, I'm screwed, Percy thought to himself as he started to push Gamer's mind to his limits. He needed a plan, and until he came up with one, he needed to distract the goddess. Hello there. Lovely day for a stroll in the forest, isn't it? Percy said, putting on a lazy smile. Artemis crossed her arms. It is the middle of the night. So not much of talker, huh? Percy, however, didn't stop smiling. Oh, that it is, I never even noticed. Ah, can I help you with anything? Artemis raised an eyebrow. Yes, you can. Are you Percy Jackson? Percy shook his head quickly. No, I'm Peter Johnson. Lie failed. You are a horrible liar, boy, Artemis replied as she walked up to him. But then again, so are most boys. Oh, hey, now you're sounding just a little bit sexist there, Percy replied as he walked backwards away from the forest. It's not sexism if it's true, Artemis rebutted. No, that's sexist. No, it isn't. Totally is. It isn't. Define sexism. Discriminating or the subjugation of women by men. Percy looked at her in disbelief. Even your definition is kind of sexist. That is its literal definition you get when Googling for sexism. You males are just that universally annoying. Well, not all of us annoying. Me for sure, Percy admitted. He knew he had a very irritating persona when dealing with important people, and definitely not your dad. Come on, you can't even try to defend him. Artemis nodded, but there are plenty of guys out there who are just nice people. Artemis crossed her arms. Name one. Ah, Percy then began to think. Edward? Hell no. Michael? Nee, kind of a dick. Travis and Connor? Nope, far too mischievous. Jet? Nope. John? Nope. Chiron? Chiron. Artemis looked at Percy, then blinked. Ah, he is Olympus. Damn this. He doesn't count. Why not? His father is Kronos, a vile man who mistreated women. Isn't your dad Zeus? Percy countered back. He's a centaur. Now you're being racist and sexist. Artemis started to ground her teeth in anger. Shut up, you annoying boy. She then drew an arrow and launched it at Percy. The son of Poseidon turned into his smoke form just as the arrow passed right through him. Percy then booked it as he flew into the forest and to Talia's tree. He looked back in his smoke form, and sure enough, Artemis was right on his tail. Get back here, Artemis cried out as she sent a blast of sliver energy at Percy, forcing the boy to dodge it. There was no telling whether godly energy could harm him or not in this form, and right now, he'd rather not risk it. Percy weaved through the trees as he flew up and down, avoiding all of the goddess's attacks. But just as Percy reached the camp barrier, his time limit for his smoke form was up as he turned solid again. You really have anger issues, Percy called back as he crossed the barrier into the camp. He jumped back as another arrow came flying for his head. Stay still so I can shoot you. How about no? Percy called back as he transformed back into smoke and flew into camp. He quickly reached the big house and turned back into his solid standing at the door was Michael, who looked at Percy with side eyes. Percy? Since when can you do that? Not now, Michael. Percy replied. Is everyone in there? The son of Apollo nodded. Yeah, we got all their bodies in there. Did you do it? Percy nodded and took out the pot, showing it to Michael. But before he could open it, Artemis grabbed him by his collar and threw him towards the amphitheater. Percy looked back and saw the solid stone monument coming close. Marble skin. Percy put around 100 MP into the skill, turning his body dense. He then crashed into the stone stands and slid across, destroying it. Ping. Skill leveled up. Physical endurance. LV 18, 20%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 42% less damage from physical attacks. Percy got out of the ruble and looked around for the pot. But before he could search for it, Artemis appeared in a flash of light and stood in the middle of the amphitheater with an arrow locked onto Percy. Don't move, boy, the goddess warned as she narrowed her eyes at him. My name is Percy Jackson, not boy. Oh, really? I thought it was Peter Johnson, Artemis replied with a smirk. Percy smiled. Well, what do you know? You do have a sense of humor. I assure you, Perseus, I am very funny. Like there was this one time where I shoot this son of Poseidon who had a very loud mouth and a stupid-looking grin right between the eyes. Think that's funny? Percy shrugged. Well, maybe not ha-ha funny. You have guts, boy, dash. Percy interrupted. Artemis narrowed her eyes and repeated, boy. And as I was saying, you have guts, and your ability is very unique, something I have never seen a son of Poseidon achieve. But you have had you fun. You will return the souls you stole back to the Underworld and come with me to Olympus. And if I don't, well, then I'm going to get some good target practice. Percy started to sweat. This was a little above his pay grade. He could use the Master Bolt, but something told him that she is a lot faster than Ares ever was. Just then, Percy noticed something between the stone stands and the amphitheater stage, the clay pot. Quickly, Percy thought up a plan. First step, distract Artemis. Do you even know why you were sent to go after me? You stole souls from Hades' domain. We don't know how, but we know Hades must have assisted you in some way. Okay, good, she doesn't know how I transported the souls, meaning to her the pot is just an ordinary clay pot. Do you know whose souls I've taken? Percy then put his hands up as he slowly walked towards the goddess. It doesn't matter whose souls it was. The laws of Olympus are final, and you have broken one without the permission of the gods. Percy raised an eyebrow as he slowly stepped off the last step of the stone steps onto the main theater floor. The pot was just a few feet away from him now. Really? It doesn't matter who? Not even if the 36 souls belong to their dead children. Artemis's eyes widened the moment Percy said that. What? Percy nodded. Yup. I'm not just bringing back any normal back to life. I'm bringing back their kids, and they still want to stop me. We weren't aware that any demigods died, Artemis said with confusion in her voice as she lowered her bow and arrow. You didn't? You didn't notice when the freaking titan of the sun came and started to impale campers like shish kebabs? That can't be true, Artemis replied in a low voice. How is this possible? Look around. Percy gestured with his hands. The proof is all around us. Artemis turned and saw the camp destroyed. The arena was surrounded by golden dust while the cabins were broken down into pieces. The climbing wall was covered with scorch marks that broke down pieces of it, littering the grounds with stone. Percy took a few steps to the clay pot while Artemis was distracted, but before he could reach it, she turned back to him. Helios is back. That's impossible. Ah, no, Hyperion. Hyperion, if the titan of the fire and light. Get your Greek mythology right. Right? Anyway, what the hell were you guys doing when all of this was going on? We were having a meeting. Oh, so you guys had a meeting while your children were being slaughtered by monsters. That's nice. The meeting was about Hyperion. Artemis snapped back. He had recently escaped Tartarus, and we were trying to locate him before he did any damage. Looks like you all were a little too late. Percy replied back as he stepped right beside the pot. I don't need to be told that by you, boy, Artemis called out as she aimed the arrow back at Percy. Be whatever your intentions may be, you still are attempting to bring back the dead, which is illegal. Stop right now, or I'll be forced to kill you. Percy sighed as he nodded. Okay, you caught me. He then took a step forward and brought down a foot over the clap pot, shattering it into little pieces. "What did you do?" Artemis cried out as balls of light rushed past her, out of the pot into the big house. "Oops," Percy said, shrugging with a smile on his face. "I didn't see where I was going. Honest mistake. Lie failed." Artemis then looked at Percy. "Oh, I'm going to make you hurt for that one boy." She then threw her bow away and took out 2 hunting knives as she slowly walked up to him. Percy grinned with the souls all safe. He could now cut loss. "Now this is more my style." He then took out Riptide and uncapped it, forming his sword. "Bring it, Girl Scout." Artemis roared as she charged him. H. Percy blocked her first swing and stepped aside to avoid her second. He jumped to the amphitheater grounds and turned just in time to parry another of Artemis's blows. "You're good, boy." Artemis kicked Percy, sending him rolling across the ground, but not good enough. Percy groaned, picking himself up. "Tell me about it." The demigod then raised his blade. "You may be faster, stronger, and smarter than me, but at least I'm better at one thing than you." Artemis raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and what is that?" "I can do this earthquake fist." Percy then smashed his fist into the ground, breaking the stone in half, forcing Artemis to move away from the crumbling platform and the random flying stones. Percy smiled and jumped back, heading to the lake. If he was going to fight off a god, he would need all the bonuses he could get. But before he could take more than a few steps forward, a blur of silver appeared in front of him, causing Percy to stop. Artemis was not happy. Her clothes were dirty. Her face had a permanent frown and her hair a mess. "You are a slippery one, but you're the only one who can break the earth." She then lifted a fist and smashed it into the ground. Boom! A web of cracks appeared below his fist, breaking huge chunks of the earth, throwing Percy off his feet. The son of Poseidon struggled to get up, but when he looked up, Artemis was there with a knife held under his neck. "Move, and you're dead." "How did you do that?" Percy asked. "Godly strength. That's it? Just pure strength." Artemis nodded. "Yes." Percy looked at the goddess with amazement in his eyes. "You're amazing." Artemis looked shocked as his comment caused her lose focus for 1 second, and that was all Percy needed. He brought Riptide up and knocked the knife away from his neck and out her hand. "Smoke from." His body transformed into smoke as he flew away from her to the lake. "Get back here." Artemis roared as she snapped her fingers, and Percy felt something overcoming his body and pushing past his mind and soul, piercing his very being. Ping. Artemis's will has concurred, yours resulting in a forced transformation. Percy's eyes winded at that. What? Just then his body started to compress back into his normal body, and then in flash of light, everything changed. Percy collapsed onto the ground, and the moment his hands hit the ground, he heard it clack, clack. Percy's eyes winded at the sound, and looked down to see his arms were now covered with fur, with his hands transformed into... Are these hooves? Percy's then realized something else. Everything was in black and white. He looked up. Everything was now bigger, or maybe Percy was shorter. His head felt heavy, as if it had something on it weighing him down, and he found himself on all fours. Am I a deer?" he asked, about out of his mouth just came. "ARGH. Artemis grinned. "Yes, you are. Or more specifically, you're a red deer, or properly called a stag." "You transformed me into a fucking deer?" Percy asked as his deer eyes widened in shock. "Yup. Why?" "You were irritating me. That's what I do to people who bug me." Percy couldn't believe it. He looked at his black hooves, and then at her shouting, "You're fucking crazy." Percy cried out, and the moment he did, he knew it was a mistake. "Really? I am," Artemis said as a dark shadow covered her eyes. Suddenly Percy felt a cold wind bowing across his spine. Ping. Warning. Bloodlust from in front of you. Origin Artemis. Fucking run. Percy looked at that, then at Artemis. She lifted her face, and Percy swore her calm silver eyes had red in them. I'm sorry." Artemis didn't respond. She then vanished in a blur as reappeared in front of Percy, bringing her blade down on him. Percy tried moving away, but with his new body being on all fours and not on twos, he tripped and fell down. Luxie Artemis's knife got caught in Percy's horns, saving the boy from further harm. "Stay still so I can kill you." "Hell no." Percy then got up, pushed Artemis away with his horns as he ran away from the angry goddess. Okay, I need to think right now. I can freak out later. Percy then let Gamer's mind take over as he analyzed the situation. He looked at himself. He was a deer, okay, that's obvious, but he still had his gaming abilities due to the detect bloodlust skill. Right now, I need to focus on one thing, fighting back. If my guess is correct, I still have most of my powers, so now I need to get my sword back. Percy then looked for Riptide only to find it near Artemis. Of course it's over there. I don't exactly have any pant for the sword to return to. He then looked around and quickly spotted Artemis's fallen blade to the side, the one he blocked before. He rushed to the blade and quickly grabbed the handle with his mouth and gripped it tightly as he spun around to face Artemis, who was quickly catching up. Once she saw him, she raised an eyebrow. Really? You intend to fight me in that form, using my own blade? Percy couldn't really speak with a blade in his mouth, so he just nodded, to which Artemis smirked. Well, I will give you this. You have the strongest I have seen on a male in some time. Most would be too afraid of this new transformation to even move. Percy growled as he readied himself to fight the goddess. She readied her blade, and then two jumped towards each other, clashing their blades. Percy had to stretch his neck out really far, but with his new form it was easy to do so. The attack sent Percy back, but the demigod didn't give up. He continued blocking Artemis's attack with the blade in his mouth as he slowly got pushed back towards the big house. Percy then channeled his water control and gathered the lake water, sending blasts of water right at Artemis. The goddess of the hunt jumped all over the place, avoiding his attacks, and then quickly charged at the demigod, swinging her knife, so fast one could only see a sliver flash. Percy got several cuts across his face, but managed to block most of Artemis's strikes. He then drew back his face, and then Artemis lunged forwards. He smashed into her stomach, pushing the goddess back. The goddess quickly jumped back into the fight with a scowl on her face as she kicked Percy in his nose, causing him to close his eyes in pain. And just as Artemis was about to land a blow on his face, an arrow knocked the knife out of her hand. The goddess turned in fury, who shot the arrow, and there, standing shaking in his boots, was Michael with his bow out. "Ah, I come in peace. A son of Apollo." Artemis narrowed her eyes. "Just as annoying as your father." Michael gulped. "I'm sorry, my lady, but I couldn't let you hurt him." "And why is that?" "Because he saved them," Michael replied as slowly out of the building every single camper came out. Leading them all was Annabeth and Clarice, the former now healed with a giant arrow-sized hole in her shirt. "Michael, where's Percy?" Annabeth asked. "Ah, there." Michael pointed to Percy's deer form, which was slowly getting up. She kind of turned him to a deer. Everyone turned to Artemis and glared at the goddess. Clarice spoke up in a low growl. "Did you do that?" Artemis looked at them all. Their combined bloodlust wasn't enough to scare her, but she was impressed nonetheless. "And if I did?" At her words, all the demigods in camp moved out of the big house and towards Percy, guarding him with drawn swords and raised shields. Peter then spoke up. "Then we're going to kick your ass." Artemis smiled. "Really? I am a god, an Olympian. You do realize if you fight with me, you will die." Annabeth shrugged as she held up her dagger. "Been there, done that." Percy looked up at all his friend. No, his family and his heart was filled with happiness. They were willing to die for him. Percy got on his feet, or limbs in this case, and walked in front of the group with Artemis's blade still between his teeth. Artemis looked at this and then started Percy and the rest down. The demigods readied themselves and waited for the goddess to attack. Only it never came. Artemis sighed. "You all are stubborn as you parents." Percy smirked. "Yeah, we know," is what he said, but it came out as unrecognizable gibberish for the others, but Artemis understood. "I suggest you come with me, Perseus," Artemis said as she slowly moved her knife, causing the demigods to ready themselves for an attack. "Relax, I'm not going to hurt him," she comforted them as she slowly sheathed her knife. "There is no point now that the dead are back." "So what are you going to do now?" Nina asked as she slowly lowered her blade. "Well, that all depends on Perseus," Artemis said as all eyes turned to the boy deer, as all eyes turned to the deer. "Zeus wanted me to stop you from bringing back the dead. I failed. But since you're all alive right now, he could order me to kill the dead to ensure balance is maintained. something which I do not want to do. If you come with me right now, Perseus, I can assure you that no harm will come to your friends. If not, well, I can't say for sure. That's bullshit, Clarice cried out. Yeah, Connor shouted. Our parents won't just do that. It's hard to imagine Athena signing off on Annabeth's death. Those are the rules, and not just any rules, the ancient rules, Artemis replied. I swear this is the truth. Percy looked at Artemis with narrowed eyes. Swear it on the sticks. I swear on the sticks that if you come with me, right now none of the revived demigods will be hurt in any way, at least not by me. Artemis swore, and just then the sky rumbled with lightning, signaling the promise being made. Percy nodded as he slowly walked away from the group to Artemis. He gave her back her blade, which was now covered in drool, and then turned to his friends. I'll be back soon, you guys. I promise. What? Annabeth asked with a confused look. Oh, right, almost forgot. Artemis then snapped her fingers, turning Percy back into his human form. Ping, you have transformed back into a human. I said I'll be back soon. Percy repeated to them, but then he noticed that none of them were looking at his face, and most of them were all red. What? Something on my face? I don't still have antlers, do I? Ah, Percy, Nina said as she looked away, blushing. You're kind of naked. Percy looked down and saw that he was not wearing a single fiber of clothing on his body. What the fuck? His hands moved to cover his privates, as she turned to Artemis, who was also looking away. Give me back my clothes. Sorry. I'm not used to turning males back into humans. Artemis then snapped her fingers, and Percy felt the comforting weight of his clothed return covering his entire body. Percy patted himself, and then sighed in relief. Thank the gods. He then looked up at the campers, not one word, to which they nodded quickly. Now that that's done, it's time to go to Olympus. Zeus is waiting, Artemis said as she put a hand on Percy's shoulder. Wait, Percy, you can't be serious, right? Nina called out. You're seriously going with her? Percy nodded. Yeah, there really isn't any other way, Nina. But dash. Nina began to reply, only for Annabeth to put a hand up, silencing her. Everyone looked at the daughter of Athena, who simply asked, You will come back, right? Percy nodded. Yeah, I will. Annabeth nodded. Good. And you better, or else I swear me, and the rest of camp are coming after you, even if the gods try and stop us. Hell yeah. Connor shouted, joined by cheers from the rest of camp. Percy smirked. All right then. He smiled at the campers. I'll see you guys at breakfast. Say me a plate, will ya? The campers nodded, and Artemis snapped her fingers, transporting Percy away in a flash of light. What now? Clarice asked. Now we wait, Annabeth replied, as all the campers looked to the night sky. Guys, is it just me, or is anyone else here still freaked about the whole Percy flashing his thing? Travis asked, and everyone else nodded their heads as a response. Good, so it's not just me. Percy felt himself being flung across the sky, similar to the Pearl's way of traveling, expect as a human, not as smoke. He blinked and suddenly found himself in front of two giant golden doors standing on a marble floor. Percy then turned and saw that he was standing on top of a mountain, and below him were buildings carved into the mountain. The buildings were Greek, and all over the place were statues of gods and heroes. Percy's ADHD acted up as he tried to look at everything at once, causing him to get a slight headache. Come, Perseus, the gods await, Artemis called out, distracting Percy from the sights. Well, at least you stopped calling me boy. I suppose that's an improvement. Artemis nodded. Yes, I have. The way the demigods stood up for you impressed me. And anyone who can go toe-to-toe against a goddess while in the form of a deer is deserving of a little recognition. Percy smiled. Well, thanks, I guess. Although I'm still pissed you flashed me in front of the entire camp, I'm never going to hear the end of this one. Artemis smiled. Well, think of it this way. At least now you have nothing to fear about showing your body to other people. Yes, thank you for traumatizing me so badly that I might become a nudist someday. Really needed that along with the hundreds of psychological issues I already have. Artemis laughed, but didn't respond. Instead, she pushed the doors open and motioned Percy in. The inside was just as grand as the outside, with gold lining everything from the pillars to the ceiling. The room was huge. One could fit 3 buildings the size of the big house in here and have room to spare. And inside the room were 12 giant thrones, each occupied by 11 giant people. They were big, bigger than Hyperion was. Each had an aura about them, and Percy didn't need his powers to know who each one was. In the throne directly in front of him sat Zeus with her at his right, and Poseidon to his left. Percy looked at the man, his father, and a feeling of anger and loathing filled his heart. Artemis walked in front of Percy and addressed Zeus. "I have brought him father." The king of the gods wore a very good-looking suite, which only enforced his role as a leader. The man had a huge gray beard and electric blue eyes. He nodded. "Good daughter. Although I must say you took much longer than I thought you would." Artemis nodded and replied in a neutral tone. He was a difficult person to bring down. "Yeah, I know," came a grumbling voice from the throne on Percy's left, and there sitting on a giant pink donut pillow was a very pissed-off Ares. "Hey, Ares," Percy said, waving, still sore. The god of war exploded in anger. "Shut up, you useless brat. What did you do to him?" Artemis asked in a whisper tone. "I may have shot him in the dick with a master bolt," Percy replied back with a smirk. Artemis looked at Percy in shock before grinding. "Very good. I haven't wanted to do that for some time now." "Hey, are you ignoring me?" Ares shouted out. "You are, aren't you? I swear to Zoo going to rip you into little dash." "You'll do nothing to my son," cried out Poseidon as he got up from his throne and walked to Percy. "Whatever fights you had with him, end it now, Ares, or else you will face my wrath." Percy looked at his dad as the god slowly shrunk down to human size and approached Percy. He looked a lot like Percy. Well, maybe Percy looked a lot like him. Their hair and eyes were the same. The only difference was their choice in clothing. Poseidon wore a blue Hawaiian shirt with white flowers on it, and a pair of shorts with a smile showing his laid-back attitude, while Percy was frowning and very serious. "It's been so long since I have seen you face to face, Percy," Poseidon said as he approached the boy. "So you're my dad, huh?" Percy said in a calm tone. The man smiled. "Yeah, I am." Percy stepped forward, and Poseidon welcomed Percy into a hug, but before they even touched, Percy drew back a fist and launched it right at Poseidon's face. "Earthquake fist!" Percy roared out, sending Poseidon flying across the throne room and rolling along the floor. Percy then watched as Poseidon got back up, holding his bleeding nose. "Okay, yeah, I deserve that," Poseidon replied, and he pulled himself up with his trident. "Damn, you can punch." "Yeah, kind of had to learn how to do that myself. Since I didn't have a dad to teach me." "Hey, my dad ate me. You don't hear me complaining." "You chopped him up into little pieces and then threw him into Taurus along with his brothers. I think you got your issues sorted out there." Percy replied, "Enough of this." Zeus cut in. "You are here because of crimes against Olympus, son of Poseidon." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Really? What are the charges?" "You are charged with stealing the lightning bolt, the helmet of darkness, and the brining 36 souls from the underworld back to life." Percy nodded. "Well, first off, I didn't steal the lightning bolt of the helmet. Ares and Luke did that." "Hey," Ares shouted out, "I didn't steal it." "Yeah, but you allowed Luke to steal it." "Yeah, but..." "And another thing, how come Ares isn't being punished as well?" Percy asked, crossing his arms. "He helped Luke start a war against Olympus." "Ares will be dealt with," Zeus replied, shooting a glare at Ares. "In the meantime, we still have your crimes to address." "Well, honestly speaking, the only thing I'm guilty of is the bringing back the dead thing." "So you do not deny it? You took 36 souls from Hades and brought them back to life." Percy nodded. "Yeah. But tell me something, do you even know who the 36 souls are?" The Olympians looked at each other before Zeus replied, "No. We were just told the number, nothing else about them." Percy turned to Artemis. "Care to explain who they are?" The goddess of the moon sighed and stepped forward. "When I tracked him down, he nearly reached camp. As I engaged him in battle, he proved to have unique abilities and managed to free the souls, who were all demigods." All the gods looked shocked, while Zeus spoke up. "What? Is there proof of this?" "Yes, father, I have seen the destroyed camp myself. There was scorch marks everywhere, which also served as proof for who attacked the camp, Hyperion. It seems these souls were all killed by the Titan. Perseus here revived the ones that died in that battle." The gods all turned to Percy, who then spoke up. "I went there not for selfish reasons." "Well, no, that's not true. I went because of selfish reasons. I went there to save my friends, you children, and I did. So if you're going to punish me for that, fine. The gods all looked at Zeus, who looked pissed. How did Hyperion even know where camp was? Luke told him. Percy replied back with cold eyes. What? A god called out. He wore a red tracksuit with winged sneakers. Immediately Percy realized who this was, Hermes. Yet true, Luke Castellan, son of Hermes, declared war on Olympus, and tonight was just his first attack. I find it hard to believe a demigod could command do all that you said. Hera spoke up. It's true, a demigod can't, but Luke isn't in this alone. He is working for somebody powerful. Hyperion doesn't really seem like the commanding type, Hera countered. It's because he isn't. Someone else is calling the shots. Someone stronger than both of them. Zeus turned to Dionysus. Go to camp right now and find out what happened. And when you return, you and I are going to have a talk about you ignoring your duties. The wine god looked scared as he immediately vanished in a flash of purple, leaving behind the scent of grapes to fill the air. Zeus then turned to Percy. If you are telling the truth, son of Poseidon please call me Percy. Zeus narrowed his eyes at Percy, and electricity passed through them, but Percy didn't lose face. Percy, Zeus finally repeated. If what you said is true, then you have done a great service for Olympus this night. But the laws cannot be broken. The dead should stay dead, and as such I must punish someone. I wish I could send the souls back to the underworld as punishment, but something tell me that that would not be a good choice. The rest of the Olympians were all eyeballing Zeus at the present moment. So the only option I see before myself is this, punishing you. Brother, Poseidon shouted out, drawing everyone's attention. You will do no such thing. He saved 36 demigods today. He should be rewarded, not punished. That may be, but the laws are clear. Zeus shouted back. There has to be balance. I swear to the fates, Zeus, if you harm my son What will you do, brother? Guys, Percy asked, but was ignored by the two gods. I will hunt down every single mistress you have, and I will drown them in their own bathtubs. You wouldn't dare? If you do that, I will rain lightning down on your ocean, continually shocking every fish in that blasted thing. Guys, I think I might Percy tried to talk, was again snubbed. You do that, and I will create an earthquake so big it will destroy Mount Everest, you favorite vacation spot. You wouldn't. Try me, brother. Guys, Percy shouted, causing the two to stop and look at Percy. I have a solution for that problem. Really? Zeus asked as he settled back into his throne, shooting Poseidon a dirty look. You guys can't just forgive me, I get it, okay. But I know that you can if I offer something good in return, right? Like a divine bribe. Zeus scratched his beard. Well, not in those exact words, but yes, if you mean to say an offering to us, that is allowed. Percy nodded. Then how about this? I give to you the lightning bolt and Ares' spear. The god of war perked up hearing that, in exchange for you guys looking the other way. Wait, you took Ares' symbol of power? Hephaestus asked, who kind of looked like a deformed muscle man. This question's caught everyone's attention as all eyes were on Percy. Yeah, I did. What was I supposed to do? He threw the damn thing at me. You know what, kid, I think I like you. The forge god replied as he smirked at a furious Ares. The gods looked at each other and then slowly began to think about the suggestion offered to them. That is a brilliant idea. Surprising since you were a son of Coral Head over here. Athena, who looked like a brunette version of Annabeth, said, pointing at Poseidon. Hey, Percy's dad called back. I am smart. Whatever, Athena said, rolling her eyes as she looked at Percy with interest. Either way, young Perseus, you plan does have merit. Very promising. What do you think, father? Zeus still looked like there was thinking before he spoke up. Very well, that seems like a fair deal. Percy then smiled as he went to his bag and opened his inventory. He pretended to look from the weapons before he took out the master bolt and Ares' spear and tossed them to their respective gods. Ares immediately grabbed his spear and started to hold the thing like a newborn baby. Excellent, Zeus replied as he held the master bolt in hand. It feels good to have my weapon back in hand. But how did you fit, Ares, any of your spear in that bag? Percy looked nervous. Poseidon then stepped up. It was a gift from me. A bag which can hold a lot more items and is bigger on the inside. Percy looked at Poseidon, who gave him a wink. Percy smiled and turned to Zeus. So, is it over? Zeus looked at Percy. It is over. Ping. Quest completed. Summer quest. Find the lightning bolt of Zeus and the helm of darkness of Hades before June 21st. Find a real thief. Don't die. Reward. 100,000 EXP. Plus 50 stat points. Lightning/shadow control. Please choose which power you wish. Lightning control, where the user can control and mold lightning. You can manipulating lightning from outside sources. Cost 100 MP. Shadow control, where the user can control shadows and manipulate them. Cost 100 MP. Percy looked at the two options and knew what he should pick. Sure, controlling lightning would be cool, but he was already getting used to using shadows as a secondary element, and the armband of Cerberus would give him plus 10 levels in all skills that involve shadows. Hence Percy picked shadows control. Ping. You have obtained shadow control. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 2000/2000 plus 1000 equals 3000. Mana 1 225/1 225 plus 1000 equals 2225. The gamer. Title leader. Level 17 EXP 48 648/62000. Race demigod. STR 32. Vit 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WIS 32. LUC 40. Points 61. Money 66. $597/28060. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status, demigod, giving Percy plus 5 EIT, plus 5 DX, and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy smiled at all the stat points he got, and then quickly closed the box and looked at the gods. So, can I leave? Zeus nodded. It is may I leave, not can I leave, and yes, you may. Percy rolled his eyes. Says you are worse than my English teacher. But before you leave, I must ask this. Athena spoke up, drawing Percy's attention. Did Hyperion say who is behind all of this? Did he give any indication of who is targeting Olympus? Percy looked at Athena with a surprised look. Really? I mean, isn't it kind of obvious? There is only one person who Hyperion would obey, Kronos. The air turned cold the moment the Titan was mentioned. Zeus narrowed his eyes at Percy. Are you sure, or are you guessing? Percy shrugged. I'm guessing, but I doubt that I am wrong. Who else could free Hyperion? Who else could seduce Luke to betray us? The Titan is back, or will be back. The gods looked to each other before Zeus spoke up. Artemis, send Percy back to camp and come back here fast. We have much to discuss. The goddess nodded and snapped her fingers, transporting them both back to the hill leading to camp. Percy looked around and saw the sky was breaking into the dawn. Orange light filled the sky as the sun slowly rose. Percy turned to Artemis. Thanks for this. The goddess nodded. You are very much welcome, Perseus. It's Percy. Come on, say it with me. PRCY, Percy. Artemis smiled and chuckled. Sure, Perseus. Percy frowned at that. Now I suggest you go back to your friends before they charge Olympus in search of you. Percy laughed. Haha, you knowing those guys, they just might. Percy smiled at Artemis and extended a closed fist. The goddess looked at this confused, but then quickly caught on. She then gave Percy a fist bump as the two smiled at each other. See you around, Perseus, Artemis said as she walked away. For the last time, it's Percy. Percy shouted back at her as the goddess flashed away in a bright light. Percy then turned around and walked up the hill towards camp. This had been the longest night of his life. He had fought Luke, went to the Underworld twice, kicked Ares' ass, and somehow didn't die when Artemis came around. He even got turned into a freaking deer. But all his worries and problems simply melted away the moment Percy arrived at camp. Sure, it was burst down in some places and was destroyed, but it was still the next best thing to home he had. Percy quickly walked across the deserted camp and to the mess hall, where he found everyone waiting for him. They were all in their own seats, quite patient, and not a plate of food was seen, except for one in the Poseidon table. As Percy approached the mess hall, the campers caught sight of him, and slowly all of them got up from their seats. "Percy!" Nina cried out as she charged at Percy, wrapping him up in the biggest hug she could. Broke the silence among the campers as everyone charged ahead and rushed Percy, swallowing him up whole. Then they threw him up as they began chanting his name. "Percy! Percy! Percy!" The demigod in question smiled at this, and soon they took him into the mess hall and put him in Poseidon's bench in front of the plate of food. Percy grabbed the plate and ate the bread. "Well, what's everyone waiting for? Let's eat." The campers yelled in agreement as everyone started to stuff their faces full of food and drinks as a camp-wide party started that lasted for the rest of the day. The day went by in a blur as everyone wanted to talk to Percy, making the boy very busy. Nina thanked him again for saving her life, while Annabeth hit him in the head for doing so stupid as to bring her back from the dead, and then thanked him for saving her life. Michael and wanted to borrow the Staff of Healing for a longer time, which Percy agreed to, and Clarice and Peter were itching was a spar, which Percy politely declined for a later date. By the end of the day, Percy found himself standing on the shore of the beach looking at the sea. His head was spinning. He had so many questions and honestly no clue where to start. But just then somebody sat down beside him. Percy turned to his dad there with his trident in the form of a fishing rod. "Hello, Percy," Poseidon said, smiling. "Mind if join you?" "Not at all, Pops," Percy said as the two green-eyed father and son duo turned to admire the sea. After what felt like an eternity of awkward silence, Poseidon spoke up. "I saw your mother today. Meet her at Montauk." Percy nodded. "Is she safe now?" Poseidon nodded. "Yes, she is safe now. You caused quite a stir on Olympus, Percy. You have now become the poster child for the demigods in this war. You have become their leader." Percy nodded. "Yeah, I know. It's one of the things that has been bothering me a lot. And what are the things you have been thinking about? If you want, maybe I can give you some fatherly advice." Percy chuckled. "A little too late for that, isn't it?" Poseidon sighed and lowered his head. "Look, Percy, I know I haven't. I have never been there for you, but I still care for you. You're my son. I still look out for you, you know? Just because you don't see me doesn't mean I'm not there." Percy looked at Poseidon with a questioning look. "Really? Like when?" "All the time. I can feel your aura, Percy. It's like a lighthouse for me, something which connects all of my children, a power unique to only children of the sea." Percy then looked at Poseidon shocked. "So, that's how you knew that my powers were changed by the fates?" "Yes, that is how I know," Poseidon replied. "I don't know what the fates did to you, and I don't want to know. That's for you to tell me. But I know one thing, Percy, it's powerful and very addicting." "And what makes you think that?" "Because day by day you become less and less the son of Poseidon and more the tool of fate. I can feel it happen." Percy grumbled. "Yeah, well, at least they gave me the power to protect myself, unlike you who did jack shit. The point still remains, Percy, they are trying to control you, to make you into a tool of fates, and if you let them dash. You don't think I know that? I have had their gift for a long time, Dad, and I have spent plenty of time thinking about why they would do such a thing. I know they are using me, but I don't care. They gave me a chance to survive, which is more than you ever did. Percy, I couldn't intervene. I am a god. I can't just leave my duties. Then why have me at all?" Percy shouted as he stood up in anger. "Why curse Mom with this life? Huh? If she had never met you and never had me, she would be living a happy life right now. She would have never lived with Gabe who hurt her or look over her shoulders for monsters every time she took me out somewhere. We ruined her life. She was sent to the Underworld because of me." Poseidon just started at his son as slowly tears rolled down his face. The sea god slowly got up and brought Percy into a hug. His son had done many amazing things in life, but in the end he was still a child. "I'm sorry, Percy. I am so sorry. You should have been there. You should have protected her. Percy said in a muffled tone. I'm a god. Yeah, I know. But I'm your son, Percy said as he pulled out of the hug and let Gamer's mind run, its course blocking out his emotions as clarity came back to him. He sighed. I'm sorry I'm being so emotional. It's just been a long day for me. Poseidon nodded. It's okay. Everyone is allowed to be a little emotional now and again. And if you can't talk to your parents about your problems, who can you? Percy smiled at that. Thanks, Dad. Poseidon smiled back. So any plans for the future? Percy nodded. I'm going after Luke tomorrow. He is amassing an army, and I have an idea where he will go first to get some men. Ping. Quest alert. Find Luke and his army. Reward. 40,000 EXP. $20,000. Failure. You will only find Luke next year. Yes/no? Percy pressed yes and turned to Poseidon, who asked, Need any help? I thought gods couldn't just help demigods. They can't, but something tells me the fates won't mind me helping you out. Poseidon replied with a smirk, which Percy copied. Well, first I think I do with a teacher to help me out with my water powers. I'm good, but I can get better. Poseidon nodded. I'll get you a tutor, someone to teach you later in the summer. And a place for Mom to stay. Our last house sucks. I want her to get a new house and enough money to live a comfortable life. Poseidon looked at Percy before signing and nodded. Okay. It'll be difficult, but okay. Percy nodded. Good. Percy then started to think about what he could get that could be useful for his next quest. Maybe I should bring someone along with him, like Luke and Grover, except, well, maybe not Luke, but more useful that Grover was in a fight. Wait, am I forgetting someone? Percy's eyes shot up. Grover. Percy begged his dad to bring Grover here, and the moment he did, the satyr jumped at Percy and began to hit him across the face with his reed, screaming, You left me there, you son of a bitch. I nearly got forced into becoming a gigolo to pay the motel bills. After Percy managed to calm the satyr down, he brought him back to camp after saying bye to his dad, who had a smirk on his face that pissed Percy off for some reason. The next day, Percy found himself inside the war room in the big house with the head of every cabin member there along with Chiron as their stand-in for their camp counselor. Dionysus was still being scolded by Zeus, something Percy relished hearing. So what have you called this meeting, seaweed brain? Clarice asked as she cleaned her fingernails with her dagger. Yeah, I thought we might just get a few days off before we had to start planning for war. Travis complained as his brother Connor nodded in agreement. The two were now the heads of the Hermes cabin replacing Luke. I wish we could, but something has come up. When Grove, Luke, and I went on our quest, we came across a society of mercenaries, deadly, powerful mercenaries. I want to move on this group before Luke does and get them on our side of the battle, because the last thing we need is them on the enemy team. This group of people, Chiron asked, what are they called? Percy narrowed his eyes, the abyss. Chiron's eyes shot open in shock. Luke has found a way into the abyss. Where did you all go during your quest? Boston. Percy shrugged. Anyway, this is bad news, and we have to stop it at all costs. Anyone with me? I am Percy, Annabeth said as she stood up. I am too, Charles replied. And so are we, Travis replied as he and his brother stood up. And so am I, Clarice said as she stood up ready for a new mission. Well, that's good. Nice of you all to stand up for your friends, but we need everyone here, Chiron said. We need to make sure nothing like this happened ever again. I would recommend Percy go in this quest with the traditional 3 members per quest arrangement. Hey, that's not fair, replied the Hermes twins. We should all go Chiron. The more the better chance we have of catching Luke. Annabeth cried out in protest. It's okay, guys. Percy cried out, settling down, everyone there. Chiron is right. Camp is defenseless, and we need someone to make sure shit doesn't hit the fan while we are away. And besides, 3 people should be more than enough to get to Luke. After all, this is more of a reconnaissance mission than a quest. The demigods grumbled under their breath, but just then Charles spoke up in a loud, neutral tone, silencing them all. Whatever you say, Percy. Percy nodded. Okay then. For this quest I'll be taking Clarice and Annabeth. You sure? Annabeth asked. I don't really know what help I can be in a fight here, Percy. It's your brains I need. Leave the fighting to Clarice and I. That is, he turned to the daughter of Ares. If you're in. The demigoddess smirked. Of course I'm in. When do we start? In 2 days' time, Percy replied, "Pack up and be ready by then." Is there anything else anyone would like to discuss? Travis and Connor then raised their hands. Yeah, we want to know something. We want to know how the hell you managed to lose Grover and Ellie. Seriously, we saw that guy's yesterday, and he was pissed off, going on and on about how unfair life is and how he was going to shove a Hoff down your throat. Percy gulped. Maybe I should stay away from Grover for a few days. That is a long story. Percy replied back as the meeting then ended, sending each person to do their own thing. Most went to spend time talking with friends in the amphitheater or doing something in the art department, making out, while Percy, on the other hand, had some training to do. Hyperion killed his friends. He brought them back, sure, but he could never do that again unless he wants to get in deep dodo with the gods. He needed to get stronger, much more stronger, and for that he needed to train. Percy snuck into the forest and put a hand up. I'd create. Empty. The blue afternoon sky turned red as all the noise got canceled out. Percy then went to the fist of Zeus and sat down on top of the rock formation as he pulled up his stats. Percy Jackson. Health 2000/2000 plus 1000 equals 3000. Mana 1 225/1 225 plus 1000 equals 2225. The gamer. Title: Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 17 EXP. 48 648/62000. Race demigod. STR 32. Vit 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WIS 32. LUC 40. Points 61. Percy has put back his Son of Poseidon title after coming back to camp. He didn't really the leader title at the moment. But the thing that interested him right now was the 61 stat points he had, something which he fully intends to use. So right now, there was a decision to be made, what to spend it on. I needed more mana, sure, but all that stats just for INT? Yeah, fat chance. Being smart, I'll admit, is cool and all, but I am more of a jump first, ask questions later kind of guy regardless of how smart I am. So maybe Luke? Percy had done some research about characters in video games, considering his life in one. But there was one thing that really got to him, the appreciation of the Luke stat. Come on, it's literally giving you the chance to improve your own luck. How awesome is that? This would not leave anything to chance. After all, if you could guarantee a coin flip will always work to your favor, is that really chance anymore? Or are you influencing the world to do your bidding? Percy nodded to himself and quickly put 10 stat points into luck, raising it to 50, and just as he did that, ping, you have achieved 50 stat points in Luke. You have gained a new perk. Luck Day. On this special day, you will have plus 25 stats in luck lasting for 24 hours. On your birthday, you will gain plus 50 in Luke stats. Please select your lucky day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Percy blinked once, then twice, and then a wide grin broke out on his face. This is awesome. Percy looked at the days and finally picked Friday because, come on, it's Friday. Everything is awesome on Fridays. Percy then looked at his new stats. STR 32. Vit 40 plus 5 equals 45. Dex 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT 30. WIS 32. LUC 50. Points 51. If the pattern follows that of luck, every time he raises a stat to 50 stats, he will gain a perk relating to that stat. Meaning he could increase all the stats right now and get several new skills. Percy yelled out in happiness, but just then he realized something. He needed to save his points. Yeah, okay, he could still totally gain 3 new perks right now, but that would mean it would become impossible to train the stats and raise them on his own. Maybe he should train himself so that each stat is at a minimum of 40 before he dumps points in them. Percy then looked at the one thing he could raise right now, his Vit. Percy put 5 stat points into Vit and waited, but sadly nothing happened. Percy was stumped. Was his theory wrong? Was a new perk thing just a Luke special? Vit 45 plus 5 equals 50. As he was looking at his stats, a thought entered his head. Wait, Is it my base stats that are supposed to be 50? Percy then hit himself up the head for making such a stupid mistake, and then dumped 5 more points in a stat. Vit 50 plus 5 equals 55. And ping. Yes, you have achieved 50 stat points in Vit. You have gained a new perk. Please choose one of these 2 new perks. Iron Body allows your body to become as tough as iron on command. This skill can be improving on. The more you use it, the tougher it will be. Speed Demon allows user to travel at unbelievable speeds at the cost of 200 HP per minute. Can be improved on with training. At present speed is 62 miles per hour, 100 kilometers. Percy looked at the perks and was surprised at his choices and very, very sad. Both of these looked amazing, really. Both had so much potential. He could charge in with Iron Body and start wailing around without a care in the world. Wouldn't even need a shield anymore as he got it to a high enough level. And the speed would make him unstoppable in a battle. You can't hit what you can't see. And the cost is nothing to be worried about. After all, his regeneration rate is 25%, and his HP is 2,000, meaning he gained 500 HP every minute, which more than made up for the speed cost. Percy sighed. He really couldn't decide. Maybe he should leave it to fate? Percy took out a drachma and readied it for a flip, heads for Iron Body, tails for Speed Demon. Percy told himself as he flipped the coin into the air. Percy caught the coin as it came down and carefully looked at it. He opened his hands, and there was the drachma, the tail side up. Percy smiled and pressed Speed Demon, selecting the perk for his bonus. Ping. Congratulations. You have gained the perk, Speed Demon. Percy closed the stats and then opened up his inventory and pulled out 3 skill books. Fireball, which he got from the Chimera, and Death Touch, which he got from destroying Cerberus, and Mist Illusions, which he got from kicking Nocken's ass. Percy first picked up Fireball and ping. You have acquired the skill book, Fireball. Would you like to learn it? Yes/no. Percy pressed yes, and immediately the book vanished as knowledge came flowing to his head. Ping. You have acquired a new skill. Fireball, LV 10%. Allows user to send balls of fire at enemy. Cost, 10 MP. Attack, 10 damage. Percy frowned at that and sighed. Well, it wasn't much, but it was something. Plus, Percy's element was water, the opposite of fire, so it would stand to reason that he would not be very good at the skill. But either way, it would be helpful if Percy wanted to distract someone or start a fire or something. Itchem. Maybe with more training he could make it stronger. Percy out those thoughts aside for later as he pulled up his next skill book. You have acquired the skill book, Death Touch. Would you like to learn it? Yes/no. Percy pressed yes, and the book disappeared in a flash as dangerous knowledge began to fill Percy's head. You have acquired a new skill. Death Touch, LV Max. Allows user to kill 1 being a day with a simple touch. Will only work on beings weaker than the user and 30 levels above user. Percy looked at this and simple wondered all the damage he could do. He allowed Gamer's mind to take over as it helped him calculate whether this would make him more powerful or more inhuman. He could kill anyone with just a touch. Maybe he should start wearing gloves? He then took out the last skill book, Mist Illusions, and ping. You have acquired the skill book, Mist Illusion. Would you like to learn it? Yes/no. Percy pressed yes, and the book disappeared. You have acquired a new technique for your mist control. Mist Control, LV 23%. The user can control the mist to create illusions. Can be used on mortals. Range 20 meters. Mist Illusions. You can create illusions that take on the form of that which the affected most loves. Percy frowned. This new power of his was far too smiler to the Nockens for his liking, but it would be useful. The demigod then pushed the skill aside. He didn't need it right now. Maybe it should be his trump card, a worst-case scenario, along with Death Touch. With that in mind, Percy decided to move on. There were still things he had to look into. Percy got up and began stretching his legs. It was time to test his new perk. He got into a runner's pose and dashed across the forest grounds. Speed Demon. Suddenly, Percy felt himself becoming faster and faster as the forest blurred by. His legs started to strain, but Percy couldn't feel the pain over the pure adrenaline coursing through his body. He loved this feeling, It was the same rush he got when he fought Craig with the Deadman title. Soon, however, Percy reached the edge of the forest and was forced to stop. He nearly tripped into a tree, but luckily Percy had high enough dex stats to maintain his balance. He looked up and smiled, if his calculations were right, and they were. Then he just crossed the entire forest in 20 seconds, give or take. That means he traveled around 400 meters, and he knew that wasn't his maximum speed. In fact, if he was to guess, he was going around 72 kilometers right then. So one can only imagine what he could do when traveling at full speed. Percy then pulled up his HP bar. Percy Jackson HP 1 820/2 He smiled. His regeneration was already healing him, meaning he could afford to use Speed Demon a lot more now. Percy walked back to the Fist of Zeus and sat down, pulling out the skill disc he got from Cerberus and observed the small golden object. Skill disc. A disc, when used, will automatically level up one particular skill of your choosing. The number of levels that will be improved and written on a disc. LV10. This thing would improve the skill level of any skill he chose. The only question was, which skill? He should use it on his weakest skill, but that would mean it would be harder to level up with pure training. If he used on his strongest skill, that would make it even more difficult to level that up. If he used it on something like archery, it would help, but not by much. And Smoke From would be pretty strong if he leveled it up, but again, it would be impossible to train on it. Percy looked across his skills and finally made up his mind on one skill in particular. Critical Strike. LV 3, 20%. A precise strike that can cause 400% damage to the target. Chance of success. Luke plus Dex. Yes, okay, sure, it wasn't a fancy skill, and it wasn't something that he could profit from all the time, but it was very useful. Percy had a lot of luck, a lot of it, and he tended to get more critical shots than most normal people because of that. Heck, example number 1 is Ares. So logically speaking, the best shot he has to bring down really powerful enemies is with critical strikes, and the only way he can train critical strikes in by doing them. And most of the time he does that, the enemy tends to die off quickly before he can grind the skill up. Percy then took the skill disc and pressed the number 10 written on top of as the disc glowed. State which skill you wish to level up. Percy spoke aloud, critical strike, and slowly the disc in his hand disappeared as Percy felt energy flow into himself. Ping. A skill have leveled up 10 times. Critical strike. LV 13, 0%. A precise strike that can cause 1000% damage to the target. Chance of success. Luke plus Dex. Percy smiled at this and closed the boxes and looked at what he should train first. Maybe some strength building? The last time he got a boost in those stats were ages ago, when he still wore the weights Nina made for him. He took them off before the quest, didn't want anything weighing him down in case he needed all the strength he had, but maybe it was time to use it again. Percy took out the weighted sweatbands and put them on, setting the weights at 50 pounds per limb. He then got off the Fist of Zeus and began to walk around to get used to the extra weight before deciding to break 2 eggs with 1 stone and level up a few skills of his, mainly something he got very recently, his shadow control. Percy approached a tree and began pouring his mana out into the shade of the tree, a similar process like his water control. The moment his mana touched the shadow, Percy felt a pull, and he pulled back with all his will. Slowly, the shadows under the tree moved according to his desire. It moved up like a tendril as it slowly stood up in front of Percy. The demigod reached out and began to touch the shadows, and he was surprised to feel that the shadow was actually very much solid. Maybe my mana turned it into a solid form. Percy wondered as her commanded the shadows to step out of the shade and into the light, and watched as it only proceeded to get stronger and darker the moment it touched the light. So anything that makes a shadow more solid makes my shadow control stronger? This is something I... Just then, ping, a skill has leveled up. Shadow control, LV 2 plus 10 equals LV 12, 30%. Where the user can control shadows and manipulate them. Cost, 95 MP, minus 50 MP equals 45 MP. Is it really that easy? Percy asked himself as he recalled how he tried to control his water powers back in Yancey Academy, where he got exhausted every time he used his powers. Maybe it was because he had a lot more mana now that it seemed easier for him. Percy smiled at that and decided to continue to use shadow control until his mana ran out, which didn't happen. With a regeneration rate of 500 MP per minute, he didn't have any issues with his mana becoming too low. So Percy decided to train two things at once and started to create and launch fireballs from his hands. He first started with one fireball, and then increased the number to one in each hand, and then doubled that and pushed further and further as he now had 10 fireballs, each on the tips of one of his fingers. But he didn't stop there. He started to experiment with his skills. He created constructs with his shadows, which were easier to control into complex form than water, since shadows don't have a real form to give resistance. He then began to control the shadows formed underneath his shirt and pulled them out, making them move freely out from under his shirt like blades of grass on a meadow. Percy also managed to increase the amount of MP and damage that his fireballs could do, which was really a big accomplishment in his book. At around 2 o'clock, Percy stopped his training and pulled up his two skills, which had leveled up by a lot. Shadow Control, LV 10 plus 10 equals LV 20%. Where the user can control shadows and manipulate them. Cost 55 MP, minus 50 MP equals 5 MP. Fireball, LV 13, 23%. Allows user to send balls of fire at enemy. Cost 100 MP. Attack 1000 damage. Percy nodded in approval and then began to train his earthquake control skill. And since he is in his ID pocket dimension, he wouldn't have to worry about destroying anything. Percy drew back a fist and poured mana into it and smashed it into the ground, crying out, "Earthquake Fist!" The fist landed into the ground, shattering it and causing a 9-inch fissure to form. Percy grinned and drew back his other hand and smashed it down, as well as slowly he began to attack the ground again and again. Soon the ground broke apart into dust as Percy found himself in a crater of his own, making with a blue box in front of him. Skill leveled up. Earthquake Control, LV 4, 20%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack 650. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude 1.6. Percy sighed and closed the box. He had caused too much damage to the surrounding area to have leveled up just once, and the more he trains, the more damage he is going to cause. Maybe it would be better to train in this later, when he finds a place which is tougher than the forest grounds. Percy then escaped out of his pocket dimension as slowly all the damage he created in his earthquake control training disappeared. Percy then began to walk back to camp, but as Percy was doing that, he noticed something inside the rock formation of the Fist of Zeus. A blue delta symbol, and the moment Percy used Observe on it, he knew what it was. Ping. You have spotted the entrance to the labyrinth. Dungeon LV 20. Do you wish to enter? Yes/no. Or, do you wish to fast travel to another known labyrinth location? Yes/no. Percy blinked at the two options given to him, and he quickly realized what was going on. This was what is known as a fast travel option, meaning he could use this entrance to travel to all the other ones he knew, meaning he could theoretically use this to travel to Yancey Academy and back. Percy smiled as he pressed the yes button for the fast travel option. Just then another box appeared. Please choose the location to travel to. Yancey Academy. Percy pressed the only option available for him and then waited for the fast travel option to activate. And waited and waited. Is thing broken or something? Percy asked himself as he looked again at the entrance. Maybe I should actually enter for it to work. Percy then climbed into the small tunnel inside the Fist of Zeus and landed into a large tunnel that led deeper into the earth. Percy clicked his fingers and summoned a fireball in the palm of his hand and used the flames as a guide. Already his training was paying off. Percy held his hand up high and slowly walked deeper into the cave as slowly things got darker and darker with less and less light coming from the outside. However, the moment Percy took his 20th step, or so, the rocky tunnel transformed into a well-defined corridor that leveled out horizontally before turning into a set of stairs that went up. Percy walked up the stair, but as he did, he realized he recognized them. These were the very same staircase he climbed down on the very first dungeon raid he went on. Percy felt a little bit of nostalgia sink in. Strangely, this was only a few weeks ago, and yet it felt like a lifetime. Eventually, the stair ended, and there in the top was an opening leading to the courtyard of Yancey Academy. Percy stepped out, and immediately the opening closed behind him with a groan. The son of Poseidon then turned to the courtyard in front of him and smiled. Well, this proves it. Fast travel is very much possible. Percy loved the fact that he found this little trick out. It would help him a lot knowing he could just pop into camp during school hours if he wanted to. He wasn't stupid. Not with an int level of 30 and wits of 32. He knew he was going to come back to Yancey Academy, considering that he didn't get kicked out or flunked, which was a record in itself. The grounds of the school was empty and very quiet. Nothing steered, and for that Percy was glad. Imagine if someone caught him here, it would take a lot of line to get out of that one. He then looked up and saw that the sun was in the same position in the sky from 5 minutes ago, meaning fast travel was truly instant and would not take like an hour or so to do, which he was grateful for. Turning back to the entrance of the labyrinth in Yancey Academy, Percy pressed on the blue symbol and selected the option of fast travel showed up. He picked Camp Half-Blood, and the wall opened up, allowing Percy entrance. Soon after a minute of walking, Percy found himself back in camp near the Fist of Zeus. He then quickly went back to camp for lunch, promising himself to one day go and explore the labyrinth for its dungeon, probably when he was stronger. Last time he jumped into a dungeon without any forethought, he nearly died. This time, he would be ready. After a quick lunch and spending time with the rest of his friends from camp, Percy returned to his private training spot and then took out the gauntlet of Kefka. He then summoned Cerberus, who appeared out of smoke, nearly trampling the trees around as it bowed to Percy. "Cerberus, I need you to go back into the underworld," Percy said, looking into at the dog's middle head. "Once there, return to your duty as guardian to the underworld. However, if I never require your assistance, I will call you. And you better come. Got it?" The giant dog nodded and slowly sunk into its own shadow as it slowly disappears, leaving Percy all alone. Shadow traveling, didn't know he could do that. Though it does make sense, seeing Chimera's blood did give me the same power after defeating him. Percy put the gauntlet away and sat down on the Fist of Zeus again. It felt a little weird knowing there was a tunnel right under him, but something told him that he wasn't going to collapse down into it or anything. Percy then pulled up his skill list and slowly began to scroll through it, looking for something new to train in. Eventually, something caught his eye. I'd create LV 10, 81%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon, zombies. Monster dungeon, goblin camp. ID escape, LV 10, 21%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Percy hadn't gone into an ID dungeon in a long time. Well, one that had monsters in it anyway. The last time he had, it was when he fought Craig. After that incident, Percy had put up training in there for some time, but now, maybe it would be good to return, plus there was something he really wanted to try out. Percy raised his hand up into the air. ID create. Zombies. Immediately the sky turned red and the noise died out, notifying Percy about the change in worlds. The demigod got off the rock formation he was sitting on and took out Riptide and attached his apprentice zombie killer title. Apprentice zombie killer. 30% more attack and defense when dealing with the undead. Plus 5 to all stats when dealing with the undead. Percy closed his status box and got ready for his battle. He didn't just want to attack the zombies like he used to before, though. No, this time he wanted to experiment with something. He wanted to see just how far he could go using the Lubet perk. He closed his eyes and slowly began to focus himself, pushing the effects gamer's mind to the back of his mind. He then began to focus on his memories, particularly the sad ones. The ones that broke his heart. The ones that made him feel helpless. He remembered holding Annabeth in his arms as she died. He remembered the anger he felt when he found out Gabe hurt his mom. He remembered the uselessness he felt when Hyperion attacked. And through these memories, his anger grew. Ping. Perk. Loop Bet has been activated. You gain plus 50 to all stats. Percy's eyes turned from his clam sea green to a golden yellow as he growled in fury. He let the anger take over him. He let the curse guide him as he dashed out of the forest and towards camp where most of the Greek zombies would be. The first one he saw didn't even realize it was dead before it exploded into dust. The second one managed to spot him before it died, and the third didn't even manage to do that. One by one, the zombies fell to Percy's blade as messages started to explode out of Percy. Ping, 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 ping. You have killed while under the effects of Lubet. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Lubet. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Lubet. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Lubet. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Lubet. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. You have killed while under the effects of Lubet. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. Percy, however, ignored them all as his vision became tunneled, allowing him to focus on only one thing: killing the monsters in front of him. The Greek zombies only managed to rally together after the 10th or so zombie Percy downed, but even then they were no match for Percy's ferocity and raising powers level. More and more anger filled him as more and more power flowed through him. Percy crashed into the army of Greek zombies with an earthquake fist breaking the front lines. He then hacked and slashed his way through them all, smiling as blood and dust began to cover his face and body. Eventually, Percy stopped, panting as he stood on top of a mountain of corpses. Total EXP gained: 2,625 EXP. He had killed at least 35 Greek zombies and now waited with excitement for the Legion zombie, which was now forming in front of him in the middle of the cabins. Percy, however, didn't wait for his Emmy to get ready. He charged ahead and ripped into the Legion zombie's head. He plunged his blade into its eye sockets and started to stab into its brine. Critical strike. 1,000% of 325 attack equals 3,250 attack. Critical strike. 1,000% of 325 attack equals 3,250 attack. Critical strike. 1,000% of 325 attack equals 3,250 attack. Critical strike. 1,000% of 325 attack equals 3,250 attack. Legion Zombie HP 2. 200/15, 200. Percy, however, didn't stop. He never stopped. He brought his fist up into the air and smashed it into the Legion zombie's face, shattering its skull and breaking its head open like a balloon. Earthquake fist. Critical strike. 1,000% of 650 attack equals 6,500 attack. You have killed while under the effects of Lubet. You have temporarily gained +2 to all stats. Golden dust reigned over Percy as slowly the incomplete Legion zombie disappeared into nothing. The battle, however, wasn't over. An army of Greek zombies appeared at that moment and charged Percy with their spears lowered. Percy simply stood up from the golden dust that was a Legion zombie and began attacking the army without hesitation or doubt. The cries of the zombies rang out into the red sky. As soon, everything was silent yet again. Total EXP gained: 2,625 EXP. Soon another Legion zombie rose only to fall yet again to Percy's vicious attack. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 2. 300/2, 300 plus 1,000 equals 3,300. Mana 1. 350/1, 350 plus 1,000 equals 2,350. The Gamer. Title: Zombie Killer. Level: 18 EXP. 1. 898/65,000. Race: Demigod. STR: 32. Vit: 50 plus 5 equals 55. Dex: 31 plus 5 equals 36. INT: 30. WIS: 32. LUC: 50. Points: 46. Money: 66, $597/286D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status, demigod, giving Percy plus 5 EIT, plus 5 DX, and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. And soon, warning, high-level monster forming above you. Percy looked up, and his yellow eyes spotted the demon forming above him. Soon the figure took form in the shape of a Knight of the Damned, almost an exact carbon copy of Craig. Percy, however, didn't care that the enemy looked like his servant. He just wanted someone to kill. Percy dove at the knight with Riptide in hand and began pummeling the knight back. His curse gave him a plus 194 to all stats, and Percy was using every single stat boost he had. He smashed Riptide into the knight's helmet, releasing the shadows inside it. He then poured his mana into the shadow and gained control over the knight's body. He then closed his hand into a fist, and the shadow inside the suit exploded outwards, breaking the armor into pieces. Ping. A new skill has been created by your action. Shadow Control, LV 10 plus 10 equals LV 20%, where the user can control shadows and manipulate them. Cost 55 MP, 50 MP equals 5 MP. Shadow Explosion, 1000 damage, plus 500 damage. Cost 1500 MP, minus 500 MP. Critical Strike, 1000% of 1500 is equal to 15,000 damage. Percy, however, pushed the boxes away. He didn't read any of them. All he cared about was the fact that the knight was still not dead. Knight HP 15,000/30,000. Percy knew he couldn't afford to use more mana. If he was normal right now, he would be on his knees panting, but the curse of Labette pushed him forward to ignore all his limits, to break them, to go beyond them. Percy Jackson lifted Riptide up SD, stood waiting for his mana to regenerate, and as he did, the Knight of the Damned regenerated itself, as well forming new armor out of its shadows. Soon the knight was whole again, but Percy was not ready. But the demigod knew there was more than one way to kill a monster. Despite the curse clouding his judgment, Percy was a born warrior. Fighting was in his blood. He took out a sword from his inventory and charged the knight. He raised both swords at once and began his attack. Stardust Wave. 1, 3, 6, 12, 18, 21, 30, 37, 42, 43, 49, 53, 55, 60, 69. Stardust Wave. 69 strikes x 249 vid equals 17,181 plus 230 dex equals 17,411%. 17,411% of 325 attack equals 56,585 attack. 69 strikes landed on the knight from Percy's hands, and the moment Percy stopped, the knight exploded into golden dust, leaving nothing but some loot behind. You have gained 20,000 EXP. The demigod turned and waited for the next enemy, but none came. With nothing else to fight, the curse slowly disappeared, turning Percy's yellow eyes back. Perk. Labette has been deactivated. Your stats have changed back to normal. Ping. Your title Apprentice Zombie Killer has evolved into Zombie Hunter. Zombie Hunter. 40% more attack and defense when dealing with the undead. Plus 10 to all stats when dealing with the undead. The son of Poseidon looked around him, taking it all in, what he had done. But before he took a step forward or even had a thought, his body collapsed into the ground as he fainted from the strain on his body. Percy blinked away as he slowly regained control over himself. He pushed himself up and groaned at his stiff body. You have slept on a very uncomfortable surface. HP and MP have been restored 50% each. All ailments and negative status effect have been cured. Percy pushed the box away and slowly got back up, stretching his muscles loose. He blinked the world into focus yet again and found himself still in an ID. Only this time there was nothing chasing him. Percy saw there was money, drachma, and various other loot items all around him, meaning he was still in the zombie dungeon. But seeing as there was no zombies, that meant he must have killed the all. Percy got to his feet and pulled out a bottle of water, emptying it with one swing. He then wiped the trail of water coming out of his mouth and recalled what happened when he activated the curse. The curse was too much. It was like trying to control a force of nature. The more he killed, the more powerful and out of control it got. Percy was hoping to use this curse as a way to fight off the really strong opponents. But he now knew the only way that would ever work is if he and the boss were the only ones there, with nobody to interfere. When Hyperion attacked, Percy was lucky he didn't accidentally kill one of his friends. He was too busy fighting Hyperion. But if he had somehow defeated the Titan, he would then attack. No, it was too much to even think it. Percy put the curse under the list, never use unless you are about to die, which is also where Percy listed the Death Touch skill, the Mist Illusion skill, and the Dead Man title. Sighing to himself, Percy took out the gauntlet of Kefka and summoned all his servants. Zed, Craig, Alecto, and Marcosius appeared out of smoke and bowed to Percy, who then sent him to gather all the loot spread throughout the dungeon. Soon they had collected $16,000, 30D, 8 health potions low, LV, 2 skill disc, healing shrubs, 20 Greek-style swords, 12 Greek spears, essence of shadow, crafting essence, 2, pot of chance. Percy put everything away except for the pot of chance, and used observe on it. Pot of chance. Test your luck by sticking your hand into this pot. If you're lucky, you might something useful. If not, well, let's just hope you can masturbate with your other hand as well. Percy sighed at the pot's description. The pit itself was very plain looking. It was brown and black, like ancient Greek pots, except these had big question marks drawn on their surface instead of Greek heroes. Percy looked at his Luke stats. Sure, it was 50, but maybe he should put off using the pot until Friday, when his Lucky Day perk would activate. Percy nodded to himself and put the pot away and turned to his servants, who were all looking at him curiously. What? Is it something on my face? Zed shook his head. No, not really. It's just you look different, that's all. Really? Like how? Percy asked, crossing his hands. Like you seem stronger somehow. Alecto replied. More. What's the word? Feral. Marcosius said with a feral grin that spread across its wolf face. I see that you are using the curse of Lubet freely. Something tells me, however, you're not the type to endanger others' lives, which begs the question, how did you use the power of uncontrollable anger, but still not get anyone hurt? Percy narrowed his eyes. He had forgotten how perceptive the demon-winged wolf was. It was a mistake to bring it out here. Or maybe it was an opportunity. Percy dismissed the other servants and soon sat in the middle of the empty monster dungeon with the demon wolf. So, alone at last, the wolf said with a smirk before it jumped up and exploded into a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke then melding together, taking on the form of a naked woman with large perky breasts and a wide firm ass. Her beautiful face was covered with long curly hair, dark as the night. Her skin was dark, like roasted almond, and her eyes were the color of polished cobalt. She smiled at Percy as she slowly walked, swaying her wide hips seductively. Hello, master. The last words came out as a low growl as the demon crawled on top of Percy, pushing him down on the grass. I have missed you. It took all of Percy's willpower and the gamer's mind abilities for him to not immediately become putty in her hands. He stayed stronger and spoke in a calm tone. I need to ask you something, Marcosius. The demon smiled as she grabbed his hand in her and pressed her chest into his. Go ahead and ask, master. Percy was now sweating. She was a little too close for comfort. I need you to tell me everything you know about the Lubet curse you put on me. The demon raised an eyebrow. Everything? Or only what I know? Is there a difference? Very much so, she whispered as she pulled herself upwards, grinding on Percy. What I know I can give you for free, but if you wish for everything, well, then that's going to cost you. I see, Percy said. This was going nowhere fast. He needed to up the ante. Percy then rolled to the side, putting the demon on the bottom while he was now above her. So what do you know? The demon smiled at the change in position. I know only the few basics. The curse was made by God himself as a punishment to be given out to code med souls in hell. The worst of the worst. Which souls were cursed with this? The demon lifted her head and whispered in Percy's ear, serial killers. Percy looked shocked. The fact that his curse, so the same used in hell for touring serial killers, kind of rattled him, but just then his mind started to work and a question popped up, but why? Why give the people who enjoy killing the power to kill more? Isn't that like giving meth to a druggie? Yes, it is, the demon said, smiling. The souls cursed with this will kill everything in their path and soon will take over their very beings. Blood will be all they know, but eventually they will lose the feeling of excitement. After one point, the pleasure they get from killing will stop. They will become numb to it, but they won't be able to stop killing. They will lead a hollow existence from then till the end of time, never being able to stop, never being able to feel. A shell of what they are. After all, too much of anything is bad. Percy looked at the demon under him, and only one thought came into his head. I am so fucked. How do I get rid of it? Percy asked. There must be a way to reverse the curse. There always is. I don't know that, master. All I know is what I've told you. I'm not even sure it could be removed. Percy gritted his teeth in anger. How do you not know anything about it? You are the one who cursed me, and you are supposed to know everything. The demon under him chuckled. I may not know everything, but I can. Explain, Percy said through narrowed eyes as he tightened his grip on its hands. Every demon can access unlimited knowledge, stored in hell, for a limited amount of time. They just need the power of a human soul to do so. Hence why I said before that the only way to tell you what you wanted to know, I would need a soul. So you're not the only one who can do so. Others can as well. She shook her head. No. The place where we get our knowledge is called the Great Stream. And while others can travel the stream, I have conquered it. I am a librarian, while others just visit. Then how can you not know? Because I never had to find out how to remove curses, only put them. Percy looked into her cobalt blue eyes and could see she was not lying. He could feel it. Ping. A new skill has been developed. Lie detection, LV1, 12%. You could detect lies said to you. 10% chance of success. Percy sighed. Okay, I believe you. He then got off her and stood up. Percy saw her lying on the ground and offered his hand. Such a gentleman, Marcosia said as she took it, pulling herself up. I try, Percy said as he brought the gauntlet up to send the demon back inside. Wait, she said, causing Percy to stop. Can I just stay out here for a little longer? I don't like being at the stupid gauntlet of Kefka. Percy's eyes winded. You know about the gauntlet? How? She shrugged, causing her breast to bounce. But Percy was far too distracted to pay attention. Everyone knows about that gauntlet. After all, the guy who made it was half demon and managed to steal one of God's tears. What? Yep. You see, Kefka was half demon, and because of that he was teased a lot. Well, not teased, more like abused. Anyway, one day, he went and complained to God, and the big guy, hearing his story, started to cry. Kefka harvested his tears and made the gauntlet out of it. Percy looked at his gauntlet, and now suddenly the thing felt very heavy. No wonder it's so powerful. It's literally a godly weapon. The demon shrugged. Yeah, but considering you're a demigod, that's not really saying much. Wait, God can cry? Percy asked with a strange look, like he has a body and can cry? Like cry. The demon nodded. Yup. Don't tell anyone, but he's kind of a big softy, always going on and on about love and shit like that. Percy stared at the demon in front of him with a look of confusion. You sound like you know him. She shrugged again. Yeah, we all know him. He always shows up during Sundays for lunch. He shows up in hell. For lunch? It's complicated. Percy looked at the demon for a few seconds before sighing. Okay, I'm just going to forget everything you said for the last 5 minutes and just send you back. He lifted the gauntlet, but again Marcosia interrupted him. Wait, can I have a goodbye kiss before I go? The demon asked, throwing Percy off his game. What? Percy asked, stammering. Well, it's just I've been so helpful. I think I deserve a reward, don't you? Before Percy could even respond, she jumped on him and grabbed his lips in hers. She ran her fingers through his hair as she stuck her tongue into his mouth. Was the only thing Percy could say as his mouth was currently being overtaken by the demon's tongue. Percy tried to push her off him, but Marcosia grabbed his wrists and put them to the ground. She then grabbed the gauntlet and pulled it of his left and threw the magical armor piece away. The demon then broke the kiss and stared at Percy with a hungry look. "When you get older, master, I'm going to ride you like a train." Percy looked at her shocked, but again, before he could speak, she kissed him again. This time, she grabbed his head with both hands and pushed her tongue deeper into his mouth. Ping. Skill leveled up. Kissing, LV 9, 5%. Is what it is. The higher level you are, the better kisser you are. And remember, practice makes perfect. Your level is kissing. Leave the person feeling happy for the 2 hours. Percy blinked at that, but couldn't get himself to do anything about the beautiful naked woman sitting on top of him. He tried to move, but his body just didn't want to. Just then the demon broke the kiss and looked at Percy with the same hungry look. "See you later, master." She then disappeared into smoke, traveling to the gauntlet, leaving Percy alone in the ID with a red face and a need for a long cold shower. Percy spent the extra free day he had mostly studying in the Athena cabin. He needed to know more things. He knew that, so he had asked Annabeth to help him out. During the day, he was put through the ringer as he learned more and more, stuffing himself with knowledge. By the evening, he had leveled up his English language twice and increased his int level by 4 points. Language: Modern English, LV 22, 90%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia, but with hard work you have overcome your disabilities, and your reading is now near grade level college plus. Plus 50% reading speed. INT 34. Here's a tip: if you ever want help in your studies, do not ask a child of Athena. Just don't. Percy swore there was something downright scary about the way the Athena cabin members learnt, something unholy. It was scarier than fighting a demon, which he has actually done before. After dinner, Percy managed to sneak away to the forest and to the Fist of Zeus, where he put up an ID. Empty, and started to train his other skills. First was Fireball, where Percy tried to make it more powerful by putting more mana in it, but keeping the size small, the result of his flames turning blue and him gaining a variation on his ability. Fireball, LV 13, 23%. Allows user to send balls of fire at enemy. Cost 100 MP. Attack 1000 damage. Blue Flames cost 200 MP, 1540 damage. The extra cost was nothing when compared to the boost of power he got, making this one of Percy's most reliable attacks. But there was a drawback. The more powerful it got, the bigger it got, and the more it grew, the slower it became, meaning at full strength the Fireball was as slow as a tortoise. Percy had also used his level 2 skill disc on his Mist Control, increasing it to level 3. Mist Control, LV 3, 0%. The user can control the mist to create illusions. Can be used on mortals. Range, 30 meters. Mist illusions. You can create illusions that take on the form of that which the affected most loves. Percy then began to train his earthquake control, increasing it to level 6, his smoke form, increasing it to level 4, and finally he spawned his ID create an escape skill, increasing it to level 11. Earthquake control, LV 6, 20%. You can cause an earthquake thought any part of your body. Attack, 700. Cost 100 MP. Magnitude, 1.8. Smoke from, LV 4, 21%. Turns the user's body into smoke. Color depends on person. Cost, 225 MP. Duration, 50 seconds. I'd create, LV 11, 15%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon, zombies. Monster dungeon, goblin camp. ID escape, LV 11, 15%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. After he did all this, his use of the weighted bands finally paid off, giving Percy +2 is STR, something which he found Stanger as it took so long for it to happen. If Percy had to guess, it would be because he was already used to the weight he was wearing right now, meaning he would have to increase the weight again if he wanted to level up more strength. By the time the sun came up, Percy was dead tired as he left his training ground for camp. After a quick bite to eat, he was right as rain, and now Percy was in his cabin packing his stuff for his quest/reconnaissance mission when a knock came on his door. "Come in." Percy called out behind him as the door was pushed open, revealing Mina in her working uniform. "Mina," Percy asked with a polite smile. What can I do for you? The daughter of Hephaestus smiled. Nothing much, really. I just came to give you this, she said as she swung the backpack she was carrying down. She opened it, revealing a set of Greek armor with silver plates on it, which looked vaguely familiar. Percy scratched his head before realizing what it was. My armor. Nina smiled. Yup. I fixed it up, and this time I got it ready before your quest. Hopefully, this will help you out on your journey, Nina said as Percy inspected the armor closely. You sure you don't want it? It did save your life when the monsters attacked, Percy asked. No, I made my own armor, Nina said with a grin. I'm never going to let a monster to get the drop on me ever again. So yeah, you keep it. It is yours anyway. Percy nodded as he took the armor and put it on his bed next to his backpack. Thanks, Nina. I'm sure this will help out a lot. Nina nodded and smiled back at Percy. The two then started at each other as an air of awkwardness fell upon them. Seconds passed as slowly a blush creeped on Nina's face, prompting Percy to speak up first. Nina. Can I help you with something? Well, it's just that. Nina stammered as she gathered her courage and finally spoke up. I just wanted to thank you, for saving my life. I thought I was done for, and well, you saved me. You just came in there with that stupid smile of yours and saved my life. Percy nodded. Relax, Nina, it was nothing. No, it wasn't. You saved my life, Percy, and I just wanted to thank you properly. Maybe like after you come back from your quest, I could show you around my cabin or something. Show you some cool stuff. But Nina, it isn't really a big deal. You don't have to do anything like that for me. I would have done the same for any of my friends. Percy mentioned casually as slowly a look of silent anger took over Nina's face. Really? Is that what I am to you? Your friend? Nina asked with her eyes narrowed. Percy started to sweat a little as he looked at Nina's face. Warning. Bloodlust in front of you. Origin, Nina. Yeah, thanks, I know. Percy, though, as he dismissed the box. He didn't know what was going on. Maybe he should tell the truth and hope she forgives him for whatever he has done. He gulped and spoke. Why, yeah. Nina looked at Percy with narrowed eyes before drawing back a hand and slapping him across the face. Percy was so surprised he couldn't move in time to dodge or block the strike. Slap! You idiot! Nina cried out as she then charged out of Percy's cabin, leaving behind a confused son of Poseidon with a red handprint on his cheek. What the hell just happened? Percy asked himself as he watched Nina's retreating form. Later, Clarice and Annabeth stood on top of the hill with travel bags by their side, waiting for Percy. Next to them was Chiron, who was back in his wheelchair, and Grover, who had a similar bag on his back. He's late, Clarice said, grunting. It's his quest, how can he be late? I am sure Percy has his reasons, Chiron said, quieting Clarice down. Yeah, Percy might forget something now and then, but he is reliable, Grover said, nodding before adding in a low grumble, though you can't rely on him to remember about you when you're halfway across the country in Los Angeles. No times like that, it's best to be on your own. Oh, stop whining, Grover, Annabeth said. Percy already feels guilty enough as it is. Give him a break. Oh, I'm not angry at him, Annabeth, Grover clarified. I understand why he did what he did. Finding out Luke was a traitor must have hit him pretty hard. I don't hate him for that. I just want him to squirm a little before I decide to forgive him. That's all. Chiron smiled. And here I was thinking you didn't have a bad bone in your body. Grover smirked. Oh, please. I have been meaning to prank him since the time he embarrassed us back at Yancey Academy. I see. Need some help? Chiron asked with mischief in his eyes. Yes, please, Grover said with the same look in his eyes. Okay, you two do your pranking later, Annabeth replied. For now, we need Percy focused. Do whatever you want to him when we get back, not now. But Annabeth, Grover whined. No buts. It's all right, Grover, Chiron replied. We'll get him soon enough. But then I'll only be able to prank him once I get back. If you get, Clarice clarified, but before Grover could rebuttal, the figure of Percy could be seen coming up the hill. He stopped in front of the group and put his backpack on the ground. Hey guys, you ready? Percy asked to Annabeth and Clarice. Ready, Annabeth said while Clarice just nodded. Good. Percy turned and noticed Grover. Grover, are you coming with us? I thought you wanted this to be a 3-man team, Chiron. Percy asked his wheelchair-bound teacher. No, Grover is not going to be traveling with you three, Chiron replied. He is starting his own quest. Percy turned to Grover, who explained, I've told you about my dream, right? About finding Pan. Percy nodded, but you have also told me people die in the process of doing so. Grover shrugged, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Pan is our god, Percy. It's the same with you for your mom. How far did you go to save her? Percy nodded. He understood where Grover was coming from, but he still didn't like it. Yeah, okay. Just be careful, all right? Grover smiled. Yeah, I will. So, where are you going first? Percy asked. Honestly, I'm not sure. Tradition dictates that I go to a large forest first, and then travel wherever my instincts tell me to. That is so specific, Percy mumbles, causing Grover to chuckle. Yeah, it is, Grover said as he extended a fist to Percy. Until next time, Percy. Percy bumped his fist. Until next time, Grover. The satyr smiled and turned to Chiron. I'll be going now, sir. Chiron nodded. Take care, brave satyr, and don't forget our plan. Grover nodded and waved to Annabeth and Clarice as he walked away from the group into the surrounding forest, disappearing from sight in a few seconds. I already missed that goat, Percy said as he turned to the rest of his questmates. Yeah, Annabeth mumbled. All right, time to get down to business. Right, Percy said as they all picked up their respective bags. Basically, the plan is this. We go to Boston, find out all we can from my contact, grab a slice of pizza or something, and get back here in time for the next capture the flag. Any questions? Nope, Clarice and Annabeth said, as the three then turned to Chiron. All right, then questers, I wish you the very best of luck, Chiron said as he began rolling away. And remember to call if anything bad happens. The demigods all knowed and watched Chiron roll back to camp. Percy turned to the others. Oh, why was he in his wheelchair again? Annabeth shrugged. Not sure. Something about a date later this evening and him wanting to get used to being in a wheelchair again. Percy looked at Annabeth funny before he sighed. We have a fucked up family. Yup, Annabeth said before turning to Percy. Percy, why do you have a red hand-shaped mark on your check? Percy's eyes widened as he quickly turned away from Annabeth and began to run for the main road. Let's go, you guys. Time's a-wastin'. Percy Jackson, get back here and answer my questions. Annabeth cried out, chasing after him. What's that, Annabeth? We have lovely weather today. Well, you can't be more right. Come on, let's make the most of it. Annabeth chased him all the way to the main road, where Argus was waiting for them with his white van, something which increasingly creeped Percy out due to its kidnapper look, which has been previously stated several times by many demigods. The three got in, and soon they were all being taken to New York City. Annabeth had dropped her line of questioning and had began talking to Clarice about plans to create something akin to a war machine, by the sounds of which was going to be big, loud, and awesome. Percy smiled at this and remained mostly silent as the van drove onwards. Soon the questers reached the train station and promptly got off, waving Argus goodbye, who didn't wave back, asshole. Percy turned to his friends. Okay, then you guys wait here, and I'll get tickets for the train ride. Didn't you guys take the bus last time? Clarice asked. Why aren't we going on a bus? 1, because the last time we were on a bus we got attacked by Furies, and 2, because it's faster this way. I wanted something in the outskirts of Boston last time I went there, and the bus would take us there before heading into town. I really didn't want to travel back and forth from the city to the forest, too much of a waste of money. Annabeth blinked. Wow, your reasoning was pretty well thought out. Yeah, but you're still a miser, Clarice stated, grinning. Hey, I'm not a miser. I just don't like wasting money, that's all. Sure, Clarice said, rolling her eyes. Hey, I saw that. Just go get the tickets, Percy, Annabeth said, pushing Percy into the station and breaking up the fight that was just about to break out. Percy mumbled under his breath, but walked away. Annabeth sighed. Why you always have to piss him off? It's funny, Clarice replied with a smirk. Percy got the tickets, and the 3 campers were on the train in 5 minutes. Luckily, they hadn't missed it. Percy sat in front of Annabeth and Clarice as the train slowly began its journey. So we have 3 hours to kill. Any ideas? Percy asked his 2 friends. Well, I do have these, Clarice said, taking out a deck of cards. You up for a game of poker? Oh gods, Clarice, give it a rest, Annabeth said, taking out a thick book on architecture. There is no way anyone can beat you. You're the reigning champion of poker in your cabin. Seriously? Percy asked, blinking. I didn't take Clarice for the gambling type. We don't gamble with money, Clarice spoke up. We gamble with chores. The loser has to do the winner's chores, and if there are more that one loser, the work gets spread out among them. I see, Percy said, scratching his chin. He knew about poker, but didn't really know how to play, so what are the rules? Well, Clarice explained the rule of poker to Percy with a hidden smirk. After one explanation. So basically it's a game that involves having lots of luck. My luck's level is 50, the ability to lie. My lie level is 9, and maintaining your cool all the time? Thank you, gamer's mind. Percy asked. Yup. Percy then grinned a vicious smile that sent a chill down Clarice's spine. Game on War Girl. Clarice gulped as she started shuffling her deck. For some reason, the look Percy had on his face scared the shit out of her, but she refused to give up. After all, she was the queen of poker. She gave Percy his 2 cards, and the game began. The moment Percy looked at his cards, all emotions melted off his face. He became like a doll. Not one muscle moved. He opened his mouth. I raised 2 days' worth of chores. Clarice began to sweat. A few moments later, ha ha ha, Percy cackled out, throwing his head up in victory. I did it. Enjoy the 2 years' worth of chores, Clarice, old girl. The demigoddess in question had her head down on the ground as she cried tears of regret and lose. There, Clarice. I'm sure some of your siblings can help you with them. Annabeth tried to assure the girl, patting her on her back. She turned to Percy. Be a little more considerate, Percy. She is feeling bad enough as it is. I don't care. Ha ha ha. No chores for me. Percy said, holding his stomach as he laughed louder, attracting the attention of every person on the train, pissing them off. Shut up, kid. A rough male voice called out, causing Percy to blush and close his mouth. Sorry, the son of Poseidon replied. He then turned to Clarice, who was still crying. Hey, it's okay, Clarice. You don't have to do them all. Clarice looked up with hope in her eyes. Really? No, Percy shouted back as he laughed loudly. Shut up, kid. The same passenger as last time called out. Okay, sheesh. Percy said, finally quieting down. I don't get how come you're so good at this. Annabeth asked as a slowly recovering Clarice looked on with interest. Percy shrugged. Beginner's luck, I guess. Lie failed. Percy looked at the 2 questers in front of him and expected them to keep pushing him for more answers, but surprisingly they didn't. They simply nodded their heads and kept quiet. Percy was kind of surprised. They knew he was lying, but didn't push for an answer. Girls were so nice. If it was Luke or Grover, they would have hounded Percy until he gave them the truth. Girls, on the other hand, it seemed understood personal space and secrets. Percy didn't actually like lying to his friends, though he did have a high level in lying. He wanted to tell them the truth, but his trust was broken before. Luke was an example to him that your closest friends can. Eventually, Annabeth bullied Percy into taking back a year of chores from Clarice's debt to him, while the demigoddess in question swore that she would one day beat Percy and make him do a year's worth of chores, something Percy highly doubted. The 3 hours passed by fairly quickly, with Annabeth engrossed in her book and Clarice and Percy having an I Spy contest. The 3 got off at Haymarket Station near the north end of Boston, and the 3 got into a cab that led them to downtown. So where are we meeting your contact? Annabeth asked. A cafe called the Rabbit. Percy explained as the cab took a left entering afternoon traffic. A cafe? Clarice asked. We're going to enter this super secret society through a freaking cafe. Hey, don't look at me. I didn't pick the place. Percy replied, putting his hands up. Anything we should know before we go in? Annabeth asked. Biggie, the guy we are meeting in there is an informant. He is kind of like me and can see people's powers. He knew I was a son of Poseidon the moment we met. Annabeth's eyes widened almost comically. Are you serious? And here I was thinking your powers were unique. Nope, Percy lied. Lie success. So he can sense us. Big deal, Clarice said. Is he any good in a fight? I don't think so. But reminds me, don't piss anyone off, war girl. Percy said, turning to Clarice. Why are you looking at me? Clarice cried out in protest. Because out of the 3 of us, you're the most likely to get us kicked out of there. Percy replied, with Annabeth nodding her head. You 2 are crazy, Clarice said, crossing her hands. And frankly, I am kind of insulted. What do you take me for, a mindless idiot filled with anger, always looking for a fight? Percy and Annabeth shared a look before turning to Clarice and nodding their head. The demigoddess threw her hands up. "Oh, come on." The cab dropped them off at the cafe as the three got ready to step inside. "Remember, don't piss them off. Everyone in there is trained and dangerous." Percy repeated as Clarice and Annabeth nodded. They were all business now, and their complete focus was given to the task ahead. Percy stepped inside and looked around. Everyone in there was levels 20 to 30, with one rare case of a level 40 being tucked in the back away from view. This person must be trying to maintain a low profile, and Percy, for one, didn't want to disturb someone so powerful. He walked to the barista girl and ordered 3 cappuccinos. He then led Annabeth and Clarice to the back where, sure enough, was Biggie, the informant of Abyss Boston Edition. The man was the same as before with his huge, bald spot and tacky gold accessories. He wore a bright blue tracksuit this time, and as soon as Percy was in range, he looked up and smiled. Well, if it isn't Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. Looks like you managed to defeat the big bad demon after all. Biggie said, folding the newspaper he was reading. "What can I do you for?" Percy smiled. "Hello, Biggie, it's been a while." "Indeed it has," Biggie replied, taking a sip of his coffee. "Please sit down. Your friends as well. Let's see here. A daughter of Ares and a daughter of Athena. Very, very, very impressive." Annabeth and Clarice stiffened, but didn't say anything or look surprised. It was a good thing Percy told them about Biggie's powers beforehand, or this would have shocked them stiff. "So Percy has told you too about my powers, huh?" Biggie said, taking another sip out of his cup. "Well, no matter," he turned to Percy. I surprised you managed to kill the demon. I assume that you took the chains?" "Yup, it wasn't easy, but I managed to kill it. Even got a sweet jacket out of the deal," Percy said, pointing at his black leather with a trident on the back. "I see. So where are the chains right now?" Percy smiled. "I gave them to a friend. She is currently using them to teach her husband the error of his ways." Biggie visually shivered. "Great. The most powerful chains in Greek mythology, and they are now being used to play slave and master." Annabeth looked surprised and hell as she looked at Percy with a look that said, "We are so going to talk about this." Percy nodded at her and turned to Biggie. Percy pushed Gamer's mind to its limits. Biggie had an in of 53 and a whiz of 20. Definitely not your average Joe. "I need information on Luke." By nightfall, they reached Denver, barely. Luke drove like a lunatic possessed, blazing through highways and narrowly avoiding destruction, getting pulled over 3 times. Each time, they walked away scot-free, thanks to a little help from a mist and Percy's demigod charm. They crashed at a budget motel on the edge of town, then dragged themselves to the diner across the street for dinner. The place had that charming, greasy vibe that screamed questionable food safety, but unforgettable taste. At the very back, they slid into a booth and ordered enough food to feed a small army. After slaying lake monsters and road-tripping across half the country, their stomachs were black holes. "Here you go, dearies," their waitress chirped. She was a sweet old woman with a warm smile and a tray full of food. Chicken burger for the young man with those dreamy blue eyes. Percy, naturally, mac and cheese for the gentleman, Luke, and a steak for you, handsome. That last one was Grover. "Correct, ma'am." Percy lied smoothly, smiling. The 3 exchanged awkward glances as the old woman shuffled away. Then, without a word, they swapped plates. Percy took the steak, Grover claimed the mac, and Luke nabbed the burger. "She's too sweet to correct," Grover mumbled with a guilty shrug. As Percy dug into the sizzling steak, a sigh of pure joy escaped him. Grease, salt, fat, this was mortal bliss on a plate. After days of traveling, this was the closest thing to heaven. "So," Percy asked between bites, "what's next?" "If we keep up this pace," Luke said, mouth full, "we hit LA by tomorrow afternoon." "In the car?" "Think Jet's gonna report it stolen." I told him to wait a week. So even if a cop checks the plates, we're in the clear for now. Percy nodded, relaxing until... Ping. Warning. Bloodlust detected. Source, Ares. His fork froze midair. Slowly, Percy turned toward the diner entrance. A tall man in a spiked leather jacket stood just inside, mohawk slicked back, red-tinted shades glowing faintly. The air around him sizzled with suppressed rage. Even in disguise, No demigod would mistake that aura. Ares, Percy whispered. What? Luke asked, instantly alert. He's here, Percy muttered, eyes locked on the god of war. Ares smirked when he saw Percy. Without breaking stride, he stalked over and slid into the booth opposite them, squishing in next to Grover, who looked ready to faint. Evening, shitheads, Ares greeted with a shark's grin. Luke sat up straighter. Lord Ares. Grover bowed. Percy just glanced at his stat screen. Ares, god of war, traitor. Level? HP. STR. Int. Luck. Affiliations, unknown. Emotional state, pissed as usual. Current objective, chaos. Always chaos. Hates Percy for being a better fighter than his kids. Ares turned to Percy. So, you're the punk who stole Daddy's lightning bolt. I didn't steal anything. Percy snapped. Percy, cool it, Luke warned. Lord Ares. How can we assist you? Well, at least one of you brats has manners, Ares muttered, eyeing Percy's steak. Nice cut of meat. Stop drooling over my steak, Percy said, narrowing his eyes. Ares smirked. Too late. It's mine now. He reached across the table and grabbed it. Percy grabbed it back. Nope. Mine. Thanks. Ares blinked, surprised. Apparently, mortals didn't usually tug of war with him over food. Give it, Ares growled. Ping. Warning. Intense bloodlust. Source, that guy right beside you. Percy dismissed the message and glared. Buy your own damn dinner. You little. Ares lunged for the plate again, but this time Percy moved first. Click. Riptide was in his hand, disguised as a pen, the cap tip pressed against Ares' throat. Touch it again, Percy said low and cold, and I'll carve your head off and use it as a centerpiece. A beat of silence. Then, a chill grazed Percy's neck. He turned his head slowly. Ares stood behind him, sword pressed against his spine. Shit. The god behind him smiled maniacally. Then, before Percy's eyes, he shimmered and merged with the Ares in the booth, his sword now floating an inch from Percy's neck. We gods can multitask, Ares said. Call it cloning. Not an illusion, by the way. Figured, Percy muttered. Illusions didn't fool Gamer's mind. Ares slowly lowered his sword, but his grin didn't fade. Now, about that steak. Percy locked eyes with him and shoved the plate off the table. The steak hit the floor with a greasy splat. Ares stared. Percy stared right back. You're a little menace, Ares muttered. Glad you noticed. What do you mean? Annabeth asked. Well, we are Greek demigods, so do you think that there are Roman demigods out there somewhere? Well, if they're there doing an amazing job hiding away, Clarice replied. I have never heard of any Roman demigods being found in recent camp history, or any Roman monsters for that matter. Aren't Roman monster basically ripped off versions of Greek monsters? Percy asked. Ah, well, for the most part, yes, but there's some unique Roman monster out there. Really? Like what? Well, let's see. Annabeth then took on her thinking pose as she began to search her head for the information she needed. Well, there's the nope that's Greek. The nope that's Nordic. The Kraken? No, too vague, also has roots in Greek myths. Lemurs. Those are basically ghosts, Clarice said before thinking for a bit. What about fauns? Roman version of a satyr, Annabeth explained. Oh, I know. A caladrius. A what? Percy asked. A caladrius is a now white bird that can take away people's sickness and disperse it to the winds. It also can tell when someone is able to make a full recovery or not. So basically the only original thing about Roman monsters is a bird that can heal people. Ah, yeah. Lame, Percy replied. Well, I know one thing. If there was a Roman camp, they must be one of the most boring group of people on the face of the earth. Probably don't even know how to swing if the history books are right about their fear of water. Soon the cab brought them to the station again, where Percy got tickets for a train going to New York in the next minutes. So what's the plan here? Asked Clarice. We going back to camp or going after Luke? Annabeth turned to Percy, who answered, We're going after Luke. We know where he is. We can't let a chance like this escape. Didn't Chiron say this was just a reconnaissance mission? Clarice asked. Yeah, he did, but we now have the opportunity to get him ourselves, and I don't know about you, but I want some sweet revenge. Annabeth and Clarice looked at each other before nodding. All right then, let's go catch ourselves a traitor. Percy smiled, and the three then waited for their train to arrive. Slowly, however, Percy began to notice something strange. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the train station was clearing out. Fast. Guys, I think something is about to happen, Percy said as he reached into his pocket to make sure Riptide was still there. What do you mean? Clarice asked as she took out a cylinder of what looked like perfume, which was actually her spear in disguise. Everyone is clearing out of the station. Fast, Percy commented. Annabeth took out her dagger and stepped back behind Percy and Clarice. Soon the last of the mortals were gone, leaving the three questers alone in the middle of the big main platform of the station. Percy then felt something, a chill come up his spine. Warning, an enemy approaching from your right side. Percy turned to his right and narrowed his eyes. There. And sure enough, he saw three people walk towards them. The one in the middle was a woman with white blonde hair and cold blue eyes, wearing a light blue shirt with dark jeans. Around her was an aura of cold, the same aura Percy felt. She was also the same person Percy felt in the cafe. Seems they trailed them all the way here. To the left was a girl with strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes, similar to the first girl. She wore a very form-fitting black dress, which showed her slender but well-built figure, and by her side was a large metal baseball bat. And the last person was a man who stood at 6 feet tall, half a foot taller than the girls, with broad shoulders and a square jaw. He wore winter clothes with a heavy coat and a beanie, but the strangest thing about him was the fact that he was currently riding a freaking reindeer. Annabeth and Clarice turned out the enemy, and Percy observed them. First was the woman with white blonde hair. Elsa Arundel, Snow Queen. LV 40. HP 4 500/4 500. MP 5000/5000. Race human, clear-sighted, mutated. STR 10. Vit 28. Dex 23. Int 34. Wis 21. Loop 13. Elsa at a young age was given power over ice, allowing her to freely control it. At first, she was unable to control it, but after help from her sister Anna, she has learned to cherish and control her powers. She now wishes to find the person did this to her, and is willing to do anything to find said person. She wishes to stop Percy from traveling to New York at all costs. She is calm, but afraid of failure. Then the one with strawberry blonde hair. Anna Arundel, ass kicker. LV 21. HP 1 500/1 500. MP 200 out of 200. Race human, clear-sighted. STR 25. Vit 24. Dex 20. Int 12. Wis 10. Luke 19. Anna is the younger sister of Elsa. Ever since a young age, she has reigned to become stronger to protect her sister from those that would seek to harm her. Soon she became a martial arts master, having a level of mastery over several different styles of fighting, including karate, judo, and Krav Maga. She is now on a quest to find who experimented on her sister along with her boyfriend Kristoff. She wishes to stop Percy from traveling to New York at all costs. She is fully focused and is ready to fight. The blonde guy, Kristoff Kai, master of reindeers. LV 22. HP 1 550/1 550. MP 300 of 300. Race human, clear-sighted. STR 30. Vit 29. Dex 16. Int 17. Wis 19. Luke 22. Kristoff Kai is a master of reindeers, giving him control over reindeers and the power to enhance himself with parts of a reindeer. His personal reindeer is Sven, who is, well, a reindeer. He is dating Anna Arundel and is currently helping her find the man who experimented on her sister. He wants to stop Percy from getting on the train to New York. He is currently hungry, but is also focused on the task at hand, and his freaking reindeer. Sven, reindeer extraordinaire. LV 10. HP 500 of 500. MP 20 of 20. Race reindeer. STR 30. Vit 24. Dex 12. Int 3. Wis 2. Luke 1. Saved by Kristoff at a young age, Sven the reindeer has sworn his servitude and friendship to his human savior. He has become close friends with Anna and Elsa and is willing to disobey Kristoff if it means pleasing them. He is also very smart for a reindeer. He doesn't like Percy, smells too much like fish. He is hungry, but is interested in a good fight. Percy sighed, read their bios, looks like trouble just found them again. What was with him and finding trouble in Boston? Did the city hate him or something? And what did the reindeer mean when it said he smelt like fish? The fuck? Percy spoke up. Clarice, the one riding the reindeer, is the strongest. I feel like he has some sort of connection with the stupid reindeer he is riding and will likely attack with it. You up for the challenge? The daughter of war smirked, reading her spear. Born ready. Right. Annabeth, the strawberry blonde girl, is a hand-to-hand specialist, but isn't very smart. Think you can trick her into hitting herself with her bat? Annabeth grinned. You're on. Percy smiled and turned to the three approaching them, but spoke in a whisper. All right then, move when I say so. He then spoke loudly. So, Elsa, Anna, and Kristoff, what can I do for you guys? The three in front of him stopped approaching him for a split second, and in that second Percy attacked by breaking the ground with his earthquake fist, breaking the ground and sending pieces of rock everywhere. Now! Percy cried out as Clarice charged Kristoff, who managed to avoid the destroyed ground only to be trapped on one side of the station away from the others. Annabeth ran to Anna, who was recovering from almost being hit by a rock, leaving Elsa to face off against Percy. How did you know who we are? Elsa asked with narrowed eyes in a cold tone. Didn't you know? I have the powers of an informant, Percy said, reading Riptide. And you, my Snow Queen, are in way over your head. Elsa didn't smile, but instead raised a hand up, gathering ice around the palm of her hand. We shall see. Elsa sent a blast of ice out of her hand that took the form of sharp ice shards. Percy dodged them all, and with a snap of his finger, sent a fireball flying right at Elsa's face. The so-called Snow Queen brought up an ice shield just in time, while simultaneously sending several blasts of icy wind at Percy. The son of Poseidon dodged all of the strikes and charged at the woman. Something told him she didn't have much experience with close-quarter combat. Percy was proven right when instead of fighting him head-on, Elsa jumped back while sending blasts of ice at him. Percy once again danced through the ice beams, but soon stood a few feet in front of Elsa with his trademark grin on his face. What's the matter? Hot stuff? Ran out of juice. Elsa was panting as she looked at Percy with a sneer. Oh, I have not even begun yet. Just then a shadow was cast around the room, covering Percy from head to toe. The son of Poseidon turned around and gulped only to find a huge monster made out of ice and snow with big heavy limbs and sharp teeth and claws. You didn't think I was just wasting all that ice I threw, did you? Elsa, as a hint of a smile, appeared on her face. Percy Jackson meets Snowball. He likes chocolate and ripping trees out of the ground with his bare hands. Percy Elsa, but on his face was not fear like she hoped, but confusion. Can he even taste chocolate? And what type of stupid-ass name if Snowball? Snowball. LV 15. HP 20,000/20,000. MP 0 out of 0. Race Ice Monster. STR 43. Vit 21. Dex 24. Int 1. Wiz 2. Luke 0. A monster created through the powers of Elsa, it is not very smart, but can obey simple orders and can also be controlled like a puppet. Kill to get 7,000 EXP. Elsa groaned. I named him when I was 12, all right? Now shut up, she said just as Snowball smashed the spot Percy was standing in a few moments ago. Percy looked at the thing's HP. Snowball HP 20,000/20,000. Easy enough, Percy commented as he summoned 2 fireballs, sending both right at Snowball's face. The frost monster put a hand up and blocked the fireballs as a little of the ice in its hand started to melt. Percy sighed. This was going to be a long battle. Annabeth hated this girl. She really wanted to kill Percy for even suggesting fighting her. Right now, the daughter of wisdom was running as fast as she could away from the crazy strawberry blonde, swinging the metal baseball bat. What was it Percy said? Can you trick her into hitting herself with her bat? Yeah, right. Easier said than done. But in the end, it was her fault for even accepting. What was either that or fight the girl with freaking ice powers that just summoned a giant ice monster. Stay still so I can hit you. Anna screamed out as she swung her bat at Annabeth, only to smash into one of the walls of the station. I promise it won't hurt. Hell no. Annabeth cried out as she ran even faster. You're freaking crazy. Crazy strong, Anna replied as she brought the bat down again, this time nearly hitting Annabeth, who just managed to dodge by jumping to the side. Annabeth rolled up and saw a chunk of stone next to her. She swung her foot and kicked the stone with all her strength, sending it flying into Anna's nose, breaking it with an audible crunch. Crunch! Shit! Anna cried out as she grabbed her nose with both hands, dropping her bat on the floor. Blood poured out freely as the girl tried to stop it with her fingers. Annabeth took this chance and whipped out her dagger and moving back a few steps to the left. Need some help with that? You snot-nosed brat! Anna cried out as she stopped her nose from bleeding by stuffing a napkin in her nose. I'm going to make you hurt so bad. Right, Annabeth said, taking another step to her left as Anna took up her metal bat. I'm serious. I'm going to do nasty stuff to you. Really? Like what? Annabeth took a step to the left, which Anna mimicked, maintained the distance between them. I'll break your nose. Getting revenge by doing the same thing they did to you? Kind of a cliche. I'll break your legs. To basic. Annabeth took another step to the left, and Anna copied. I'll. Anna thought before smirking. I'll cover you with reindeer spit. And believe me, those things are nasty. And then I'll make you watch the human centipede twice. Annabeth shivered at that. Okay then, that's scary. She then held her dagger in a reverse grip. So are you going to do something? Anna smirked and raised her bat up and charged. But after her second step, she tripped on a crack on the ground, made by Percy's earthquake fist, and hit herself on the head with her bat, knocking her out. Annabeth said with a smile. This was the reason she kept moving to the left. That was easy. Clarice was happy. No scratch that she was beyond happy. She was ecstatic. She lunged at the reindeer Sven and Kristoff with her spear, knocking them on the side for the second time in their fight. She then blocked Sven's kick with her spear shaft, while dodging Kristoff's tackle. I'll give you one thing, you two sure do know how to work together, but other than that you suck at fighting. Clarice mocked as she twirled her spear around her head before leveling it at her enemies. Yeah, we work better as a team, Kristoff said before he mounted Sven and held the reindeer by the horns. Perhaps you would like to see what we can really do? Oh, please what you dash, Clarice began before shutting her mouth as he watched something impossible happen in front of her. Kristoff and Sven melded together and fused to from what looked like a giant hairy reindeer with human clothes standing on two very human legs. It looked at Clarice with pupilless eyes and growled. The daughter of Ares simply looked at the beast and replied, Oh shit. Percy jumped away from another one of Snowball's ice breaths, causing all that turned next to it into ice. Percy panted. This was getting hard. Usually he could just bring out the gauntlet of Kefka and beat Snowball with a little backup from Zed or even Craig, but now he had to rely on only his skills, which were lacking when it came fighting giant ice monster that could regenerate very fast. Percy recalled every skill he knew, and only one came to mind, Death Touch. It would be a great way to try out his new skill, and if it doesn't work on this thing for some reason or the other, he would still have other ways to kill it. Percy readied himself as he put away Riptide, stitching each of his finger in anticipation for what he was about to do. He dashed forward and quickly became a blur due to his speed demon perk. In a few seconds he appeared right in front of Snowball's and pressed both hands open-palmed on the monster's stomach. The thing was cold to the touch, but Percy didn't care about that. He cared about one thing, Death Touch. Suddenly, a burst of energy exploded out of Percy's hands as he felt something even colder that Snowball's body travel through his veins and into the monster. His mana poured into Snowball, causing the monster to stop moving and just stare into Percy's eyes, and slowly its eyes became dead. Slowly the snowman began to fall apart into little pieces as it became nothing more than blocks of ice. Percy put down his hands and looked at the falling ice in shock. I did it. I actually did it. Percy was shocked beyond belief at what he did, but when turned to Elsa, he found she looked even more shocked than he was. How did you do that? Percy was about to answer, just as Annabeth showed up. You all right here, Percy? Percy turned to Elsa, who was still panting. Her MP was. Elsa MP. 1-250/5-000. She was exhausted right now, probably couldn't put up much of a fight now. Yeah, I good. Where's Clarice? Run for your lives, came a wild cry, causing everyone to turn and see Clarice running towards them, being chased by a giant reindeer. Percy spoke up. Clarice? What dash? No time to explain, just run. Clarice said as she and the other turned and ran to the platform, leaving Elsa surprised while the giant reindeer just continued the chase. What happened to the guy you were fighting? Percy asked as they ran to the second platform, catching sight of their train. That is that guy I was fighting, Clarice shouted back as they quickly boarded the train, just as Elsa riding on the giant reindeer appeared. Shit, Percy cursed. I'll hold them off. You two wait here, Percy said, and without even listening to what the other girls had to say, jumped off the train and brought his sword out. The reindeer continued its mad charge, and Percy quickly moved away from the train and his friends, drawing the reader to the center of the platform. Come and get me, Percy replied as he summoned a ball of fire in his right hand. No, Kristoff, Elsa replied on top of the reindeer. Don't get too close. He has a power that can kill with a single touch. He'll deal with him. The Snow Queen then dropped down, walking towards Percy as the reindeer stepped back, giving them more space to move. You? Fight me? Get real. You can barely move, Percy replied as he sent his fireball right at the white-haired female. Elsa dodged the attack and sent several ice spears at Percy, which the son of Poseidon managed to block with his blade. He didn't want to show most of his powers off right now, in case he was being watched by an Abyss agent, but he had a perfect opportunity to capture Elsa without hurting her. He used his shadow control and commanded Elsa's own shadow to wrap around her and tie her up like a mummified body. Percy smirked. Not so tough now, huh? Elsa looked at him with rage-filled eyes. You don't know what I am capable of, boy. Percy gulped as he suddenly got a flashback to Artemis, just as Elsa froze the shadow around her and broke the bonds that held her. Elsa then got up and waved her arms, forming a giant ice spear. Eat this, Elsa screamed before launching the spear at Percy. Percy, however, didn't try to dodge it or move away. He simply drew back a fist and shattered the spear with an earthquake punch. Elsa, however, smirked and waved her hands, causing a shattered shard of ice there to turn towards Percy and attack him. Percy activated Speed Demon and tried to move away, but he couldn't move his legs. He looked down, and they're sticking him to the ground where ice shackles holding him down. Percy looked up. He couldn't give in. He wouldn't give in. He launched his mana outward to the ice shards around him and commanded the water in the ice to obey his will. Suddenly, he could feel it. He could feel the ice around him. He could also feel Elsa's mana in the ice. He fought back, but ultimately Elsa's control over the ice was too strong, pushing past Percy's control. Marble skin. Percy, though, in a split second before he got pierced by the ice shards, his skin began as tough as stone as Percy put over 300 points of mana into the skill. Defense, 5,500. 7,000 HP. Percy Jackson HP. 1-800/3, 300. Ping. You have gained a new skill. Ice Control, LV, 0%. Allows the user free control over the element of ice. Cost, 10 MP per foot of ice created. Max size, 20 foot. Percy grunted as he used his minor ice control to push the shards of ice away from his body and break the ice shackles holding him in place. Percy looked up at Elsa, who looked shocked once again by what he could do. Why you? You can control ice. I felt you try. Are you like me? Percy was about to answer, but just the whistle broke out. The train was going to leave, and Percy needed to be on it. He used Speed Demon and dashed away from Elsa just as the train started to move out of the station. No! Elsa cried out as she sent ice out to try and freeze the train track, only for Percy to use his own control over ice to deflect the ice by just a bit, missing the tracks completely. Come back. I need answers. Ping. A skill has leveled up. Ice Control, LV2, 30%. Allows the user free control over the element of ice. Cost, 10 MP per foot of ice created. Max size, 25 foot. Percy didn't know what she meant, and frankly didn't really care. The train picked up more and more speed, tacking the three questor out of Boston within the hour, taking them back to New York and to Luke. Percy looked to Clarice and Annabeth. "Are you two all right?" "Us? What about you?" Annabeth asked as she checked Percy's body for any wounds. "We saw you getting skewered like a pin cushion." Percy shrugged. "The jacket protected me," he said, pointing to his black leather jacket. "It's made out of a monster with similar fur to the Nemean lion. Very strong." "And what about your head and legs?" Clarice asked with narrowed eyes. "A spell I learned in the New York Natural History Museum." At their strange looks, Percy sighed. "Long story." "Well, we have all the time in the world," Annabeth said, leading them into a compartment and sitting down in the chair closest to the door. "So sit down and tell it." Percy sighed. He was going to get a major boost to his lying skill when he was done with this. An hour later, "Your skill has leveled up. Lying, LV 10, 0%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 50% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting, LV 5, a combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner." Percy sighed, closing the notification box in front of him. He told them a few things, like the fact he fought Electo there who somehow managed to animate marble statue to life, and how he fought an army of the undead while going through the museum. They believed the marble statue thing, but was a bit skeptical about the whole horde of the undead thing, which was kind of silly when you think about it. Like, sure, a giant walking marble statue? Totally believable. But a horde of undead? Nope, can't happen. Percy eventually convinced them otherwise and told them that he learnt the marble skin spell from a scroll he found in Electo's person before she vanished into dust. When Annabeth asked to see the scroll, Percy just said that he didn't have it with him, but would be glad to show it to her once they get back. Annabeth accepted, which meant Percy now had time, till they get back to camp, to forge a scroll written in ancient Greek detailing the use of the marble skin spell. No problem. "Wouldn't it be amazing if Electo was still here?" Annabeth commented, distracting Percy from his thoughts. "Wait, I'm sorry, what? Why?" "Well, you said she animated an entire statue, right?" Percy nodded. "And she did it with runes. Another noob. So what I meant was if she was still alive, we could convince her to teach us how to do that. Just imagine it, all the statues in camp could be called upon to defend it in case another monster army decided to attack." Percy was stunned at that. Why didn't he ever think of that? He could get Electo to teach him all she knew. And not just her, Marcosia's too. Well, the things that won't cost a human soul anyway. He had so much on knowledge available to him, and he didn't even realize it. Percy felt like hitting himself in the head, but didn't want to cause a scene. At around 9 in the night, the train reached New York. Outside, Percy hailed him a cab, and the three got in. "Where to?" the white-skinned, black-haired taxi driver asked them through the rear-view mirror. "Oh, right," Percy said as he reached into his pocket to take out the piece of paper that Biggie had given him, only to find a big hole in his pocket. "Shit. What happened?" Annabeth asked. "There's a hole in my pocket. The note must have slipped right out of my pants during my fight with Elsa." "Don't worry about it," Clarice said before turning to the cab driver. "Take us to the warehouse district in the Bronxes. We need to be at 100 Neptune Court. You know where that is?" "Yup, we'll be there in 5 minutes," the cab driver said, driving away. "You memorized the address?" Percy asked, impressed. "Yup," Clarice said. She then noticed Percy's and Annabeth's shocked look. "What?" "It was important data. In war, not remembering things like that can get you killed." Annabeth and Percy shared and looked before sighing. "That's good," Percy said. Annabeth nodded, continuing. "We were afraid that you were a shape-shifting monster in disguise. Last thing we would need is that." "Hey!" Clarice cried out. The taxi took them to the warehouse district in the Bronx and stopped in front of a gated complex inside, which was filled with several different warehouses. "All right, kids, end of the line," the cab driver stated. "Is this the place?" Percy asked as he and the others stepped out of the cab, paying the taxi driver. "Not really. You see that road in there?" he said, pointing to a road inside the complex, traveling parallel to the one they were on. "That's Neptune Road. I can't go in because this place here is private land. I assume you kids are going to meet your parents here." Annabeth stepped up and waved her hands. Percy could feel the mist bend to her will as she spoke. "You will not ask any more questions. You will go about your day normally and will forget you ever saw us, understood?" The taxi driver nodded. Understood. He then turned the taxi around and without another look or comment to them drove away into the night, leaving the three kids alone. "Damn," Percy said, watching the vanishing taillights. "I gotta learn how to do that." "So what's the plan on getting in?" Clarice asked, turning to the high walls. "Isn't it obvious?" Percy asked as he walked up to the gate. "We go in." "And how are we going to go in?" Clarice asked, pointing to the locked gate. "It's locked." Percy nodded and grabbed the lock with his hand. He then challenged some of his earthquake powers into the lock, just enough to shatter it and leave the rest of the gate unharmed. "Now it's unlocked." Clarice whistled. "I gotta learn how to do that." Percy opened the gate slightly as the three snuck inside the private complex. They stuck to the shadows and before long found themselves in front of the warehouse they were looking for. Percy went next to the main door and held his hand up, stopping the other from moving. "I'm going to try something. Wait for me to give the all clear." Annabeth and Clarice nodded, and Percy closed his eyes and thought out Shadow's spine. His mana leaped out of his body and went into the shadows inside the warehouse. And just like that, Percy could hear something. "Are you sure they're going to come?" asked a familiar voice, which Percy immediately recognized. "Luke." "Yes, I am sure," said a softer masculine voice. "In fact, they're already here." Percy's eyes shot up in surprise. He turned to Annabeth and Clarice. "Get down." Suddenly, the walls of the warehouse bursted apart as a giant 12-foot-tall human crashed through. Percy and the other moved just in time to avoid getting crushed by the creature and rolled up to see just what caused all this damage. The creature was human, but the similarities stopped there. It stood 12 feet tall and naked, but strangely it had no genitalia or even nipples. Its mouth was wide and its teeth were blunt. It looked at Percy and slowly it started to drool over itself as it licked its mouth. "Guys, get up now," Percy said as he took out Riptide and the Shield of Ares just as this thing came charging at them. It ran like a chicken, throwing its hand up in the air free while its legs rushed forward. The thing then reached for Percy. However, the son of Poseidon managed to dodge the slow monster's outstretched hand and managed to cut off a few of its finger with Riptide. The monster roared as it fell back on its behind, holding its hand in pain. Peric, however, wasn't in a very forgiving mood. He jumped up on top of the monster and pushed it down into the ground. Earthquake fist. "You shouldn't have done that, Percy," Luke's voice called out. Percy turned, and standing in front of the broken wall of the warehouse was Luke, dressed in a black-on-black shirt and jeans with a blue jacket zipped up. "Luke," Percy growled, "what is that thing?" "That, Percy, is my trap for you," Luke explained. Though, judging by the look on Annabeth's face, she already know what it is. Percy turned to Annabeth, who was literally shaking in fear. "Dragosa. It's a Dragosa." Percy snapped to the monster, as which was slowly getting up, and used Observe on it. "Dragosa, LV 41, HP 17, 300/18, 000, MP 0 out of 0. Race Dragosa, STR 50, Vit 27, Dex 12, Int 0, Wis 0, Luke 0. A monster used during the First Titan War as infantry. Dragosas are built to do one thing and one thing only: kill and eat all humans. They cannot feel pain or remorse. They are the perfect killing machines. Kill to get 18,000 EXP. Percy started to sweat a little bit. It would be a tough battle fighting it, and Luke, maybe it would be best to bring out the gauntlet and get some help. Percy was about to move when a man dressed in a black suit with a top hat appeared next to Luke. The man was thin, almost unhealthy. His hair was very curly, and his teeth were sharp like a shark's. And on top of his head was Kishan Argo, dealer, LV 53. "See, what did I tell you?" Argo spoke up. "Didn't I tell you they were here?" Luke nodded. "Yeah, you did." Luke then turned to Percy and narrowed his eyes. "You shouldn't have come, Percy." Percy frowned. "I'm guessing this is a trap." "Yeah, it is. I knew you would go to Biggie for information about me, so I used that opportunity to set a trap for you. Hopefully now you will learn to stay out of other people's business." "You are my business, Luke." Percy cried out. "No, right now that thing is your business. Argo pointed to the Dragosa, who was now up and fully healed as steam flowed out of its hand, reforming its cut-off fingers. Even its HP was full. Dragosa HP 18,000/18,000. Percy cursed himself for being so dumb as to not realize it was a trap. He moved back to Clarice and Annabeth, who were just as scared, but they hid it under there while the fight. "Do you know anything about this thing?" Percy asked Annabeth. "Anything at all?" "Its neck," Annabeth said after some thought. "The back of its neck if it's one weakness. Or at least that's what the legends say." Percy nodded and walked forward. "Back of the neck, got it." Percy readied the sword, just as the Dragosa charged at the three campers. Percy jumped away from the monster, and so did Annabeth, but Clarice tripped and fell down. The Dragosa then reached out and grabbed the demigoddess, crushing her in his grip. "AH!" she screamed as a snap broke out, indicating a broken rib. "Clarice!" Percy shouted as he activated Speed Demon and dashed to the monster's hand, cutting it off its wrist with his blade. Percy went to Clarice and helped pry the Dragosa's hand open, releasing the girl. "Are you all right?" Clarice coughed out blood. "I'll be fine." She then looked behind Percy as her eyes widened in fear. "Behind you." Percy turned just in time to see the Dragosa's head lung for them both. He moved, pushing Clarice away with one hand, just as the monster's mouth closed down on Percy. Crunch. Alert, there we go, another one done. Hope you like the inclusion of a Disney princess, waha. I'm sorry if it just seemed a little bizarre I did that. I was just really bored, so I thought, what hell? Anyway, question. Is there a max for any of Percy's skills? I've been waiting for someone to ask me that since Chapter 1. The answer, there isn't. The skills that have a max level are max level, like Death Touch and his ancient Greek skills. But other things do not have a max level. Seems unfair? Hell yeah, it is. Is the Abyss the same as Tartarus? No. Sure, it may have the same nickname and all that, but it's more like an organization who just like having a cool-sounding name. That's all. Pausability, I don't think that's a good idea. Don't want to make it seem too easy for Percy to win. Beta. Yes, okay, fine. I have swallowed my pride, though I have none and got a beta. She should start baiting my works, starting from the next chapter, and then edit everything else after that. Can Hades sense Percy controlling his domain? Well, not really. In this world, there are several elemental users out there. The only reason Poseidon can sense Percy is because he is his son, and the amount of control Percy has for the shadows is laughable compared to Hades. Basically, Percy doesn't have high enough of level in shadow control to gain Hades' attention. Warning. The Dragosa has bitten you. Percy saw the message but ignored it. He was too busy moving. The second he pushed Clarice away, he realized what was about to happen. He put half his mana into his skin, activating his marble skin skill. His body immediately turned to a grayish white, as suddenly his body became harder. Defense, 1175 by 55, Vit equals 64, 625 defense. The monster bit down on Percy's outstretched right hand, breaking into his skin. Crunch. Damage. 63,000. Percy's grimaced as blood slowly oozed out of his arm, but luckily it was still attached to his body. The Dragosa's teeth, on the other hand, were a different matter. Its front few teeth were broken. It had, after all, tried to bite into an arm made of marble. Percy looked around. Clarice was looking at him with fear. Annabeth wasn't faring much better. I need to take this thing away from both of them, Percy realized as he pulled his right hand out of the monster's mouth, ripping out its broken teeth. Percy then grabbed its face with both hands and screamed, "ID create. Empty." Suddenly a pulse of energy was released, dragging both Percy and the Dragosa to a reddish pocket dimension where they were alone. Percy released the monster and brought both hands back before smashing both into its face with a roar, earthquake fists. The blows smashed in the monster's face, sending it flying back and away from Percy. It landed head over heels and face down on the floor. Percy panted. He had used half his mana and 200 extra in the span of a few seconds. He was allowed to be tired. But Percy couldn't just stop there. He took out Riptide and jumped on a monster's fallen form. He then plunged his blade into the monster's neck. The Dragosa's screech was horrible but to Percy, it was the sweet sound of victory. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. Percy withdrew his sword and stabbed again, cutting deeper into the monster's neck. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. He didn't stop. Again and again he swiped over its neck, cutting deeper and deeper until nothing was left but a mush of flesh and bone. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. Critical hit. 1000% of 250 attack equals 2500 attack. The boxes kept coming, but Percy didn't stop until finally the monster started to disappear into a pile of golden dust. Percy fell to his knees. He was tired as hell, but he knew he couldn't stop. Not yet, anyway. Percy put away Riptide and got up. He looked around, and there, beneath all the golden dust, were few items Percy considered to be his loot. Cost $5,000/100D. Bottle of Forest Essence. Will allow the drinker a permanent +5 to all stats in the forest. Will also enhance the user's sense when in the forest. Percy put the bottle away for later use and put the money inside his inventory. He then put his hand up. ID escape. The sky then cracked open, revealing the night sky of New York. Percy looked and saw Clarice and Annabeth staring at him in surprise, with Luke and that creepy aggro guy looking just the same. Without another word, Percy dashed to the two demigoddesses and grabbed them before putting one hand up, shouting, ID create. Empty. The two campers looked on in surprise at the sky as it changed into a reddish hue as all the noise from the city died out, leaving them alone. Percy, where are we? Annabeth asked as she looked around. What is this place? We don't have time for that, Annabeth, Percy said as he let go of both the demigoddesses, walking away. We need to move now. Clarice and Annabeth had questions, but understood the urgency of the matter and quickly nodded. Where are we going? Clarice asked as they walked away from the warehouse where they were ambushed. Back to camp. This mission is a failure, Percy said as suddenly a drop box appeared in front of him. Are you sure you want to abandon this quest? Find Luke and his army. Reward. 40,000 EXP. $20,000. Failure. You will only find Luke next year. Yes/no? Percy sighed and pressed yes. His friends' lives were more important than a quest. He then quickened his pace before Annabeth spoke up. Percy, are we really just leaving? We don't even know anything about what Luke or that guy is planning. Well, that may be true, but we're going to need a better way to find out if they have more of those things. Well, I don't want to find out if they do. Clarice looked down sad. If only we were stronger. But don't worry yourself too much, my dear. There is probably nothing you could have done either way, even if you were stronger, a cold and creepy voice called out. Percy froze. That voice, it belonged to Argo. Just then the sky started to crack open, bringing Percy and the others out of the pocket dimension and into the real world. Percy looked behind them, and there, standing with a smirk on his face, was the skinny, sharp-toothed man known as Argo. Ping. Argo's will has concurred yours. You were forcibly drawn out of your pocket dimension. Percy's eyes winded after reading that. He didn't even know that was possible. The last time someone's will had conquered his, it was freaking Artemis. Who the hell was this guy? Percy observed him. Kishan Argo, dealer. LV 53. HP 4000/4000. MP 2000/2000. Race, human, clear-sighted. STR 30. Vit 67. Dex 42. Int 61. Wis 59. Luke 2. The dealer is a man of mystery and class. He is known as the man who can get you anything, provided you can pay for it. An informant for the Abyss, Argo has the knowledge to become an award-winning scientist, but rather chooses to use his talents in human experiment involving the supernatural. His latest experiments have been focused on clear-sighted humans and installing various powers into them. He wants to kill Percy. He feels bored. Percy closed the box and spoke. I don't know how you did that, but dude, I sure am impressed. Argo smirked. Well, coming from you, that is very high praise, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. No, you should be flattered, actually. Luke's voice cut in as the demigod stepped into Percy's line of sight. He doesn't hand out compliments so easily. Even when I showed him my dad's flying shoes, the only thing he said was, "Hey Luke, do you think it's a good idea to wear those shoes? They might piss off Zeus." Didn't even care that I could fucking fly with them on. Percy frowned. Yeah, well, sorry, I didn't think your stupid shoes were cool, asshole. I was too focused on finding out who was trying to start a war by framing me. You got skill, kid, I'll give you that, Argo said with a sadistic smile. But you still can't compete with me. Percy smirked. You sure about that? Percy didn't reply for an answer as he blurred towards Argo. His fingers scraped the edge of the gauntlet before Argo managed to move away. He has great instincts, Percy thought, and soon the two were in a battle of keep away. Argo ran down the road with Percy just a few feet behind him. The man was fast, but not as fast as Percy. The demigod grunted and jumped over the man and brought down an earthquake knee to his face. Ding! The sound of hitting metal rung out as Argo stopped in his tracks while Percy landed back a few feet holding his knee. His leg was numb. He couldn't feel shit, and Percy looked up and saw Argo's head covered with that black substance. What the fuck are you? Percy asked, standing up straight. The man smirked to God. Percy chuckled. Yeah, well, so is my dad. Oh, yes, I know. But you see, with this, Argo motioned to the gauntlet. Even he'll be nothing compared to me. Percy dashed forward and swung riptide at the man's head, not giving Argo the chance to put on the gauntlet. Argo blocked the strike with one black hand, but then noticed Percy's other hand reaching for the gauntlet of Kefka. Argo drew back his arm, carrying the weapon, and threw the gauntlet to the side before smashing his fist into Percy's stomach. Percy buckled at the punch and was thrown back. His dinner threatened to come out, but Percy held back the vomit. He looked up at Argo, and slowly his eyes turned yellow. My, how scary. Argo's eyes widened in surprise. No, if I lose control, I could hurt Annabeth and Clarice, Percy thought to himself, pushing down the anger and allowing Gamer's mind to work on clearing his head. His eyes slowly turned back to green, and he stood up. He brought up Riptide before throwing it aside. It couldn't cut his skin, but he did have an idea on what could. Oh, so this is going to be a fist fight? Nice choice. I haven't beaten someone to death in a long time. Argo smirked as he took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves, turning his head back to normal before turning both his arms black. Let's rumble. Annabeth jumped to the side, just as the blonde Dragosa closed its giant mouth where she stood just a second ago. The daughter of wisdom then turned around to see the hungry look the monster was sending her, a look she remembered seeing in the eyes of the monsters that tried to kill her and her friends. The Dragosa turned its giant head towards Annabeth and crawled on its hands and feet towards Annabeth. The girl moved back, her legs shaking in fear. Just then the monster opened its mouth and lunged forward before a voice cried out. Annabeth! Clarice yelled out as the demigoddess jumped onto the Dragosa's neck, plunging her spear to its hilt into the neck, before sending a large amount of electricity into it, causing its limbs to give out below it, paralyzing the monster. The daughter of Ares got down from the human-looking creature before looking at Annabeth. Are you all right? I'll be fine, Annabeth said, looking at the Dragosa, slowly getting back to its knees, the effects of the electric shock already wearing off. We need to go now. Where did the one following you go? I lost him, Clarice said before a loud roar rang out, startling the two. But it looks like he found us. We need to hide inside there. Annabeth pointed to the warehouse from where the first Dragosa came out of. Let's go then, Clarice said as she and Annabeth ran into the warehouse through the giant hole in the wall. Inside was a maze of shelves 30 feet tall, with wooden boxes stacked inside them. Annabeth and Clarice ran deeper and deeper inside the warehouse before the maze ended, giving view to a large empty stretch of space with stalls littered everywhere. Stalls? Clarice asked. Why the hell are stalls here? Biggie did say this was a place where people in the abyss come to sell weapons, Annabeth answered as she looked around. The stalls looked like they had been checked vigorously, with banners torn and some stalls thrown to the side. Were they searching them for something? Well, this is a weapons auction. Maybe they wanted weapons, Annabeth said before noticing something strange. Something is wrong here. What? Where are all the people? Annabeth asked. There's stalls here, but no people. Maybe they left. Annabeth opened her mouth to argue back, but suddenly two very angry, sounding roars rang out, alerting them to the fact that the Dragosa were now inside the warehouse. We can worry about this later. Right now we need to survive. Clarice nodded and pointed to the top of the shelves. We need to get to high ground. If what you said was true, and based on how that thing reacted when I plunged my spear into it, their only weakness must be the back of their necks. Annabeth nodded, and soon the two demigoddesses climbed up the tall shelves. All the training on the climbing wall was really paying off. Clarice then led Annabeth around, jumping over the shelves and walkways, searching for their enemies. Just then, crash! There, Clarice whispered, pointing to where a shelf had just fallen over. Annabeth nodded as the two slowly walked over to where the disturbance was. There, just like Clarice guessed, was the red-haired Dragosa. Clarice readied her spear before reading herself. She crouched down, and just as the Dragosa passed below her, she jumped, plunging her spear into the monster's neck, sending several volts of electricity into the monster. Arg! The Dragosa yelled out in pain as it shook itself, sending Clarice flying away into a self before the daughter of Ares fell down hard on the ground. Annabeth watched in horror as Clarice hit the floor. Luckily, nothing seemed to be broken, but Annabeth could see blood flowing from Clarice's temple. We need to treat her, fast. She then turned to the Dragosa, which was shaking its head, trying to shake away the pain. The monster then turned to Clarice's fallen form before slowly moving towards the demigoddess. Annabeth's eyes shot up in fear. She couldn't let her friend die. Suddenly, her body moved. She ran forward before turning around to face the Dragosa's back. The spear was still stuck inside its neck. If Annabeth could just grab it, she could perhaps kill that thing once and for all. The monster now stood on top of Clarice and slowly bent down to pick her up. Now! Annabeth thought, running towards the edge before jumping off with both hands stretched out. She grabbed onto the very end of Clarice's spear as her weight pulled the spear down, ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of the Dragosa's neck before falling down. Annabeth landed on her side and heard something crack inside her, probably a rib. She still had Clarice's spear in her hand, and on the tip was a huge hunk of the Dragosa's neck. Argh. The mutilated monster yelled as it fell to the side, knocking over another shelf to the ground before exploding into a cloud of smoke. Annabeth coughed out blood as she slowly pulled herself up, watching as the monster slowly disappeared into nothing. She got to her feet and slowly got up. Her ribs hurt, but she couldn't afford to stop. She reached in her backpack and pulled out an ambrosia square before swallowing it whole. Slowly, her ribs start to mend themselves enough for Annabeth to walk without too much discomfort. She then walked over to Clarice, who was still knocked out. I need to do something about that wound, Annabeth thought. She couldn't feed Clarice the ambrosia. The girl couldn't chew, and nectar didn't help physical wounds as much as cure exhaustion. Argh! It was the roar of the blonde Dragosa from before. It was now inside the warehouse, and it was looking for them both. Seeing no other choice, Annabeth grabbed Clarice and slung her arm over her shoulder. She grabbed Clarice's body with one hand, then used the other to hold Clarice's spear. She then slowly dragged the demigoddess out of the warehouse, gritting her teeth at the weight of her friend. Clarice really needs to go on a diet. Argo blurred into motion, appearing in front of Percy with two arms drawn back, ready to pierce him through. Percy activated the Speed Demon perk in the last second, dodging Argo's attack, before sending an earthquake kick right into the man's stomach. Ding! Percy moved aside and ignored the pain he was feeling in his leg. He saw Argo hold his stomach with one hand as he laughed. Come now, Percy, don't you know by now that doesn't work on me? Percy didn't understand what was going on. Even if that man's skin was protected by that black substance, the vibrations his earthquake attacks sent out should be hurting his internal organs. Well, he is impressive, Argo said, rubbing his chin. To use your will to form a pocket dimension is something very difficult to do. Tell me, where did you learn to do that? In Kiss My Ass High School. Care to join? Luke laughed as Argo frowned at the insult. Soon, however, Luke's smile faded, and he stopped laughing. Percy, come with us. You can help us save the demigods, Percy. Together, dash. Oh, shut up already. Gods, it's always the same thing with you. Read my lips, dipshit. Fuck you, and fuck Kronos. Agro chuckled. Kid's got balls, I'll give him that. The suited man then reached into his suit and pulled out 2 pink balls covered with red markings. He threw it into the sky, and they slowly transformed into 2 Dragosas, each 20 feet tall, one blonde with short hair, the other with long red hair. This wasn't good. They needed to get out of here now. Percy needed to hold them off long enough for Annabeth and Clarice to run. Ping. Quest alert. Survive the ambush. Rewards. You live. $30,000. Skill disc LV2. Bonus. Make Argo and Luke run away. Reward. Weapon. Light beam cannon. Failure. You die. Everyone you love will die. The earth will turn to dust. The moon will turn to cheese. Yes/no? Percy sighed reading the quest. This thing was starting to bug him, but at least it had a sense of humor. He pressed yes and took out Riptide while turning to his friends. Guys, I'll hold them off. You two run. But Percy Clarice began before Annabeth stopped her with one hand raised. He's right, Clarice. We need to get out of here. Percy can handle himself. Oh, but you two aren't going anywhere, Argo said in his soft and creepy voice. You two are going to be my new test subjects, isn't that right, Luke? Argo said, turning to Luke, who simply nodded. That was the deal. Luke then took out a new bronze blade. His old one was cut in half thanks to Riptide. Luke, you aren't actually going to let him experiment on us, are you? Annabeth asked in a voice filled with fear. I made a promise, Annabeth, Luke said in a sorrow tone. One which I intend to keep. Annabeth looked at Luke with fear and anger in her eyes. Her worst nightmares were coming true. She didn't want to believe Luke was their enemy. She still held out hope that he wasn't, but seeing him right there in front of her promising a madman that he could do whatever he wanted to them, it was too much. Her anger slowly began to take over, pushing her fear aside. Fine then, Annabeth said, drawing her dagger. Bring it on. Argo giggled like a schoolgirl. Oh, I like this one. Plenty of fighting spirit. Percy didn't like that man, not one bit. Before they could say anything else, though, the 2 Dragosas charged Percy and his group with their mouth filled with drool, all the while eyeing them like chocolate treats. Percy dashed forward and jumped up, bringing Riptide down on the blonde one. But before it even reached it, something blurred collided with Percy, pushing him off course and into a building. Percy smashed into the wall, cracking it, and slowly the last of his marble skin defense points went away, leaving his skin vulnerable. Percy fell down, but managed to land on his feet before looking for who pushed him aside. In front of him, Luke was slowly approaching him with his blade in hand, doing his best to look intimidating. But after that time, he called Artemis a crazy bitch. Percy doubted anything could ever come close. Percy smirked and readied his blade. Let's see how much you have improved, Percy said as he got up. If I recall correctly, last time I kicked your ass and broke your sword in half. Luke raised an eyebrow. I didn't take you for a shit-taker, Percy. It doesn't really suit the whole hero thing you got going on. Percy scoffed at that. Who the hell said I'm a hero? I sure didn't. You save people, fight monsters, and kill demons. You're a freaking hero, Percy. Well, I suppose that does make me kind of like a hero, huh? So, does that make you the villain? Percy asked, tightening his grip. If that is what I need to be, then yes, that is what I am. Percy groaned, but instead of replying, he dashed forward, striking out against Luke, sending him back with his ferocious strikes. You still can't keep up with me, Luke. Percy called out as he swung Riptide at Luke's left ribs, only for the son of Hermes to move back just in the nick of time. Percy, however, kept the attack going, forcing Luke towards the main gate. Luke then slipped inside Percy's defense and grabbed Percy by his jacket. Never underestimate me. He kneed Percy in the stomach and threw him back. Percy moved back, holding his stomach. Gamer's mind and body helped numb the pain, but Percy still felt uncomfortable. Percy spat out the extra saliva that was gathering in his mouth and readied his blade. Before Luke could even blink, Percy vanished, activating his speed demon perk. Just as Luke wondered where Percy was, he appeared right in front of Luke and kicked him in the shin with a mana-filled earthquake kick. Crack! H! Luke called out as he fell to his knees, holding his leg in pain. Percy stood and smirked. I win, Luke. Luke looked up from his broken shin. Are you sure? Percy raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I'm sure. But just then. Warning. Attack from behind you. Percy threw himself to one side, just as a black fist found itself where Percy's heart was just moments ago. Percy got up and saw Argo there, helping Luke up with his palm completely covered in some kind of black ink. Don't give him hints like that, Luke, Argo said, helping the demigod up. It's almost like you don't want him to die. Percy looked back and saw that Clarice and Annabeth were still alive. That was good, but the Dragosas from before were still attacking them. That was not so good. Something had to be done. Those two didn't look like they could last much longer. Percy turned to Argo and Luke. Time to end this. Argo raised an eyebrow, but Percy didn't say anything else. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the gauntlet of Kefka and started to put on. But suddenly Argo blurred into motion, snatching the gauntlet from Percy's hands before Percy even had a chance to react. Where did you get this? Argo screamed. Where did you, a stupid little shit, get this gauntlet? Fuck. He knows what it is. But how? Percy activated his speed demon perk and dashed forward. If Argo used the gauntlet, the chances of him surviving the night would go down to 0%. Argo tried to put the gauntlet on, but Percy swung Riptide at him, forcing the man to block the strike with his black palm. The sword struck the palm head-on, and a chime rang out. It sounded like metal had struck metal. It must have been some kind of spell Argo used, like Percy's marble skin. Percy grunted and kicked the man-man shin with an earthquake stomp, but again his foot hit metal. His kick didn't do shit. Percy, however, didn't care about that. He moved to get the gauntlet back, only for Argo to back away a few feet. You're probably wondering why you can't seem to hurt me with those vibrating attacks of yours, Argo said, smirking. Well, that answer is simple, really, you C-dashed. Oh, dude, shut up, Percy said, interrupting him. Enough with the monologue. Were you a Bond villain? Argo raised an eyebrow. Most people would be happy that their enemy is explaining their powers to them. Percy sighed. Yeah, okay, sure, it would be smart of me to listen to your explanation and then figure out a way to defeat you. But by the gods, your voice is so annoying. It's like my ears are going to rip themselves off my head just so that they don't have to listen to it anymore. Argo blinked at Percy and for a long time simply stared before saying, Has anyone ever told you that I have a penchant for pissing people off? Percy shrugged. Deal with it. The demigod then sprinted and reappeared in front of Argo and sent a punch at the man's face. Argo blocked the strike with one hand, but just then Percy opened his other hand and sent out a blue fireball towards the man's head. Argo released Percy and moved back, batting the fireball away with his black hand before suddenly the shadows created by the fireball launched up from the ground and sliced into Argo's face. Shit, Argo cursed before he blurted back. His face had several cuts on it, and blood slowly poured out of his wounds. I already know how to beat you, Percy said, lighting up two more fireballs. I just have to aim at the normal colored part of you. I thought you were a son of Poseidon. How the hell can you create fireballs and control shadows? I'm special, Percy replied before sending both fireballs at Argo. The blue flames lit up the night as Percy commanded the shadows under Argo's feet to attack him. The suited man started to swing his arms quickly with his left taking care of the fireballs and his right cutting the tendrils of shadows that were coming out of the ground for him. So his black arms can nullify magic, Percy figured out. The fireballs weren't doing any harm to his clothes, which should at least be burnt when something so hot came near it. And furthermore, the shadows that Argo cut looked like they were melting in his arms, something that Percy remembered his shadows doing only when he didn't have any more mana to power them with. Instead of attacking Argo, Percy dashed to his gauntlet with his ridiculously high speed. But just before his hands could even touch it, Argo swooped in and grabbed the thing before jumping away towards Luke. Get back here, you slut spawn, Percy cried out before dashing towards Argo. He managed to catch up to Argo just as they reached the warehouse. He grabbed Argo and reached for the gauntlet, but Argo threw him aside. Percy skidded across the ground and looked up just in time to see Argo put on the gauntlet. No, Percy cried out. Argo laughed as he moved his fingers, getting a feel for the weapon. With this I can rule the world. Argo roared out, holding the gauntlet up in the air. He then channeled mana into the gauntlet. Come out, my minions. Percy then watched as slowly smoke started to pour out of the gauntlet. A feeling of dread filled him as slowly the smoke turned solid, taking the form of 5 distinct forms. But before they could solidify, the gauntlet started to spark as a surge of electricity went out of it and into Argo. Argo cried out in pain and quickly took off the gauntlet and threw it aside, holding his left arm in pain. Percy grabbed the gauntlet and saw Argo's arm. It was black, and not black from his special skill, but black from getting burnt. His entire arm was smoking as little pieces of skin was seen cut off in different places. "What did that thing do to me?" Argo screamed, doubt, looking at Percy. "You'll pay for this, brat." Percy narrowed his eyes before slowly putting the gauntlet on. He channeled his mana into it and prayed to his dad that it wouldn't shock him like it did Argo. Luckily, though, everything seemed normal as 5 smoky figures spread out of Percy's left arm. Zed, Craig, Alecto, Marcosius, and Cerberus stood besides and behind Percy as they all brandished their weapons, or fangs and fists at Argo. "Try me, bitch," Percy said with narrowed eyes as he slowly reached into his pocket, pulling out an uncapped riptide. Argo's eyes widened in fear at the sight of the monsters at Percy's side. He looked at Percy and glared. "Bloodlust detected." "Argo." Percy sighed and pushed the box away. He then looked at Argo Reed to fight the man to death, but just then Annabeth, who was dragging an unconscious Clarice on her back, came out of the warehouse, and right behind them was the blonde-haired Dragosa. "Annabeth!" Percy cried out before turning to his servants. "Help them!" The 5 nodded, running to the demigoddess. But Marcosius reached there first as the winged wolf took a huge bite out of the Dragosa's feet. Percy then turned to Argo, behind whom was Luke. "Let's finish this," Percy said, reading his blade. They both were injured. This would be Percy's only chance at beating them. Luke smiled as he placed his hand on Argo's shoulder. "Maybe next time, kiddo," and just then the 2 vanished in a flash of light that nearly blinded Percy. The son of Poseidon blinked, and soon realized her was now alone. "Shit!" Percy cursed himself for letting them get away. He then ran to Annabeth and Clarice as he took the daughter of war off, Annabeth holding her up with one arm. "Are you okay?" Annabeth nodded. "Broken rib, but I had some ambrosia. I'll live." Percy nodded and then looked at Clarice, who was slowly bleeding out of her head, covering his black jacket in blood. "Shit!" Percy cursed as he held her tighter. "What happened?" She tried to attack one of them by jumping off a 30-foot shelf. She managed to hurt him, but she fell down pretty hard. Percy felt her ribs. Luckily, nothing was broken, but her left arm did feel fractured. "We need to get her somewhere safe now." "But what about Dash?" Annabeth's words died in her mouth as she turned to the blind Dragosa, who was now nothing more than scraps of meat slowly dissolving in Cerberus's mouth. "Ping, you have leveled up. How did that happen?" "All right, my servants took care of the Dragosa. Sweet free EXP. Percy Jackson. Health, 2, 600/2, 600, plus 1,000. Equals 3,600. Mana, 1, for 75/1, for 75, plus 1,000. Equals 2,475. The Gamer. Title, Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex, while in water. Level, 19 EXP, 17, 898/69000. Race Demigod. STR, 34. Vit, 50, plus 5, equals 55. Dex, 31, plus 5, equals 36. INT, 34. WIS, 32. LUC, 50. Points, 51. Money, 87, $597/466D. Ping. Quest completed. Survive the ambush. Rewards. You live. $30,000. Skill disc LV2. Bonus. Make Argo and Luke run away. And just like that, 3 objects spread and landed in front of Percy and Annabeth. One was a skill disc, and the other was a stack of cash held together by a band. The third, however, was a giant white cannon with black circuits carved along the weapon. Percy observed it. Light beam cannon. A cannon that uses light to form beams of energy. Light can be stored up inside the cannon like a solar panel and be used at any time, any place. Damage, For X number of minutes, it has collected solar energy. Warning: overcharging can cause a backlash from the weapon, which may hurt the user. Note: you will get plus 500 attack if you shout Super Beam Cannon at the top of your voice when using this weapon. Percy read its info and was frankly impressed with the weapon. This would surely come in handy later. Percy, what is that? Annabeth asked as she slowly backed away from the three things that suddenly appeared out of thin air. It's a long story, Percy said as his monsters slowly walked back to Percy and Annabeth. The daughter of wisdom looked nervous seeing all of those monsters. After all, one was literally the guardian of the underworld, and the other was the personal servant of Hades himself. Relax, Percy told Annabeth, who was reaching for her dagger. They're on our side. Annabeth looked at Percy and then at the monsters in front of her before she narrowed her eyes at him. Explain. Percy nodded. I will, but right now we need to help Clarice. Annabeth glared at Percy, but eventually sighed, nodding her head. Percy turned to Cerberus. Cerberus, I need you to go back to the underworld and guard it like before. The three-headed dog started to whine, and all three head began looking at Percy with what could only be described as the puppy dog eyes. Percy felt like his heart was going to melt the longer he looked into those three pairs of eyes. Any normal human would have just given in at that point, but luckily Percy had gamer's mind to keep him in check. I'm sorry, buddy, but I made a deal with Persephone and Hades. But I promise I'll call you sometime, and then we can play together, okay? Percy said, causing Cerberus to lower its heads and whine even louder. Oh gods, this was so difficult to do. I'm sorry, buddy, but I promise you I'll call you soon, okay? Every Sunday, I promise. The three-headed dog smiled at that and quickly nodded its heads before it jumped into the shadow of the warehouse. Shadow traveling to the underworld. Percy sighed. He so needed to get immune to those thrice-damned, pleading eyes of Cerberus, or the dog was going to become his master instead of the other way around. He then turned to Clarice, who was slowly paling in complexion. Can we get to camp in time to save her? Percy asked Annabeth. No, I don't think so. She's losing too much blood, Annabeth said, touching Clarice's skin. She's also freezing. Percy nodded and then looked at Alecto, the only one who could fly her in time to save her life. Alecto, do you think dash? Don't even ask me, Alecto said, crossing her arms. I'm a good flyer and all, but if you want me to get somewhere fast, I'm going to have to fly recklessly, and who knows what type of damage that could do to her body. She's right, Annabeth said, looking at Percy with hope slowly dying in her face. We can't risk it. Percy looked at Clarice and held her tight. He needed to do something, anything. He was the reason she was even hurt. If he had tried to do this on his own, then maybe she wouldn't be hurt right now. If there was only a way he could transport her without anything happening to her body, like a car that went supersonic or a pod that froze her body so that her life wouldn't be in immediate danger. Wait a second. I got it, Percy yelled out, causing everyone to jump back a little from the enthusiasm. He lifted Clarice up bridal style and held her, calling out, Inventory. The brown box appeared in front of him, and Percy increased the size of the box before sliding Clarice into the pocket space he used to store his items. Annabeth watched as Percy put Clarice somewhere. Soon she was gone, leaving a gob-smacked Annabeth and a smug-looking Percy. What did you do? Annabeth asked as she waved her hand in the general direction that she saw Clarice disappear to. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Percy commented as he took his quest reward from before, the skill disc, money, and light beam cannon, and put them in this inventory. It's one of my powers. Right now, Clarice is being stored safely in a place that will keep her in stasis until we reach camp, that is. So she's safe? Annabeth asked with relief shining on her face. Percy nodded. She's safe. But we shouldn't waste time. We need to get back to camp right away. Fine, but the moment we reach camp, you are telling me what the hell is going on with you. How can you command these monsters? And how the hell can you move so fast? And where did you take that first Dragosa? Percy held up a hand, calming Annabeth down, who was panting due to lack of breath. Relax, Annabeth. I'll tell everything. Just not now, okay? Annabeth nodded. Yeah, I got it. Percy nodded and turned to Alecto. Think you can fly us both to camp? The math teacher shook her head. I'm a one-passenger kind of vehicle. But I can, Marcosius cut in, turning all attention to her. You can? Percy asked with an eyebrow raised. Marcosius spread her wings wide before flapping them down hard, pushing out a gust of wind. These aren't only for show, you know. Percy nodded and turned to Annabeth. You up for riding on the back of a demon? Annabeth looked at Marcosius and then Percy. You sure it won't eat us? Percy nodded. I'm sure. And it is a she. And be warned, she is a very nosy person. Very annoying. Marcosius scoffed at that, but said nothing to defend herself. Percy dismissed the rest of his servants before going to where the last Dragosa was and collecting the $5,000 and 3 low-grade potions. He then mounted Marcosius, not that type of mounting, pervert, and helped Annabeth on. You sure you can carry the both of us? Percy asked. I could always toss Annabeth into my inventory. Hey, HM, it would be nice to spend some alone time with you, master. Marcosius purred the last word out. Okay, so you can fly us both. That's good to hear. Percy continued on, pretending he just didn't hear Marcosius purr. That coming from a giant wolf and not from a naked woman was far less sexy and far more disturbing. Fine, Marcosius said as she spread her wings before running forward and shooting into the sky. Holy shit, Annabeth yelled out as she grabbed Percy's weight, who in turn grabbed Marcosius' neck. This is so cool, Percy cried out as Marcosius zoomed across the city skyline, giving a clear view of New York City. The lights reflected off the windows, making it look like they were flying through a tunnel of light. Percy smiled and, for a moment, simply enjoyed the feeling of flying. For now, this single moment, everything was good. But just as that feeling came, it went, as Marcosius soon flew past the city and towards camp. Do you know where we are going? Percy screamed louder than the roaring wind. Of course I do. Don't you think that if I didn't, I would ask you before we took off? Marcosius yelled back. Good point, Percy replied as the 3 slowly made it on a Long Island. After a few minutes of flying at incredible speeds, they reached Montauk, and Marcosius landed right on the hill that led to camp. Percy and Annabeth got of, and Percy turned to his servant. Thanks, Marcosius. You really saved us a lot of time and energy. You know there are other ways you can thank me, Marcosius said with a growl in her throat. She then exploded into shadows, but before she could take on her human form, Percy put her back into the gauntlet. Yeah, he really didn't want Annabeth to start freaking out when she saw Marcosius in her human form. Well, at least we got here fast, Annabeth said as she climbed the hill. Come on, we need to get Clarice to the med bay. Right, Percy said as she opened up his inventory and slowly pulled Clarice out. He then held her carefully, walking towards camp. Why did you take her out now? You could have done it inside and not have to carry so much weight.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.